Two clouds of light extended from the separated pieces of the flame toad as they gradually merged together. Its body is immortal. The flame toad actually possesses such an ability? Marquis Nanlong cried out in alarm. Lu Weiying appeared just as shocked. Immortal? There is nothing in this world that is truly immortal. Its vitality is simply more powerful than common demon beasts. Having read many records, Han Li knew what an immortal body was. After he severed the ancient flame toad's arm, Han Li had noticed how strange it appeared and felt that something was amiss. As a result, he had shouted for Marquis Nanlong to not dissolve the barrier, denying the flame toad an opportunity to restore itself and escape. At that moment, Han Li wore a cold smile and pointed at the flame toad's head once more. The huge sword spun around once in the air before splitting into two and chopping down at each of the toad's body parts. In a flicker of blue light, two bangs sounded out. The flame toad's head and body were instantly covered in layers of frost. The scarlet lights was sealed within and were scattered by the flying sword strike. With the body destroyed, all that remained was a scarlet sphere, the ancient flame toad's demon core. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying saw the demon core, they both felt slight temptation. After all, it was the demon core of an ancient beast with an immortal body. It was likely that it possessed some strange attributes. But when the two recalled the abilities Han Li had earlier displayed as well as his grand reputation, their temptation towards the core was completely stifled. After all, they both clearly realized that with the abilities Han Li had displayed, their odds of victory against him would only be a coin toss. Additionally, it wasn't worth becoming hostile over the core of an unknown ancient beast. There would be far more opportunities for treasure in Devilfall Valley. Although Han Li didn't possess any mind-reading techniques, he could guess what the other two were thinking. In the recent battle with the Flame Toad, neither of them had displayed their full might, as if they were mostly relying on Han Li to slay the beast. As a result, Han Li had maintained a calm appearance, when in truth he grew even warier of the other two cultivators in case they were overcome with foolishness. Now that he saw that they had regained their calm after a momentary change in expression, Han Li felt relieved. Although he wasn't afraid of a fight, it would be better to avoid any risks altogether. Han Li waved his hand toward the ice barrier and summoned the demon core into his palm. Then, with a clear ring, the two huge flying swords broke down into over 10 small swords before disappearing into his sleeve. Han Li lowered his head as he glanced at the fire-red demon core in his hand and released a long sigh. He had finally fulfilled one of his objectives in Devilfall Valley. Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "It is quite fortunate that we had fellow Taoist Han here to slay the ancient flame toad. Let's move into the nest and take a look. Surely Brother Han is also interested in taking a look at the treasures on the remains." Of course. Han Li put away the demon core and nodded. Lu Weiying was happy to hear this, and the three soon entered the mountain cave after putting away their spell formations. To tell the truth, Han Li did think about secretly releasing Silvermoon so that she could seize the treasures in the cave first. But given that the other two cultivators were extremely cunning, had paid particularly close attention to Han Li and possessed cultivation superior to his own, it was very likely they would have noticed he had released Silvermoon. It was also worth mentioning that there was something odd about the cultivator remains. Since Han Li felt that there was something amiss, he decided to leave the matter be. The three turned into 3 streaks of light, entering the cave in an instant. The Marquis and Lu Weiying were surprised when they saw the lava, but soon ignored it as they glanced around, spotting the stone platform where the ancient cultivator remains laid with expressions of delight. Marquis Nanlong's expression faded, and he coolly said, "It seems this should be the remains that Master Tsang Kuan mentioned. Let's go there together." Han Li and Lu Weiying raised no objections, and they immediately moved towards the remains. Floating over 10 meters away from the stone platform, Han Li watched the remains with a trace of eager impatience. The other two were also eager and showed little restraint as they immediately released their spiritual sense to search the remains for treasures. When Han Li saw this, he wore a mysterious smile and said nothing further. He had already discovered something odd about the ancient remains and decided it would be better for the two to experience it for themselves. As a result, The two submerged the skeleton with their spiritual sense, and green light burst from its robes. As a result, their spiritual sense was repelled before they were able to see anything, much to their alarm. With a surprised expression, Wei Liang muttered, There is something strange about those robes." Marquis Nanlong regained his calm and explained, "It is merely a gown made from the silk of a green silkworm. Ancient cultivators made robes from this material to prevent other cultivators from probing them with their spiritual sense. Although they're rare in current times, it was a common item in ancient times." He then swept his hand at the air and summoned the green robe into his hand. As a result, the skeleton was revealed with a small black pouch wrapped around its waist. "A storage pouch as expected," Lu Weiying shouted with joy. Marquis Nanlong also felt excitement and flung the green robes to the side as he stared at the black storage pouch with complete focus. When Han Li heard the sound made by the azure robes dropping to the ground, his expression faintly changed for just a moment. As the atmosphere grew tenser, Marquis Nanlong smiled to his two party members and suggested, "If you two are not opposed, will it be fine if I look through the storage pouch first?" "Of course you can. Brother Nanlong, please go ahead." Han Li glanced at the storage pouch and replied with a smile. As for Lu Weiying, he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Marquis Nanlong then stepped forward and carefully took the storage pouch into his hand. He swept through the general contents of it with his spiritual sense, and his face became stiff. When Lu Weiying saw this, he couldn't help but say, "Brother Nanlong, what is inside? You may as well let us take a look." Marquis Nanlong nodded and flipped the storage pouch, immediately pouring out its contents in a flash of white light, producing a pile of items on the floor. "What in the world is this?" Lu Weiying shouted in alarm. A majority of the items that appeared were scarlet lumps of metal that were scorching hot. There were also a few items that were particularly eye-catching. A white jade box, a small purple mirror, a small yellow sword, a set of green flying needles, and 2 black medicine bottles. Han Li narrowed his eyes when he saw those items, and his expression stirred. Excluding the jade box and the medicine bottles, the rest of these items were rare ancient treasures without a doubt. As for the jade box and medicine bottles, they particularly piqued Han Li's interest. Both the box and the bottles were refined from a material that blocked him from seeing into them with his spiritual sense. Han Li frowned and said, "I've never seen those materials before, but they seem to only be half-finished." After some thought, Marquis Nanlong mused, "Half-finished? That does seem to be the case. If I've guessed correctly, these iron chunks should be the legendary spirit ores, extraordinary materials that ancient cultivators used to refine ancient treasures. It is said that the method to refine them is quite peculiar, needing a large number of rare materials and worldly energy for their creation. This ancient cultivator must have wanted to refine a particularly fearsome fire attribute treasure to have so many of them. Spirit ores." When Han Li heard the name, he immediately recalled that they were mentioned in an ancient record he had read. After a moment of thought, he remembered it to be a material used to refine rare ancient treasures, just as Marquis Nanlong had said. When Lu Weiying heard this, he revealed a trace of excitement before turning to look at the rest of the treasures and eventually staring at the jade box and medicine bottle. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and tossed the storage pouch over to Han Li. Han Li unconsciously caught it and was surprised for a moment before realizing what Marquis Nanlong intended. He bluntly weighed it in his hand and searched through it before tossing it over to Lu Weiying. Lu Weiying examined it and nodded when he confirmed there was no problem. "Let's each divide these treasures. How about we have each person select 2 items?" Mentioning the most crucial question of the matter before them, Marquis Nanlong wore a solemn expression. Han Li's gaze flickered. Having seen Lu Weiying's expression, he asked, "Could it be that Brother Lu is suggesting another method to split the treasures? If the jade box and medicine bottles were also ancient treasures, it wouldn't be a problem if we each got 2 items. But we still don't know what is inside the jade box or medicine bottles. Naturally, we should first take a look inside and split them in accordance to value." Marquis Nanlong interrupted him and said something that appeared fair. Lu Weiying frowned after he heard this, but he soon nodded and said, I also find those terms agreeable. How about you, fellow Taoist Han? I have no objections. Let's do that then. Han Li replied without any further thought. Fellow Taoist Han speaks quite frankly. I'll be taking a look at what is inside. Appearing quite satisfied at Han Li's response, Marquis Nanlong swept his hand and summoned the white box into his grasp. With a slap from his other hand, he attempted to open the box. White light shined the moment the box opened and a layer of white light appeared from it, repelling Marquis Nanlong's hand. The box is under a restriction. After muttering to himself for a moment, golden light flashed from his hand and he grabbed the box once more. The white light blocked him once more and intertwined with the light from Marquis Nanlong's hand. But after a short moment, the golden light sparked and he managed to forcefully open the box before the white light completely disappeared. Han Li was blinded for a moment before clearly seeing a faintly yellow jade slip within the box. Lu Weiying wore an odd expression and Marquis Nanlong hesitated for a moment before placing the jade slip on his forehead. After sweeping through the contents of the jade slip in an instant, he wore an odd expression. Fellow Taoists, have a look at it. Preventing the others from growing suspicious of him, Marquis Nanlong quickly tossed it over to Han Li. Han Li caught the jade slip and placed it against his forehead. A frown unconsciously appeared on his face a moment later and he gave the jade slip to Lu Weiying, who also quickly read through it. Before Lu Weiying even finished reading through it, he muttered, The 7-flame fan? I've never heard of this ancient treasure. Is it powerful? Marquis Nanlong mused and said, I'm not sure, but given the difficult refinement method listed in the jade slip and the fact that it requires spirit ore, it should be quite formidable. Lu Weiying shook his head and returned the jade slip to Marquis Nanlong. Even if it is powerful, it is no use. Although it details the refinement method, it requires over 81 fire attribute spirit materials with just as many supplementary materials. Among these are items that were long extinct from this world. The jade slip is now of little value and can only be used for research. Marquis Nanlong smiled and carelessly slipped the jade slip back into the box. Just as Han Li deemed the jade slip to be useless, he suddenly heard Silvermoon's delighted voice in his head. The 7-flame fan? Master, does that jade slip truly contain the method to refine it? Han Li's expression stirred and he replied, That's right. Do you know of it? Silvermoon's voice trembled and she excitedly said, Master, if I remember correctly, the 7-flame fan is a divine spirit treasure, but its ranking was rather low amongst divine spirit treasures, ranked in the teens. Divine spirit treasure. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but speak with surprise. Before Han Li could continue, the monarch of soul divergence also spoke with excitement. What? A divine spirit treasure? You must acquire the jade slip by all means. I wished to research divine spirit treasures in the past, but their refinement methods are quite difficult to come by. Silvermoon's tone turned harsh and she coldly said, Old eccentric, what are you doing running your mouth? The monarch of soul divergence chuckled and casually said, Demon Fox, you're still holding the grudge from before? I only thought to do a bit of research on you because I've never heard of a tool spirit that was intelligent. Didn't your master accept as well? You? Han Li coldly said, Enough, Silvermoon. The matter has already passed. Don't cling on to it. However, it does come as a surprise that Senior knows of divine spirit treasures. However, now isn't the time to speak in detail. Let's put it off for later. Han Li then turned his gaze to the jade box and watched Marquis Nanlong open both of the black medicine bottles. Silvermoon tactfully dropped the matter. Although she still felt unhappy towards the monarch of soul divergence, she was still under the control of Han Li. With only a few simple words, he could order her to remain silent. When Marquis Nanlong opened a black medicine bottle, Han Li felt his mind shake when he smelled the comforting fragrance that emerged. Marquis Nanlong took out a glistening jade-green medicine pill from the bottle and held it in his palm. He hesitantly said, This isn't a common type of ancient medicine pill. While I'm not sure what it is, it shouldn't be something harmful. I'll have to identify it with records. With an entranced gaze, Lu Weiying slowly said, How many pills are in the bottle? Marquis Nanlong faced Han Li and Lu Weiying and showed them the empty medicine bottle. There is only the one pill, but it seems to be incredibly valuable. Let's look at the other medicine bottle, Lu Weiying impatiently said. Marquis Nanlong nodded and sealed the medicine pill in his hand up in the bottle before opening the other bottle to reveal an identical green medicine pill. As a result, the Marquis and the old man exchanged a glance of apprehension. Han Li smiled and calmly asked, "It seems this harvest has been quite good. There are 3 ancient treasures, 2 unknown medicine pills, and the refinement method for an ancient treasure. How do you think we should divide it?" Marquis Nanlong looked at the 2 medicine bottles in his hand and calmly said, "Although we don't know what these spirit pills are, fellow Taoist Han should know that we entered the valley in order to look for spiritual medicines. Fellow Taoist Lu and I plan on splitting them between us as a share of the treasure. Since this is the case, fellow Taoist Han can have first pick of the other ancient treasures. We hope you don't have any problem with this." When Han Li heard this, he frowned and glanced at the several treasures on the ground. Han Li stroked his chin and shook his head. "You 2 fellow Taoists should know the value of those ancient pills without me saying. To tell the truth, I might rather have one of those pills and increase my cultivation than take an ancient treasure." When the other 2 heard Han Li, their expressions grew tense. Marquis Nanlong's expression stirred for a moment before forcing a smile. Fellow Taoist Han's age is still young. There should be no need to fight against 2 people at the end of their lifespans for the 2 medicine pills. In only a short time you have entered the early nascent soul stage. It should be quite easy for you to reach the tallest heights of cultivation. Han Li softly said, "My age and wanting the medicine pill are 2 different matters. With such an opportunity before me, it is only natural for me to want to seize it with all my might. However, I am willing to renounce all the other treasures for those 2 medicine pills. To tell the truth, I have no lack of ordinary ancient treasures." Lu Weiying grew nervous at Han Li's determined display, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Fellow Taoist Han must be joking. How could we possibly give up the 2 medicine pills? How about this, so long as Brother Han relinquishes his claim on the 2 medicine pills, we'll give him priority on picking the entire his share of treasures. Brother Nanlong, what do you think?" When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he grimaced but soon wore a bitter smile and said, "So long as he renounces his claim on the spirit pills, let's have fellow Taoist Han have first pick on 2 treasures." A trace of reluctance appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face. After all, most of his ancient treasures had been destroyed when the ghost spirit sect besieged him in the Mulan Plains. With so many ancient treasures before him, he felt unwilling to let them go. However, he knew those ancient spirit pills were far more valuable to him. At that moment, Han Li revealed a trace of hesitation on his face as if tempted by their proposal. When Lu Weiying saw this, he hastily took the opportunity to add on, "Fellow Taoist Han's lifespan is still very long. There will be time to look for other pills later. In comparison, you should find those ancient treasures to be useful to you now. Having another ancient treasure in your possession will be sure to save your life in any future battles." Han Li couldn't help but smile and said, "It seems that unless I give up on the spirit pills, it will be hard to distribute the treasures. Fine, since you 2 were so sincere, I will agree to give the spirit pills to you. I also don't need 2 ancient treasures, only the mirror. Also, give the treasure refinement method and spirit or over to me. I am quite interested in tool refinement." Han Li reached out with his hand and summoned the purple mirror into his hand. The 2 glanced at each other for a moment and promptly responded, "Then let's do as you say, Brother Han." Although they felt puzzled that Han Li would want that instead of an ancient treasure, they were disinclined to further investigate the matter since they already had the ancient pills in hand. When Han Li heard their responses, he nodded with a calm expression and put the mirror away in a flash of light. Soon, he flung his sleeve and swept up the jade box and the crafting materials in a cloud of green light, causing them to disappear from sight. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying each took a medicine bottle and carefully placed them into their storage pouches. Afterwards, the 3 glanced at the 2 remaining ancient treasures. It appeared that splitting them would be quite awkward. As the Marquis and the old man hesitated over the matter, Han Li blinked and smiled. How about this? I am not lacking in ancient treasures, so if you two have enough spirit stones, I will let you two have them at the appropriate cost. We will respectfully accept Han Li's modest proposal. I've brought quite a number of spirit stones. Lu Weiying promptly agreed with joy. After all, ancient treasures were something that couldn't be bought. Marquis Nanlong particularly lacked ancient treasures, and he happily agreed to Han Li's proposal. They promptly gathered together nearly all the spirit stones in their possession and handed them over to Han Li, resulting in a satisfactory conclusion for all parties involved. When Han Li saw that they had taken the two remaining ancient treasures, he casually waved his hand and summoned the azure silkworm robe into his hand before putting it away. The other two watched this with a blank expression, but since Han Li had given the two ancient treasures over to them, they left the matter alone. Although the robe was rare, there weren't many uses for it. With the treasures now divided amongst them, they harvested the grass that was growing at the side of the lava, resulting in several stalks per person. The spirit grass wasn't a common item since it was able to grow under such harsh conditions. It was revealed to be the flame attribute golden yang grass, a top-grade material used for refining flame attribute spirit pills. Without anything else there to capture their interest, the three gathered back together on the stone platform and discussed their plans moving forward. Han Li spoke first with a calm tone. Since the treasure has been acquired, I am planning on leaving the valley depths and returning the way I came. Will you be returning with me? Marquis Nanlong chuckled and said, Fellow Taoist Han must be joking. Brother Lu and I have only just managed to enter the valley with great difficulty. We can't return so soon. Why are you so impatient to leave? With a casual tone, Han Li answered, It's nothing surprising. I've already made a profit and I don't want to take any further risks. The path of cultivation ahead of me is a long one. I have no interest in staying in an area as dangerous as this one and risk cutting that path short. Lu Weiying wore a beaming smile and said, I didn't think that fellow Taoist Han was so aware of his future path. It is a pity we won't be returning together. Fellow Taoist Han can go ahead and leave the valley first. Wearing an odd expression, Han Li asked, Leave alone? If I leave with the Yin Yang ring, how will you two get past the Great North Essence Lights? Marquis Nanlong quickly replied, Brother Han doesn't need to worry. We've already considered it. Master Tsang Kuan found a transportation formation in the valley depths during his time here. However, it is quite a distance away from here, so it would be faster for you to return the way you came. I would have told you about it previously if it were closer. Han Li's expression blanked for a moment, but he soon nodded and said, So it was like that. Then I must bid you farewell. I hope you two have a rich harvest. When Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying heard Han Li bid them farewell, they hastily replied, Many thanks for your kind words, fellow Taoist Han. Please go ahead. Han Li smiled and took a glance at the crystalline bones before flying out in a streak of azure light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When Lu Weiying saw that Han Li had disappeared from sight, his smile vanished. As for Marquis Nanlong, he expressionlessly slapped his storage pouch and released several small golden birds, the eternal flight orioles that he had nurtured. They flew out of the cave and disappeared in streaks of light. Marquis Nanlong closed his eyes as if sensing something. When Lu Weiying saw this, he raised his brow, but remained silent as he waited. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Marquis Nanlong's eyes stirred, and he opened them while saying, Han Li has truly left. At the very least, he isn't anywhere near us. The eternal flight orioles have observed an area of 5 kilometers around us, and they have found no trace of him. Lu Weiying frowned and asked, Didn't you say that his spiritual sense is particularly powerful? Couldn't he be hiding from you? Marquis Nanlong stroked his chin and wore an odd expression as he said, Relax. If he has truly concealed himself, then he definitely wouldn't be able to hide from me. However, I can't tell you the reason why I know this. Lu Weiying felt somewhat skeptical of Marquis Nanlong's confidence, but after a time more of thought, he clutched his hands in a spell incantation and cast spell seals all around him, forming a small barrier of light around them. Marquis Nanlong smiled, but a trace of disapproval was betrayed from his face. With the barrier laid down, Lu Weiing finally said, "It isn't ever wrong to be too careful. We've never been able to see through fellow Taoist Han, Brother Nanlong. He truly gives us a sense of mystery. And don't you think there was something strange about the way he glanced at the skeleton?" Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, "Brother Lu, you are too suspicious. Although that youngster Han possesses vast abilities, he couldn't possibly know the secret behind the bones. It should only be an incidental action. After all, the skeleton looked quite unordinary. It should be natural to want to take a look at it." After some more thought, Lu Weiing thoughtfully said, "Regardless of whether he has seen through it, it is true that he didn't wish to stay here with us. Perhaps he feels that with his abilities, he would be able to search for treasures alone in the valley. Then so long as he doesn't get in our way, all we can do is be more careful, considering that he might not have left the valley. Since too much time has passed, we should act quickly." Marquis Nanlong sighed and said, "According to the records left behind by Master Tsong Kuan, the ancient cultivator skeleton is the key to dissolving the blood curse gate. Since the gate is sealed with such formidable restrictions, it is obviously no small matter. During times of antiquity, the blood curse gate was a storage of fantastical treasures. The diseased cultivator's transparent bones were a sign that they had opened the gate once before. Master Tsong Kuan's inability to acquire them is a great convenience to us." Lu Weiing continued, "However, the treasures we've acquired shouldn't be nearly as valuable as those stored behind the blood curse gate. All right, let's set off. Although the blood curse gate isn't far away, the quicker we acquire the treasures, the better." "Your words are reasonable. Let us set off. I am looking forward to seeing the items behind the blood curse gate." Were it not for Master Tsong Kuan spotting the cultivator remains near the blood curse gate, we would have had no chance of opening it. Those who placed the gate under the restrictions in the past can't have been too far away from it. However, it is odd as to how they died. There should be another story of what happened to those ancient cultivators. I don't have any interest in what happened to them in the past. Let us go, Brother Nanlong." Soon, the two shot out of the passageway and were flying towards some unknown passage in the giant mountain. At that moment, Han Li was 50 kilometers away and on the route back to the outer valley. Silvermoon's puzzled voice asked from the back of his mind, "Master, you're truly leaving? Those two are clearly concealing something from you. There is something strange about that skeleton." Han Li replied, "Of course I know this. It most likely has something to do with other treasures. Although I am tempted, I have something more important to attend to, the spirit kindle fruit. And there are still other treasures in the valley I have use for. Since we've lagged too far behind the ghost spirit sect, I cannot afford to be drawn into Marquis Nanlong's and Lu Weiing's scheme. So it turned out that there truly are no other treasures in Devilfall Valley that hold as much value to Master as the spirit kindle fruit. However, why did Master seize the azure silkworm gown at the very end? I don't believe that Master truly sought the item." Han Li grinned upon hearing this. "Hee hee. Well, I'm sure that those two old men also had no idea why I took it." Silvermoon puzzledly asked, "Master, what do you mean?" Han Li didn't immediately reply. Instead, he extended his hand and slapped his storage pouch. In a flash of green light, a silk robe appeared in his hand. With a crackle, Han Li easily tore open the corner of the robe. Silvermoon exclaimed at the sight of this. Han Li's tear had revealed a small fabric of sorts that was written on with a primitive crudeness. Han Li then put away the azure robe and began to closely examine the fabric. As Han Li looked at the item, Silvermoon was able to catch sight of it as well. After a glance, she cried out, "This is a map, likely of Devilfall Valley." Remaining silent, Han Li stared at a few large symbols on the map and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. While studying the crude map, Han Li saw that it appeared roughly similar to Devilfall Valley. However, there were a few particular areas on the map that were thoroughly marked, detailing those sections of the valley as well as the nearby topography of the marked locations. Han Li was able to locate his own position with regards to the areas that were marked, but he was far too distant from them and was unsure of the dangers that lay ahead. Han Li muttered to himself for a moment before putting away the map and shaking his head. He knew that the map was certain to contain some important secrets, but he couldn't afford any distractions before he acquired the spirit kindle fruit. It was of tantamount importance. Silvermoon seemed to guess what Han Li was thinking and said little further. Han Li flipped his hand and took out the jade box he just acquired before placing it inside the bamboo tube he wore on his back. Han Li then said with an indifferent tone, "Many materials required to craft the 7-flame fan should have gone extinct or disappeared long ago. Perhaps Senior can find some substitutions that can be acquired in the current cultivation world with his material equivalence knowledge. If I end up truly able to refine this treasure, I will hold you in the highest esteem." After a time of silence, the monarch of soul divergence coldly laughed and answered, "Youngster, do you think I'm an idiot? Although I am quite interested in the divine spirit treasure, I'm not about to research the refinement method without a reason. Don't tell me you think I'm going to do that for some simple praise." Han Li didn't appear surprised. Instead, he coldly replied, "Divine spirit treasures aren't easily refined. Although I do know that you are knowledgeable of material equivalence, I am not confident whether or not you can truly do this. But if you do succeed, I will spare no effort to fulfill any of your requests. Will that satisfy you?" When he heard this, the monarch of soul divergence paused before coldly snorting. With an arrogant tone, he said, "In the past, I had found a few materials for divine spirit treasures in some ancient cultivator ruins and learned of these world-defying treasures. As these treasures were something held in reverence by ancient cultivators, I grew quite curious and took particular note of them. Unfortunately, there was too little information on divine spirit treasures, and I wasn't able to make any progress on them. Now that I've become neither human nor ghost, I don't wish to spend my remaining years of life on this task only for it to be in vain. Moreover, I will only be looking for a few substitute materials. I won't be doing something as difficult as creating a new method to refine them. And when I am done, don't forget that I will have a demand for you." "Fine. I agree." Han Li agreed with a beaming smile. Since he had the genius who founded the great development arts at his disposal, Han Li didn't wish to waste this opportunity. Although he already possessed another divine spirit treasure, the Heaven Void Cauldron, he didn't know when he would be able to use it. Besides, divine spirit treasures were heaven-defying existences. So the more, the better. The monarch of soul divergence was silent afterwards, perhaps already examining the refinement method inside the jade box. With that matter concluded, the light surrounding Han Li's body shined brightly, and he flew forward at an even greater speed. In the mountain where the purple-lined scorpion's nest was located, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were heading underground inside an unfamiliar tunnel. It was dark to the point that they were only able to see 10 meters ahead of them despite their vast cultivation. As Lu Weiying followed 3 meters behind Marquis Nanlong, he slowly said, "Brother Nanlong, I didn't think that there would actually be a place so cold and damp inside the lava territory. I've now grown even more convinced that the Blood Curse Gate is here." Marquis Nanlong smiled and said, "So it turned out that Brother Lu was doubtful about it? You should know that the Blood Curse Gate wasn't even mentioned in the records left behind by Master Tsong Kuan, or else the Ghost Spirit Sect would definitely be here. The Blood Curse Gate was a secret that was only passed down through his descendants." With narrowed eyes, Lu Weiying smiled and said, "But if it weren't for the fact you needed the power of 2 nascent soul cultivators to open the Blood Curse Gate, you might not have needed to take me along." With a chuckle, Marquis Nanlong casually said, "Brother Lu must be joking. We've been friends for many years. With such profit to be gained, it is only natural for me to ask you to come along. Why else would I have concealed this matter from that youngster Han?" Having heard this, Lu Weiying tactfully dropped the matter and said, "Then I must thank you for your kindness, Brother Nanlong. With only 2 people searching for treasures, it was prudent to be somewhat wary of the other party member. By letting Marquis Nanlong know that he had a precaution up his sleeve, there shouldn't be any falling out along the way. He especially didn't wish to fight in such unfamiliar territory." Marquis Nanlong knew what Lu Weiying was doing, and he sneered in his mind while maintaining a calm expression. The two remained silent as they continued down the passageway and eventually saw a weak light ahead of them. The two rejoiced and immediately quickened their steps. arriving inside a large cave. The cave was over 300 meters wide and had meter-long stalactites sparkling with white light hanging from the ceiling. But the most eye-catching thing was the 30-meter-wide dark green pool at the center of the cave. Apart from its emerald color, there didn't seem to be anything exceptional about it. Discovering that there were no restrictions that existed nearby, Lu Weiying couldn't help but ask, "The Blood Curse Gate is really here?" Seeing that Lu Weiying had already changed his stance despite his previous confidence in the existence of the gate, Marquis Nanlong shot a glance at him before revealing a mysterious smile and saying, "It's here without a doubt." But since the Blood Curse Gate was such an important area, Master Tsong Kuan hid the area by concealing the restrictions before he left. He then turned his gaze to the pool at the center of the cave. Lu Weiying blankly turned toward it and suddenly began to examine the pool with a sudden realization. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong waved his sleeve and took out a small blue flag. Plop! The flag flew out of his hand and disappeared into the pool without a trace. Afterwards, he formed a hand incantation and began to mutter. The calm surface of the pool suddenly began to ripple and slowly revolve. The rotations grew in size and intensity until a large whirlpool appeared at its center, hums emitting from it. A water-split flag? I didn't think that Brother Nanlong would have such a rare treasure, Lu Weiying said with astonishment. Marquis Nanlong shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Apart from splitting the water, it has no other abilities." He then softly yelled as he raised his hands, striking at the whirlpool with 2 spell seals. The pool grew 10 meters wide before creating a passage before them. Without uttering another word, Marquis Nanlong flew directly into the water. Lu Weiying paused for a second before quickly following suit. A moment later, Lu Weiying's expression paled. The pool wasn't simply deep. It was profoundly deep. He had already flown a kilometer downward and there was still no end in sight. As he glanced above to look at the top of the pool, he saw a speck of light and faintly felt apprehension and pressure weighing down on him. Fortunately, after traveling over 300 kilometers more, he saw that Marquis Nanlong suddenly slowed down. They had finally reached the bottom of the pool. Lu Weiying felt some relief and floated down, withdrawing the light that surrounded him. The pool's bottom was a round area that was over 30 meters wide, appearing even larger than the pool's surface. The water-split flag was inserted in the middle of the stone floor and glowing with blue light. Surrounding it was a tall, dark green wall of water that stretched all the way up to the pool's surface. Lu Weiying glanced at his surroundings and frowned, saying, "The Blood Curse Gate is exceptionally well hidden. No one would think to go a kilometer deep into the pool. However, it is baffling how Master Tsong Kuan managed to find this. As a person who possessed an outstanding spiritual sense, it is likely Master Tsong Kuan managed to directly sink his spiritual sense deep into the pool." Marquis Nanlong spoke with a tone of doubt. As he hadn't considered the matter before, he felt somewhat at a loss. "That is certainly possible." Lu Weiying stroked his chin, but his gaze flickered. Marquis Nanlong muttered to himself for a moment before shaking his head and tossing the matter to the back of his mind. He then slapped his storage pouch and summoned a white jade pendant into his hand. He released the pendant into the air and it began to revolve around the two of them. Marquis Nanlong raised his hands and formed an incantation seal, launching streaks of various colored spell seals onto the pendant. The pendant cleanly absorbed them and soon shined with a blinding white light. It stopped in front of the barrier of water before screaming with phoenix cries. Marquis Nanlong raised his hand and pointed to the jade pendant. As it trembled, a white mist of light sprayed out in front of it. A strange scene occurred as the mist of white light passed through the water barrier and distorted the image as if ripping through a painting. As the light shattered, a 10-meter-tall arched stone gate appeared in its place with crimson light sparkling on the surface. A huge horned ghost head was carved onto the top of the stone gate, taking up most of the gate's surface. It appeared true to life and malevolent. "This is the Blood Curse Gate?" Lu Weiying stroked his chin as he looked at it. For some reason, he suddenly felt a wave of apprehension upon seeing the gate. Marquis Nanlong glanced at the stone gate with a pensive expression before letting out a long sigh. "That's right. This is the blood curse gate. Lu Weiying looked at it for a moment and worriedly asked, the blood chi on the gate seems to possess a strong devilish nature. Will there be any problems with it? Marquis Nanlong turned to look at Lu Weiying and said, the gate was sealed by ancient cultivators by using essence blood. Naturally, it will differ from common restrictions. What? Does Brother Lu want to turn back? Lu Weiying shook his head and solemnly said, turn back? Since we've already arrived. How could I do something so foolish? But we still be careful just in case. After a moment of thought, Marquis Nanlong's expression relaxed and he said, that is reasonable. The gate does give one a sense of discomfort. How about this? First, we'll lay down several restrictions outside the gate. If anything strange occurs, we'll be able to escape without a problem. Good. Then let's do that. Lu Weiying promptly nodded. As a result, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying took out several spell formation setup tools and began to place them at the bottom of the pool. As Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying made their preparations for the blood curse gate, there were a group of people slowly traveling up a huge black stone mountain in another area of the valley. They were headed by a middle-aged cultivator with a stern face while an azure-robed old man stood by his side. They were Wang Tianxing, and Wei Wuya. As for Wang Tiangu, he was following 3 meters behind them. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 4 Ghost Spirit Sect core formation cultivators closely following behind them. Wang Tiangu glanced at the red mist not far above him and muttered, this wicked land is truly evil. Even remote areas have a restriction placed every 50 kilometers. You can't fly for more than 10 meters at a time. Wang Tianxing calmly replied, the more constrained the area, the more it illustrates we're in the right place. If we were the ancient cultivators, we would have placed restrictions most likely to dissuade other cultivators from treading here. After all, it would take at least a day by foot to travel through here. Wang Tiangu revealed an expression of helplessness and said with a chuckle, having spent so much effort on this, I certainly hope we didn't find the wrong place. We've already lost 3 disciples on the way here. At that moment, Wei Wuya was looking at the mountain top and expressionlessly said, after we entered the valley depths, we walked for 3 days. Don't tell me that we will have to walk for several more days before we arrive. Wang Tianxing didn't dare to neglect Wei Wuya and slowly said, be at ease, fellow Taoist Wei. We'll be there once we pass through this mountain. Once this is done, our Ghost Spirit Sect will be the greatest Devil Dao sect in the Heavenly South and fellow Taoist Wei will break through to deity transformation stage. It is only a matter of time. Wei Wuya grew silent for a moment before he derisively snorted. To tell the truth, I don't put much stock in the legends of the Spirit Ether Garden. They were most likely false rumors spread by ancient cultivators. If there was such a space that linked the spirit world to ours, it should have already been found. How could it have been kept secret until now? Wang Tianxing didn't reveal any surprise and instead curiously asked, since Brother Wei didn't believe it, why did he immediately accept our invitation? Without further thought, Wei Wuya bluntly said, fellow Taoist Wang seemed to mobilize half of the elites of his sect for this matter. It seems that you have some confidence in your trip to Devil Fall Valley. Even if you don't find the Spirit Ether Garden, you should still find a secret ancient cultivator area. Since I knew this, I agreed to allow you to draw support from my reputation and suppress the other cultivators in the valley. The share of treasures you give to me should be quite generous. The Ghost Spirit Sect roared with laughter and said, Brother Wei is quite sharp. However, this is something you misunderstood. My sect has spent such efforts in order to truly travel to the Spirit Ether Garden. The Spirit Ether Garden isn't some false rumor. Rather, Devil Fall Valley was created by ancient cultivators for the sole purpose of protecting the Spirit Ether Garden. Once we pass this mountain, it will only take 6 hours before you can personally see it with your own eyes. When we open the way to the pocket dimension it is located in, we will require much of fellow Taoist Wei's power. When Wu Weiya heard this, both excitement and surprise appeared on his face. If you say this with such certainty, you must have acquired evidence that the Spirit Ether Garden exists. That's right. Our sect has a certain confidence that the Spirit Ether Garden exists. As for the evidence, fellow Taoist Wei will know when he gets there. Once the black-robed, middle-aged man finished speaking, he wore a mysterious expression. Although he was only an early nascent soul cultivator, his confident disposition gave Wei Wuya a feeling of unease. Wei Wuya nodded and his expression returned to normal, but he coldly smiled in his mind. No matter how extravagant the ghost spirit sect master's words may be, unless he personally saw the spirit ether garden, he would remain completely skeptical. Of course, he wouldn't say these words directly to him. He simply smiled and changed the subject, saying, "After your sect's elder Zhong entered the valley, he had his own matters to attend to. Now that such a long time has passed, do you think you could tell me about his whereabouts? He can't be like the other cultivators. Surely your sect didn't send a mid-nascent soul elder to Devilfall Valley on a trip of leisure." Wang Tiansheng didn't appear to mind his question and casually replied, "Brother Wei must be joking. I won't conceal this from you. Elder Zhong has been sent to collect treasures from another secret area of the valley. Of course, while the treasure may be precious, it isn't nearly as important as the spirit ether garden." When Wei Wuya heard this, he dryly laughed and declined from asking further about the matter. As a result, the party of cultivators continued on their way in silence. In an expanse of rough and uneven stone, there were 7 ghost spirit sect disciples scattered around and continuously searching for something. The ghost spirit sect elder Zhong was floating at the area's center without making the slightest movement. Although his spiritual sense was able to easily envelop the wilderness for tens of kilometers around him, he needed to find a particular mark, something that could only be found with deliberate and meticulous effort. As a result, he stifled his impatience and sent the disciples under his command to slowly sift through the rocks. In another area of the valley, peals of thunder suddenly echoed from a ravine covered in rainbow light. Afterwards, following a storm of lightning and thunder, a group of cultivators emerged from the rainbow light. The ones leading them were a green-robed old man and an old Taoist. Although the two didn't appear to have suffered any injuries, they each had a miserable appearance and ashen complexions. They were Taoist Heaven Crystal and Dongmen Tu, the Grand Elder of the controlling spirit sect. The other 5 green-robed cultivators walked behind them with similarly ruined robes and pale complexions as if they had suffered through quite a bit of pain. As for the 2 fiendish puppets, they appeared entirely unchanged without even the slightest damage. After flying 100 meters away, Dongmen Tu turned around to glance at the ravine behind him before turning to look at the 2 fiendish puppets. "We've finally broken through the barrier and entered the valley depths. I didn't think that fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal's 2 puppets would rival the power of a cultivator at the peak of early nascent soul stage. How truly envious." Hearing this, Taoist Heaven Crystal said, "The puppets are merely puppets. No matter how powerful they may be, how could they compare to your subordinates? With their elemental techniques, I'm sure they would be able to contend against even a late nascent soul stage cultivator." Taoist Heaven Crystal was clearly wary of Dongmen Tu. As soon as they left the ravine, he kept his distance from him. His puppets stood behind him as they both began to flicker with various colored light. When Dongmen Tu saw this, his face grew sullen and he soon sighed. With a wry smile he said, "Isn't fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal overly wary of me? We've spent the last 2 days in a united effort to break through the formations. Fellow Taoist shouldn't have anything against me. Wouldn't it be better to reconsider joining hands and looking for treasure together? It'll be far safer than heading out alone. Brother Dongmen, I have nothing against you. It is just that I am fond of being alone. Please don't suggest joining hands again. Since we've already entered the valley depths, we should part ways." Taoist Heaven Crystal chuckled and saluted Dongmen Tu. However, he didn't depart and was instead staring at him with caution. When Dongmen Tu saw this, he frowned for a moment before smiling. "Since fellow Taoist Heaven Crystal is unwilling, I won't force you. We will split up here. I hope you have a large harvest." "Hee. Then I wish you luck as well." Taoist Heaven Crystal's expression relaxed and he headed away with his puppets following after him. Dongmen Tu watched him as he departed into the distance and his face grew sullen. Dongmen Tu sighed with annoyance. That old ghost is truly too cautious. It's been 2 days and he hasn't let his guard down. With those two puppets, searching the valley depths would be far safer. He then glanced around and slapped his spirit beast pouch. With a gust of wind, a sparkling silver bat appeared in front of him. Dongmen too raised his hand and tossed a jet-black medicine pill into the mouth of the silver bat. The bat then flew once in the air before shooting off into the sky. When Dongmen too saw this, he hastily called out to the 5 cultivators behind him and led the way. In the blink of an eye, the party disappeared from sight. Marquis Nanlong stuck the final formation flag down at the corner of the pond. He wryly smiled, slapping his hands together, and said, "How is it? Are you done with your preparations? With these spell formations placed down, even if a massive problem occurs, we'll be able to deal with it. Anything further would be a waste of time." Lu Weiing chuckled and said, "I would rather waste a bit more time than encounter any surprises. If there are truly only secret treasures hidden behind the gate, then that will be for the best. But if there is something else there, a little more preparation will be better. Although I covet ancient treasures greatly, I view my own life to be more valuable." When Marquis Nanlong heard this, he shook his head and said little further. At that moment, Lu Weiing finished placing down his final formation plate and activated his restriction, creating a layer of indistinct white mist around them. Lu Weiing nodded with satisfaction and turned his head to look at the stone gate glowing with crimson light. Marquis Nanlong had already grown somewhat impatient at this point. When he saw that Lu Weiing had finally finished, he immediately took a storage pouch from his waist and flung it into the air. Suddenly, white light poured out from it to reveal the crystalline remains of the ancient cultivator. The blood curse gate is quite strange. Breaking the gate's restrictions requires either the essence or flesh of the caster. The flesh is obviously gone, but a bit of the cultivator's essence should still be present in his bones. Marquis Nanlong spoke with a heavy voice. Then he spat out a golden flying sword and reached out to the floor as he clenched his hand into a fist. The bones suddenly floated off the ground and rose to 20 meters in the air. Marquis Nanlong flicked his finger and launched a white spell seal, striking his golden sword at its center. As it hummed, the sword trembled and the tip suddenly burst with blinding golden light. Soon after, the sword tip grew brighter until it released a ball of golden light. The ball of light then shot out and struck the bones that were floating in the air. The golden light suddenly ruptured. Countless streaks of sword chi suddenly wrapped all around the skeleton and completely enveloped it. An instant later, bone dust drifted down from the sky. Light flashed from Marquis Nanlong's eyes and he flung his sleeve. A mist of golden light shot out and swept up all the translucent grains of bone. As for the golden sword chi in the air, it had already disappeared. Marquis Nanlong nodded when he saw that the golden light had swept up the entirety of the translucent bone dust and turned to look at Lu Weiing. When Lu Weiing saw this, he knew what Marquis Nanlong wanted him to do. He clapped his hands together and took out a white flag. With a slight shake, winds began to gather around the flag. By then, Marquis Nanlong had already sat cross-legged and formed a hand gesture. With a muffled incantation, various colored spell seals flew from his hand and struck the golden mist that enveloped the bone dust. Under the influence of the spell seals, the bone dust within the golden mist began to slowly revolve. The translucent bone dust gradually twinkled with various colors, causing it to grow extremely bright. At that moment, Lu Weiing launched a probing strike at the stone gate. Rather than commanding an attack with his spell flag, he launched several fireballs towards the stone gate from his other hand. The fireballs roiled through the air as they grew close to the stone gate. Crimson light wildly flashed and came to life, condensing into a large mass of scarlet light and taking the form of a 3-meter-tall ghost face that was identical to the one carved on the stone gate. After it consumed the fireballs that were about to strike the gate, it flickered and immediately disappeared. When Lu Weiing saw the scene, he grew alarmed and with some hesitation, he pointed the flag at the stone gate. The wind dragon that had condensed around the flag then screamed through the air as it charged at the stone gate. The ghost face reappeared and its mouth gaped open. A beam of light was shot out of its mouth, engulfing the wind dragon and dragging it into its mouth. Fury and alarm momentarily appeared on Lu Weiying's face. Lu Weiying and Marquis Nanlong couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. Marquis Nanlong sighed and slowly said, "The blood curse gate is truly quite odd. Let's just dispel the restriction in accordance to the method Master Tsang Kuan described." Lu Weiying rubbed his chin and could only nod. Although he had more powerful attacks, the ghost face was truly bizarre. He wasn't willing to overreach himself and potentially ruin this matter. Given Master Tsang Kuan's magnificent reputation in the past, his method of dissolving the restriction should prove better. "Go!" Marquis Nanlong softly shouted before he pointed to the ball of golden light in the sky. It hummed and glowed magnificently before sweeping towards the stone gate. Crimson light flickered and the ghost face reappeared. But as the golden light approached the ghost face, it merged with the bone, dust it was carrying and transformed into specks of white light before sticking onto the ghost face. When the ghost face touched the specks of light, it suddenly began to dissolve into gray smoke, and the gray smoke soon enveloped the entire stone gate. Howling ghostly wails loudly erupted from the center of the smoke and crimson light flickered without end. Thick crimson tentacles began to emerge from the mist and do their utmost to strike at the ground nearby as if the gate were coming to life. But in the blink of an eye, the gray smoke that enveloped it also disappeared. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he shouted, "It's now! Act!" He then pointed at the golden sword in front of him, and he grasped his hand in an incantation gesture. The entirety of the spiritual power in his body was poured into the flying sword through a spell seal, and the golden sword tore through the air in a blinding streak of light. Lu Weiying's face turned gloomy, and he poured a majority of his spiritual power into the flag before tossing it out. In a flicker of white light, the flag transformed into several wind dragons, all whistling towards the stone gate. In the blink of an eye, the golden streak of light and the wind dragons entered the gray mist, and a world-shaking tremble appeared as the gales, golden light, and crimson light intertwined, resulting in a chaotic explosion. Gales wildly blew away the gray smoke that obscured the sight of the stone gate. When Marquis Nanlong saw what was behind it, he narrowed his eyes and saw that the crimson light had disappeared as if the restriction was completely dissolved. After looking around, Marquis Nanlong spotted his small golden sword embedded halfway into the stone gate. Sending a command with his spiritual sense, the small sword flew out from the stone gate and covered itself in a meter-long streak of golden light before wildly slashing at the gate. With violent rumbles, golden light brightly shined and chunks of the stone gate were crushed while the smell of blood filled the air. But when Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying clearly saw the fragments from the stone gate, their expressions had changed. The crushed fragments of stone seemed to resemble men, and they seemed to be bleeding with black-tainted blood, the source of the bloody smell. The scene was truly awful to behold. Although the stone gate had been shattered, the two cultivators hadn't discovered anything extraordinary. Rather, there was a dark flight of stairs that led deep into the earth. "Let's go. I can clearly see that the blood curse gate is a mysterious treasure in of itself." Marquis Nanlong looked at the path below and called out to Lu Weiying. He then began to walk down in large strides. Lu Weiying stood in place for a long while. He glanced at the black-blooded remains of the blood curse gate and the passage that led underground. With a tense brow, he let out a long sigh and followed after Marquis Nanlong. To Lu Weiying's surprise, the passageway was rather short. It went down only about 60 meters before they arrived at an underground hall. The hall was only about 30 meters in length and was completely bare apart from an offerings table at its center. When Lu Weiying entered the hall, Marquis Nanlong was already standing at the center of the hall and was staring at the items on the table, his mind completely blank. Lu Weiying bewilderedly walked to his side and also felt his heart become completely shaken. Heaven essence fruit. If I am correct, once one of these is eaten, it can extend one's lifespan for 100 years. That purple mushroom is the legendary Heaven Mend mushroom. It should be over 10,000 years old. It should have the power to progress one's cultivation by several tens of years' worth of time. That sparkling golden bamboo should be golden lightning bamboo, one of the 3 divine woods. And this... Lu Weiying woke up from his amazement and began to mutter without sense. He didn't seem to believe all the items that were laid before him, and he unconsciously took a few steps forward to look at them closer. In Lu Weiying's excitement, Marquis Nanlong coldly said, "Fellow Taoist Lu, if I were you, I wouldn't act so rashly. Do you truly believe that the spirit medicines would just sit here ready for the taking? How about examining our surroundings?" "Brother Nanlong, that does make sense." Lu Weiying woke up from his excitement and glanced around him in alarm. Lu Weiying eventually discovered a few talisman characters written on the walls and felt a wave of shock. This seems to be the legendary Sanctuary Guardian formation, a Buddhist spell formation. Why has it appeared here? Although Marquis Nanlong sounded calm, he stared at the medicine herbs with intense desire, wishing with all his heart to grab them. They were exactly what they both needed. Now that they were so close at hand, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying found their excitement and greed to be nearly irrepressible. Just as Marquis Nanlong entered the room, he immediately caught sight of the medicine herbs and immediately reached for the herbs, but he hadn't expected for such a strange spell formation to exist there. As a result, he was repelled by a strong force and was forced to wait for Lu Weiying to catch up to him. When he heard Lu Weiying mention the name Sanctuary Guardian formation, Marquis Nanlong felt his spirit shake with joy. When he encountered the restriction, he sensed that it was far different from any formation he had researched in the past, much to his worry. It was quite relieving that Lu Weiying knew it was. Marquis Nanlong forcefully stifled his excitement and asked, "Brother Lu, you know of this restriction?" "In the past, I had acquired some cultivation records from a few Buddhist sections. Although I wasn't able to cultivate their techniques, I did research a few of their spell formations. The minor Sanctuary Guardian formation was amongst the most amazing of them. Brother Nanlong, if it is truly that formation, it will be extremely troublesome." Lu Weiying glanced at the table and began to frown. Marquis Nanlong spoke with a tone of disbelief. "What do you mean? Could it be that the spell formation cannot be broken?" Lu Weiying wore a solemn expression and explained, "This minor Sanctuary Guardian formation is an immortal isolating formation. It is one of the few restrictions in this world that can only be broken with brute force. There are no other ways of shattering it. We will need to continuously unleash a variety of attacks against the spell formation without end. Although its defensive abilities aren't above that of others, the spell formation is incredibly durable and will quickly restore itself unless it is completely destroyed. It is well deserving of being a Buddhist spell formation given its tenacious nature." As if verifying what he had just said, Lu Weiying waved his hand and shot a fireball at the table 10 meters in front of him. With a bang, the fireball exploded and disappeared before it even touched it. A layer of spiritual light condensed above the table and golden light brightly shined. Small strings of ancient talisman characters appeared on the barrier, resembling little silver flowers. Marquis Nanlong's expression grew sullen. Having seen this before, he didn't appear particularly alarmed. What's this?" Lu Weiying cried out in alarm. Marquis Nanlong unconsciously looked at him, seeing that he was currently staring at a portion of the golden barrier with an expression of amazement. In his astonishment, spiritual light flickered from Marquis Nanlong's eyes as he attempted to see as far into the barrier as he could. Through the golden light, he could see a silver alms bowl the size of a head floating in the air. The surface of the alms bowl had various profound talisman characters drifting on top of it. Floating around the bowl were 8 faint white jade talismans pointed towards it, and there were 3 exquisite items that were motionlessly floating above it. Marquis Nanlong attentively focused at the sight and saw that they were a small silver sword, a jet-black Buddhist staff, and a blood-red pearl. Although the 3 items were only about an inch long, they emitted strands of light that intertwined together to cover the alms bowl that was floating above the table. Marquis Nanlong was dumbstruck. The alms bowl, jade talismans, and the 3 magic tools had all strangely disappeared from sight above the table. Then the golden barrier surrounded by talisman characters silently disappeared. What is happening? When the light barrier first appeared, those items weren't there, but when Lu Weiying struck it, those items appeared above it. Marquis Nanlong's mouth was shut tight as he saw the light barrier disappear before him, his eyes flickering with bewilderment. Lu Weiying didn't have this doubt. He simply looked at the items that had newly appeared and pondered for a moment. It is clear to see that the spirit medicines only served as a backdrop to the other items in the formation. What treasures could prove even more valuable than these heaven-defying medicine herbs? Although this was only conjecture, Lu Weiying felt his heart pound. His original misgivings and worries about the blood curse gate were now tossed to the back of his mind. Brother Lu, it seems we've come to the right place. If we are able to break the Buddhist spell formation, our journey will not be in vain. Marquis Nanlong came to the same conclusion as Lu Weiying and smiled at him. Lu Weiying wore a faint smile and said, "That's right. I didn't think that there would be so many secret treasures hidden behind the blood curse gate. However, dissolving the restriction isn't an easy matter. It won't be possible unless we spend a large chunk of time and sacrifice our strength." Hee. Not to mention sacrificing my strength, but I'd be willing to sacrifice 10 years of my lifespan in order to acquire those treasures. You said that only brute strength can dissolve the formation? It seems we're going to be quite busy. There is no time to lose. Let's start immediately. Marquis Nanlong then looked at Lu Weiying and openly said, "And when we break the formation, shall we split the treasures evenly?" "Of course. Let's do as you say." Lu Weiying also wished to acquire the treasure and replied promptly, much to Marquis Nanlong's satisfaction. At that moment, the two increased the distance between them and developed a sense of vigilance against each other. Afterwards, Lu Weiying took out a white flag and flung it into the air before taking a seat with his hands held in an incantation gesture. Marquis Nanlong waved his sleeve and flung a golden sword into the air. Suddenly, both a gale and sword chi were summoned. As they approached the table, the golden light barrier made another appearance and explosions began to continuously sound out deep underground. Near the top of a mountain, a streak of azure light was flying through the sky. It was Han Li who was hurrying on his way. He had already passed through the mountain with the purple-lined scorpions and was about to enter the cave to head back to the outer valley. Because Han Li had traveled along this path before, the journey went smoothly and quickly. What took a day's travel before would now only take him a third of the time. Just as he was 2 hours from the cave, he suddenly heard a chain of explosions in the distance. His expression stirred and he paused to take a look at the source in the distance. He quickly spread out his spiritual sense and sensed strange spiritual chi fluctuations. Han Li unconsciously narrowed his eyes and saw that there were faint flashes of white light coming from a mountain in the distance. If he wasn't mistaken, it was an area that he suspected to have restrictions. It was possibly an area that contained treasures from ancient cultivators. It appeared other cultivators also entered the valley depths in search for treasure. Just as Han Li pondered this, he shook his head. He was momentarily tempted to take advantage of the chaos for his own gain, but he soon stifled the idea. Since he was afraid of catching the attention of others, he only quickly swept his spiritual sense past them and didn't take a closer look at the treasure hunters. As of current, Han Li felt that it was better to avoid any troubles that could come his way. That in mind, he tore through the skies and soon disappeared. Tens of kilometers away in the direction that Han Li had looked, there were a group of a dozen cultivators that were furiously striking at a white barrier covering a small mountain. Those leading them was the Mulan divine sage Zhong and the woman surnamed Lu. The group of cultivators were all Mulan spell warriors. Just as Han Li flew off, divine sage Zhong's brow stirred, and he unconsciously glanced in Han Li's direction. Spell warrior Lu noticed the scholarly man's glance and asked, "What? Has Brother Zhong discovered something amiss?" The scholarly man indifferently replied, "It's nothing. I just felt a heavenly south cultivator sweep their spiritual sense past this direction. However, it seems they don't wish to interfere and they flew away after finding us. Since we're so close to breaking the restriction, let's not delve too deeply into the matter." Spell warrior Lu sighed and helplessly said, "Brother Zhong makes sense. We have reached the crucial moment for breaking the restriction. I hope it isn't like the other restriction we broke where there were no treasures to be found. Not to mention the 2 men that we lost to spatial tears." When divine sage Zhong heard this, his face grew sullen. "There is nothing that we can do about that. There is no way we can guard against those invisible spatial tears. The low-grade spirit birds we prepared had all gone made once we entered the valley, and they were completely uncontrollable. If we were able to have them scout ahead for us, we wouldn't have lost 2 men. Spell Warrior pensively said. Those spirit birds didn't seem to go mad, but were overwhelmed by their fear of the inner valley. Could there be something here that is specialized in restraining demon beasts? The Blackwing hawk I borrowed is a grade 5 spirit beast, but even it wasn't able to hear my orders once we entered the valley. It is even unwilling to leave the spirit beast pouch. There is something truly odd about this Devilfall Valley. A cold glint appeared in the scholarly man's eyes, and he gloomily said, Perhaps. It is known as the most dangerous place in the heavenly south. Naturally, there will be something strange about this place. However, we didn't come here to unravel the valley's secrets, but to search for ancient treasures and medicines on behalf of the Milan. As such, we must continue even if we can't use spirit birds. We had to make a trade with the 4 superpowers of the heavenly south in order to come by this golden opportunity. We can't waste it now. As Divine Sage Zhong and Cultivator Lu were having their discussion, Han Li had already flown over 50 kilometers away. Nothing else occurred on his way, and he arrived at the cave after another hour of flight. When he arrived, he took out the Yin Yang ring once more and entered the passageway with the treasure's protection. He quickly passed through the passage and quickened his steps when he saw the light of the cave's exit. Soon, his surroundings brightened, and he found himself back in front of a cliff leading to the outer valley. Han Li raised his head to look at the dusky sky. Although it still gave him a feeling of unease, it was far better than the crimson light that covered the sky in the valley depths. After sweeping his spiritual sense over the nearby area and discovering there were no cultivators or any other oddities, Han Li sighed with relief and turned his gaze to the wall around the cave entrance. With a wave of his hand, an azure spell seal flew out and entered the stone wall without a trace. Soon after, Han Li silently formed another hand gesture as he began to slowly mutter an incantation while a strange scene followed. The unremarkable stone wall suddenly began to glow with a layer of blue light before a swarm of gold-devouring beetles flocked out from the wall, each of them carrying various-sized pieces of silver crystal. A few pieces were as large as a fist while others were as small as a grain of sand. In the blink of an eye, the pieces of silver crystal delivered by the beetles had formed a pile in front of Han Li. They were the crystallized tailstar silver ore. When the first pieces appeared, Han Li's expression was calm, but excitement began to show when tens of these crystals dropped down. Youngster Han, the tailstar silver or vein is far bigger than I imagined. It seems I will be able to research using this material in creating puppets. Suddenly, the monarch of soul divergence's voice appeared in Han Li's mind. He couldn't help but betray his delight from his voice. After the gold-devouring beetles had deposited the last of the tailstar silver crystal, Han Li looked at the small pile of shimmering silver and smiled. That's right. I also didn't think the tailstar silver or vein would contain this much. We've gathered quite the harvest. Han Li swung his sleeve over the ground and swept up the silver crystals into his storage pouch in an instant. Afterwards, he sharply whistled and the gold-devouring beetles revolved around him before rushing back into their storage pouch. Once this was done, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and a translucent ball appeared in his palm. He then blew a mist of azure light onto the pearl and a bean-sized speck of light appeared within the ball. Han Li stared at the pearl in his hand for a long while and slightly frowned before looking around him. After getting his bearings, his body glowed with azure light and he streaked through the sky. Han Li wasn't flying in a hurry, and as he flew with the transparent ball in his hand, he would occasionally stop to look at it before adjusting his course and continuing on his way. After flying for tens of kilometers, he arrived above a wilderness and yelped with surprise before coming to a sudden stop. His body blurred and he quickly descended. By the time he was 100 meters above the wilderness, Han Li stopped and light flashed from his eyes. He saw a male cultivator's corpse split in half lying in the wilderness, and the surroundings had already been stained dark red with the hardened blood. As for the cultivator's magic treasure and storage pouch, they were nowhere to be seen. Han Li glanced at the corpse for a moment and sighed. It seems someone had attacked him. After verifying that there were no spatial tiers nearby, He knew there was only one possible conclusion. Han Li didn't linger there for long and quickly continued on his way. Although he believed that there were few things in the valley that posed a threat to him apart from the two late nascent soul cultivators, it would still prove dangerous if a group of cultivators were to surround and ambush him. While this wasn't likely, Han Li traveled with heightened wariness regardless. After half a day had passed, Han Li still hadn't found any signs of an ambush. Rather, he came across two cultivators who had perished as a result of spatial tears. Han Li shook his head at the sight of their broken bodies. Following the guidance of the transparent ball in his hand, he eventually arrived above a dense and verdant forest. Han Li muttered to himself for a moment before gripping the transparent ball in his hand and exerting strength into it. In a flash of azure light, it shattered with a clear ring. When the ball shattered into fragments, the speck of azure light that floated inside of it was freed. The speck of light floated in front of Han Li while waiting for further instruction. The bean-sized speck of light flickered before shooting off as soon as he pointed at it while he closely followed after it. A moment later in the sky above the dense forest, the speck of light flickered and began to fly downwards. As Han Li descended after it, a glint shined within his eyes. When it arrived at the ground, the speck of light spun around a gigantic tree before disappearing into its trunk. When Han Li saw this, he landed in front of the tree and the light around him faded away. He quickly sized up the tree before pressing his hand against it. With a muffled bang, green light flashed from where he pressed his palm and an azure talisman floated from the tree. He swiftly grabbed the talisman between his finger and glanced at it with a smile before tossing it into the air. Whoosh! The talisman set itself on fire before streaking into the sky in a fiery red line. This time, Han Li stood still for a moment and sat cross-legged on the ground before closing his eyes and restoring the magic power he had consumed on his way here. Not long after, the streak of red light dropped down at an unremarkable corner of the forest. Then another streak of light emerged into the sky and flew towards Han Li's location. Before the streak of light arrived, Han Li slowly opened his eyes and watched as it approached. The streak of light soon arrived. It flew once around Han Li as if verifying his identity and then swooped down. As soon as the streak touched the ground, the light instantly disappeared to reveal a white-robed woman who possessed an otherworldly beauty. Han Li calmly looked at her and said, "Lady Violet Spirit, you arrived quite quickly." "Quickly? I've already been waiting here for several days. During that time, 7 groups of cultivators have searched through this forest, and I grew more nervous each time it happened. I would have left soon if Brother Han didn't arrive." Violet Spirit's pleasant voice seemed to contain a bit of annoyance as she walked towards him with graceful steps. Han Li smiled and looked at Violet Spirit's flawless face before continuing. "Lady Violet Spirit revealing her true appearance has come as a surprise to me. I had believed that it was easy for you to conceal." Violet Spirit pursed her lips and sweetly said, "When I entered the valley, I had used a treasure to conceal my true appearance. However, there seems to be a restriction in the valley that has rendered it ineffective. Without it to conceal my true appearance, I have no choice to but wear it. What? Could it be that my uncouth appearance is below Brother Han's notice? Fairy Violet Spirit must be joking." With a wry chuckle, his expression suddenly became solemn as he said, "That's enough joking around. Was this the first place you found that was marked?" Violet Spirit withdrew her smile and answered, "That's right. It should be genuine since the original mark was destroyed by the Ghost Spirit sect. However, finding it should prove to be no problem." When Han Li heard her mention the Ghost Spirit sect, he raised his brow and coldly smiled. "Since that's the case, let's just follow the Ghost Spirit sect disciples. It should save us quite a bit of time. As Brother Han commands. A month ago, I placed a tracker unique to the Exquisite Sound sect onto the Ghost Spirit sect disciple who gave me the information. The tracker isn't something created from magic power but by a fragrance undetectable to others. While the range of this fragrance isn't large and it disappears after 2 months, it should still be enough to track down the Ghost Spirit sect disciple that I placed it on. I will have to trouble fellow Taoist Violet Spirit to lead the way." First, we will track down the ghost spirit sect disciple and rush past the marks they placed before. This way, the spirit kindle fruit will be ours. Hanli nodded and then slowly stood up. A silver-tailed squirrel suddenly shot out from the dense forest and flew into the sky. It then sniffed the air before flying off in a certain direction. Soon after, 2 streaks of light flew in a circle before closely flying after it. As Hanli followed after the flying squirrel tracking the ghost spirit sect Elderzhong, the ghost spirit sect master's party had passed through a huge mountain and arrived at a basin. The basin was dim and damp with various sized puddles on the ground that made it miserable for the party of cultivators to walk through. Although they were able to use a few minor spell techniques to ward off the mud and dirty water, their speed was massively reduced. Regardless of their currently discomfort, none of them complained. When they had climbed over the huge mountain, they managed to survey everything that laid in the distance and caught sight of the huge altar located at the center of the basin. This was the first time that they had seen an intact building since they had entered Devilfall Valley. Based solely on that fact, it was needless to say that the place was unordinary. It was also likely that it had something to do with the Spirit Ether Garden. As a result, Wei Wuya and the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators trudged on with burning anticipation despite their slowed steps. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of floating above the ground, but that they had nearly been struck by a bolt of crimson lightning when they tried. It seemed that the closer they were to the center of the basin, the more ferocious the restrictions became, eliminating any inclination of theirs to further test the restrictions. After walking through the mire for half a day, the party of cultivators eventually arrived near the altar with only shrubbery in their way. The altar appeared giant even at a distance. The altar was carved out of white mountain stone and stacked with huge steps. It was absolutely towering, reaching over a kilometer into the sky. It was a truly grand and imposing structure. But given its vast height and the distance from them, they were still unable to clearly see its base. Although Wei Wuya was treading through the murky water, his entire body emitted a faint green light that allowed him to slip through it in a smooth manner. He calmly said, "It should only take 4 hours at most before we arrive. Sect Master Wang, I am quite curious about the Spirit Ether Garden now that we are so close to it." Wang Tianxing faintly smiled and casually said, "Brother Wei, be at ease. When the time comes, I will be certain to tell you everything." Wei Wuya nodded and was about to ask something further when a green light suddenly flashed from the Ghost Spirit Sect disciple walking at the very front. The disciple tumbled back before his head rolled off his body, followed by his chest, landing in the murky waters with a splash. Spatial tear. When Wang Tianxing heard this, his expression vastly changed. Wei Wuya and Wang Tiangu also wore solemn expressions at the. Although Wei Wuya and Wang Tiangu didn't know what Wang Tianxing was plotting, their path had gone smoothly before this and they had grown relaxed and careless. Now that a spatial tear had appeared before them, they couldn't help but feel their hearts tremble. When the other 3 Ghost Spirit Sect disciples saw this, their faces paled, and the entire party came to a stop. Wang Tianxing looked at the corpse of the disciple killed by the spatial tear and his expression wavered. During that moment, Wei Wuya closed his eyes and swept his spiritual sense around him before opening them once more. He expressionlessly shook his head and said, "This won't do. The spatial tears aren't large enough to be sensed with spiritual sense." When Wang Tiangu heard this, he flicked his fingers several times, launching 5 fireballs in succession. 3 of the fireballs disappeared without a trace while the other 2 exploded upon contacting the ground, leaving 2 large holes behind. Wang Tiangu said with a relaxed tone, "The spatial tear is very small and is only somewhat slanted. We'll be able to walk around it." With a gloomy tone, Wang Tianxing muttered, "Although this spatial tear is small, who knows how many we will encounter the rest of the way. We don't have many lives to spare. According to what I know, there shouldn't even be any spatial tears blocking our way. Could it be that that person has hidden something?" Wei Wuya's expression stirred when he heard this, but he said nothing. As for Wang Tiangu, he glanced at the altar in the distance before looking back at the corpse lying on the ground, appearing somewhat confused. "Then what should we do, Sect Master?" Wang Tiansheng tensely frowned and he glanced at the sky without immediately replying. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh and said, "Originally, I planned on waiting until we arrived at the altar before saying anything, but I no longer have a choice. I will tell you everything." When Wei Wuya and the others heard this, they glanced at each other with dismay. Wang Tiansheng waved his sleeve in a flourish of silver light, summoning a plain scroll into his hand. The scroll was a meter long and shined with silver light. "That is—" Wang Tiangu couldn't help but cry out at the sight of the scroll. Wang Tiansheng looked at Wang Tiangu and chuckled. "Of course you know what this is. You personally gave it to me after all. Everything I know about the Spirit Ether Garden is from this scroll." When Wang Tiangu heard this, he was stunned. The scroll was the portrait of Master Zhongkuan that had been inside his hidden lair in the Mulan Plains. Wang Tiansheng tossed the scroll out and suspended it in the air in a ball of light. He then formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the scroll. With a crackle, the scroll quickly unfolded, revealing the portrait of a scholarly man wearing Confucian robes with a sword on his back as he looked to the sky at the rear of the portrait. Wang Tiangu and the others widely opened their eyes as they stared at the portrait. But after a while, none of them were able to sense anything from it. But when Wei Wuya swept his spiritual sense past the portrait, his expression stirred and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Wang Tiansheng stirred upon seeing Wei Wuya's change in expression, and he said, as expected of a late nascent soul cultivator, fellow Taoist Wei was able to discover the mystery quite quickly. I was only able to find the peculiarity of the scroll because I had cultivated a certain secret technique. It's nothing special. It's like a spatial pocket magic tool that I had seen a long time ago. If fellow Taoist Wang hadn't mentioned it to me, I wouldn't have been able to easily discover it. Wei Wuya responded with an odd expression. Wang Tianxing smiled and asked no further. He then raised his hand and released a black spell seal from his sleeve, striking at the scroll. He then coldly snorted and said, "Are you not going to come out? Do you want me to use devil fire to force you out?" The others were alarmed to hear this and felt somewhat baffled. Wei Wuya also raised his brow in surprise and his face betrayed a trace of bewilderment. Afterwards, an inconceivable event occurred. A man's voice clearly left the scroll. "Isn't this earlier than we had agreed? Why would you summon me before you arrived? Now that you've called out to me in front of so many people, do you want to call off our deal?" Silver light shined from the scroll, and the scholarly man in the portrait suddenly turned around to reveal the face of a middle-aged man with long facial hair. However, he appeared quite displeased. Not only were the remaining ghost spirit sect disciples astonished by the scene, but Wang Tiangu's jaw dropped as well with an expression of astonishment. As for Wei Wuya, he only revealed his shock for a short moment before calming down. He then stared at the portrait with a pensive expression. Wang Tiansheng snorted. "Didn't I repeatedly ask you if the route you gave me was completely safe? There was an invisible spatial tear here that slew my sect disciple. When I walked this path, it was completely safe. How could there be a problem now?" The portrait's lips moved to rebuke him. "Then explain this." The ghost spirit sect master sullenly glanced at the disciple's corpse that laid near the invisible spatial tear. The portrait paused for a moment and muttered to himself before fading away from sight. Then, in a flicker of light, an azure screen of light appeared in front of them. Soon after, a sphere of green light shot out from the curtain of light and transformed into a silhouette of the scholarly man from the portrait. His body appeared incorporeal, as if he were made entirely of light. The light was so faint that it was almost as if the image could be blown away with a single breath. Wang Tiangu's mouth dried and he uttered with shock, "How should I address you? Could it be you are truly Master Zhongkuan? How were you able to maintain your soul past your lifespan and exist until now? The time I can emerge from the scroll is limited. If you have any questions, ask your sect master. I will be taking a look at the spatial tear." The scholarly man didn't pay any attention to Wang Tiangu's shock and looked in the direction of the spatial tear. He faintly frowned and spat out a ball of gray light from his mouth. With a bang, the ball of gray light was consumed by the spatial tear. The scholarly man appeared baffled at the sight of this. How strange. The scholarly man's surprise soon disappeared and he calmly said, in the past, there were no spatial tiers here. It seems to be a rare newly formed tier. You don't need to be too worried about it as it is merely a matter of coincidence. I will be returning now. Whoosh. His figure disappeared and the ball of green light flew back into the scroll as if unwilling to spend any more time outside than absolutely necessary. The scholarly man's silhouette disappeared in the blink of an eye, much to the astonishment of everyone nearby. Wei Wuya paused and said, Sect Master Wang, is that person truly Master Tsongkuan? Since this person only has a little bit of essence remaining, he can't pose much of a threat, regardless of how fearful he may have been in the past. Was he the one who told you about the spirit ether garden? Wang Tianxing's face had relaxed when he heard that the spatial tear was something that had newly appeared. He then turned to Wei Wuya and said, to start with, we can say that he both is Master Tsongkuan and is not Master Tsongkuan. And yes, everything we know about the spirit ether garden came from him. What do you mean? There is no need to keep it a mystery, Wei Wuya said with an annoyed tone. Wang Tianxing indifferently explained, Brother Wei misunderstands. The portrait soul you witnessed was the scattered soul of one of Master Tsongkuan's incarnations. When this incarnation probed into Devilfall Valley, it was destroyed by a restriction. As a result, Master Tsongkuan used a soul nurturing technique to refine the soul fragment into a scroll magic tool for recovery. But now that the genuine Master Tsongkuan died countless years ago, this soul incarnation has become independent. It isn't strange to say that this soul incarnation has become a different person entirely. Wei Wuya expressed surprise when he heard this while Wang Tiangu pursed his lips and wryly chuckled. It wasn't clear whether or not he was bitter about not having discovered the secret of the scroll or because of his previously excitement. Wei Wuya nodded and coldly said, It seems you've reached an agreement with that soul remnant and he's told you about the spirit ether garden. However, this has nothing to do with me. I only care about entering the garden. Now that I've reached this age, I only care about entering the deity transformation stage and ascending to the spirit realm. Brother Wei is quite a sensible individual. This way is for the best. All right, since the spatial tear was only an anomaly, let's continue. The ghost spirit sect master smiled and pointed to one of the disciples to continue leading the way. The disciple paled when he saw this, but he continued onward nevertheless, avoiding the spatial tear in the way. Wei Wuya gradually quickened his steps and the other ghost spirit sect disciples followed suit, making their way toward the huge altar in the distance. Standing inside of a glacial area deeply layered in frost, Han Li raised his head toward the crimson light above him. He then faced Violet Spirit and said, What's going on? Your flying squirrel has gone mad. Not far behind them, there was a 200-meter-wide ravine of ice. Han Li and Violet Spirit had passed through it to enter the valley depths. Surrounding them now was a land of ice, snow, and the howls of bone-chilling winds. However, Han Li's azure robes remained completely still as if unaffected by the frost. I don't know. My flying squirrel was doing fine on the outside, but when it passed through the ravine, it suddenly went mad. Fortunately, I withdrew it quickly before something could happen. Even after it entered the spirit beast pouch, it's still completely frantic. Violet Spirit frowned in complete confusion. Han Li muttered to himself before suddenly slapping his storage pouch. A small group of gold-devouring beetles were released and they buzzed as they gathered in a small cloud above his head before remaining completely still. Then, with a mental command, the small group of beetles immediately returned to his storage pouch with complete obedience. Han Li stroked his chin and his gaze flickered as he slapped another storage pouch to summon a black streak of light. It revolved once above his head and then dropped down a meter in front of Han Li. The light faded away to reveal a small black monkey that was several inches tall, the weeping soul beast. It yawned and blinked, blankly staring at Han Li as if it had just woken up. Han Li watched the beast for a long while before summoning a wave of azure light with a sweep of his sleeve. And in another flash of light, the weeping soul beast disappeared from sight. Han Li pondered to himself for a moment and turned to Violet Spirit. Having come to a decision, he said, Since you've lost control of your flying squirrel, I have no choice but to rely on myself to track down the ghost spirit sect. Fortunately, we aren't too far away from them now that we've entered the valley depths. I will spread out my spiritual sense and look for any tracks they left behind. Guard me for the time being. Han Li was relieved that the gold-devouring beetles and the weeping soul beast were unaffected by the valley depths. But this might have been expected as they were far from ordinary, being top-ranked exotic insects and a fearsome beast variant, respectively. Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that Marquis Nanlong's eternal flight orioles were also unaffected by the valley, unlike the Mulan spirit birds and violet spirit's flying squirrel. The cause behind this had something to do with a secret that lay hidden in the valley depths. Violet spirit bit her lips and helplessly said, "Then all we can do is rely on Brother Han's abilities." Han Li nodded and promptly sat down cross-legged. With his eyes closed, his body began to brilliantly shine with light as strands of qi occasionally floated in the air. Violet spirit waited at the side, her clear eyes staring at Han Li's expressionless face. To tell the truth, she felt some unclear and unknown emotions towards Han Li. It wasn't entirely accurate to say that they were only good friends, and she had felt some delight when Han Li became dumbfounded upon seeing her true appearance. She definitely couldn't be considered his confidant either. Although she had gone through many trials and tribulations with Han Li until now, he had never truly laid his heart bare to her, as if intentionally increasing the distance between them. It seemed he had no intention of taking things any further. As a matter of fact, with Han Li's current status and cultivation, if he had proposed to marry her, she was still unsure whether or not she would accept. She had unintentionally found out from the Drifting Cloud Sex Cultivator song that Han Li already had a Dao companion by the name of Nangong Wan. Much to her disappointment, it felt as if something of hers had been snatched away. Violet Spirit's mind remained in a daze as she stared at Han Li's face, her imagination running rampant. Of course, Han Li was completely ignorant of all of this. He had already released his spiritual sense to sweep through a 50-kilometer radius and see if there were any ghost spirit sect cultivators around. But as a result, his search ended in vain. Han Li frowned, but he wasn't discouraged. He then spread out his spiritual sense to scan over 100 kilometers away, but was still unable to discover the aura of any other cultivators. After some consideration, Han Li tossed a spirit beast pouch into the air, and he formed an incantation gesture with his hands, releasing over 1,000 gold-devouring beetles into the air. "Go!" Han Li widely opened his eyes and waved his hand, striking at the beetles with an azure spell seal. The beetle swarm loudly buzzed before scattering and flying off in every direction. Han Li then closed his eyes once more and the light surrounding his body became even more brilliant. When Violet Spirit saw this, she wore an expression of alarm. She didn't know what Han Li had just done. At that moment, Han Li had already reached the pinnacle of the Great Development Technique. He had forcefully divided his spiritual sense into over 1,000 different strands and sent almost all of them to attach themselves to each gold-devouring beetle, leaving behind only a few strands on his body to protect himself. His strands of spiritual sense were able to see through the eyes of the gold-devouring beetle that they possessed, but they weren't able to sense a cultivator's aura. The beetles had begun to spread out and look for traces of cultivators that might appear. Of course, there were beetles that came across a spatial tear or became trapped in a restriction, but this didn't pose much of a threat to something that lacked physical form such as a strand of spiritual sense. Whenever a gold-devouring beetle met a mishap, the attached spiritual sense strand would abandon its host and return to Han Li's body, but there still were times where these strands were either destroyed or trapped. When this occurred, Han Li decisively severed his connection to those strands and turned his attention elsewhere. But for each strand of spiritual sense he lost, he couldn't help but grow pale. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was beyond powerful and he was able to withstand these losses without much harm and recover quickly. With these 1,000 gold-devouring beetles swarming the sky, Han Li eventually found a clue leading to the route that the ghost spirit sect took moving forward. He immediately commanded all of his gold-devouring beetles to return. Once the last gold-devouring beetles returned to their pouch, Han Li opened his eyes with a cold smile. "We're going. I found their trail." With that said, Han Li stood up and flew through the sky in an azure streak of light. When Violet Spirit saw this, she rejoiced and closely followed after him. Shortly after, Han Li and Violet Spirit appeared above an expanse of scattered stone. Han Li stared at the newly appeared hold with a strange expression. Han Li calmly said, "It seems this is one of the places with a sign placed here. If I remember correctly, there should be 2 marked locations that lead to the Spirit Kindle fruit. This is a prime opportunity to track them down." Then, with a fling of his sleeve, a ball of white light flew from his sleeve and landed 10 meters away from them to reveal the wind-riding chariot. With a firm tone, Han Li ordered, "We'll quickly chase after them. You fly far too slowly, so climb into the chariot. We'll only be able to catch up to them if we fly several times faster than we do now." Several times faster? There are too many spatial tears in the valley. Isn't it too dangerous? Violet Spirit's expression changed in alarm. "I am only doing this because I am certain it will work." Han Li mysteriously smiled and continued, "Could it be that Lady Violet Spirit doesn't want to take any risks for the Spirit Kindle fruit?" Violet Spirit's clear eyes flickered for a moment before she sweetly smiled and said, "According to what I know of you, Brother Han definitely wouldn't take any risks unless he were absolutely certain. It seems you have a secret technique that allows you to see through the invisible spatial tiers. As such, I will respectfully follow your suggestion." Then, with a blur, she boarded the wind-riding chariot. Han Li glanced at the woman with a trace of surprise but wordlessly commanded the chariot forward regardless. In the blink of an eye, the chariot tore through the air in a streak of white light and flew through the passage. According to Han Li's predictions, it would take less than half a day of traveling across this wasteland before they caught up to the party of Ghost Spirit sect disciples. When Han Li and Violet Spirit finally caught up to them, they saw that Elder Zhong's party was encountering some mishaps. Due to a mistake of a Ghost Spirit sect disciple, a nearby ancient restriction had been activated and they were currently occupied with trying to save themselves. With Han Li's spiritual sense and caution, Elder Zhong wasn't able to discover any trace of them. Rather, Han Li was able to use his powerful spiritual sense to observe them from a distance without detection. Han Li clearly felt that the spiritual chi fluctuations of the ancient restriction weren't very strong. With their mid-nascent soul stage Elder Zhong, the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators wouldn't be trapped for long. However, this small period of delay was a golden opportunity for Han Li to gain distance on them. Han Li urged the wind-riding chariot forward and steeled his heart, veering off the original route. Not long after, he avoided several spatial tiers on the way and left the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators far behind. With Violet Spirit by his side, the two arrived at a sparkling emerald-green mountain range. Han Li's mind stirred when he saw it and he ordered the wind-riding chariot to slowly come to a stop. "It should be here. Do you see the mountain that resembles a flying bird? That's the sign." Violet Spirit spoke with a tone of excitement upon seeing the mountains. At that same moment, she couldn't help but look in Han Li's direction. In truth, although Violet Spirit said she held complete confidence in Han Li, she still felt a lump in her throat when the wind-riding chariot traveled at lightning speed. It came as a surprise to her that Han Li's route was completely safe. They had avoided any spatial tiers or ancient restrictions that may have laid along the way. Completely unbeknownst to her, Han Li also felt quite lucky. While he was able to see through spatial tiers with his bright sight spirit eyes, it was quite lucky that they hadn't activated any ancient restrictions on their way. With that thought, Han Li narrowed his eyes as he stared at a peculiar mountain in the distance. The direction that the bird beak pointed should be the location of the final mark leading to the Spirit Kindle fruit. While Violet Spirit waited, she saw that Han Li was mulling over his thoughts. She hesitantly proposed, "Brother Han, will we not set out now? How about we destroy the mountain before we go?" According to the Jade Slip, the location of the final mark should be in a desert around 500 kilometers away from the mountain. Is that right? That's right. What does Brother Han mean? Han Li calmly said, "It's quite simple. Even if we destroy the mountain, they will still able to see the damage was recent and know it was where the sign was located. And since the last location is the neighboring desert, it will only be a matter of time before they find it." The only method to buy us more time would be to place down an illusion formation covering the mountain to make it appear completely ordinary. In this way, they will miss the sign. Brother Han's words are quite reasonable. But it will be a problem setting up an illusion formation large enough to cover the entire mountain and powerful enough to escape the spiritual sense of a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that Brother Han is an expert in illusion techniques as well? Violet's spirit asked him with a tone of bewilderment. Hanli chuckled and said, "I'm not skilled in illusion techniques, but I have someone that is." Then with a casual wave, a streak of white light shot out from his sleeve. In a brilliant flash, a gorgeous white-clothed woman appeared. "Greetings, Master." Silvermoon curtsied to Han Li as soon as she appeared. "Who is she?" Violet's spirit couldn't help but cry out in alarm upon seeing Silvermoon appear. "This is Silvermoon. Consider her a subordinate of me." Han Li gave a vague answer before pointing to the mountain. "Silvermoon, do you have a method of placing an illusion formation around the mountain in a short amount of time?" Silvermoon respectfully replied, "With Master's illusion formation tools and my illusion techniques, it should be possible. However, my illusions aren't powerful enough to reliably escape the notice of a nascent soul cultivator's spiritual sense. Also, my illusion techniques won't last as long as a spell formation. It will only last 2 days before fading away." After some consideration, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took out 2 glowing sets of spell formation tools. He handed them over to Silvermoon and said, "That's fine. Start setting it up. It will be fine however strong it may be. 2 days will also be enough." "Yes, Master." Silvermoon took the spell formation's tools and began her work. At that moment, Han Li was looking at the bird-shaped mountain and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. He rolled his hands and then raised one, releasing an azure sword streak that was over 30 meters long. It assumed the shape of a flood dragon and coiled once around the mountain before shooting back to his body with a roar. The bird-shaped mountain suddenly became to crumble. The bird head and the wings instantly collapsed to rubble, carving out an ordinary shape from the mountain. Violet's spirit stared at the mountain, dumbfounded. Although she knew that her abilities couldn't hope to compare to Han Li's, it was quite alarming that he was able to exert such amazing might without even summoning a magic treasure. Although she had already heard that Han Li was a force only inferior to the 3 great heavenly south cultivators, Violet's spirit had always felt somewhat skeptical of the rumors. After all, only until recently Han Li was a core formation cultivator such as herself. To garner such widespread fame shortly after entering the nascent soul stage was outlandish to Violet's spirit. She had originally believed that his reputation was a result of luck and his opportunistic methods. As Violet's spirit was awed by his display of might, Silvermoon had already flown to the cut mountain and began to place down the spell formation tools. Silvermoon acted quickly, and in the time it took to finish a meal, she was already done. Layers of white mist began to slowly rise from the mountain, covering a majority of it. Only the peak of the mountain was left uncovered. With this done, Silvermoon streaked towards the mountaintop in a ball of silver light and opened her mouth, spitting out a pink mist to cover the mountain below. As Silvermoon continued to envelop the mountain in mist, the mist quickly faded away as soon as it left her mouth. Not long after, an astonishing scene occurred. The mountain's surroundings distorted, causing it to completely disappear with a verdant forest in its place. Han Li nodded with satisfaction. In an underground hall thousands of kilometers away, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were sitting cross-legged at separate corners of the hall. They were commanding their magic treasures to continuously strike at the brilliantly shining magic treasure despite the treasure's dimming light. The Buddhist characters floating on the barrier were originally the size of a grain, but now they had grown to the size of a fist. They wandered across the barrier's surface in a solemn display. Outside the golden barrier, a white wind dragon, a golden streak, 2 blue water pythons, and a dark green ring were continuously striking at the surface of the light barrier. Each strike caused the light barrier to faintly tremble in flashes of light. By this time, Marquis Nanlong's and Lu Weiying's faces appeared completely pale. This was to be expected. They were unceasingly consuming their magic power without interruption and had overdrafted their vitality to continue attacking with their magic treasures. They were already cursing at the formidable durability of the Sanctuary Guardian formation. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they would have to risk their lives in order to break through this Buddhist spell formation. Although the two had suffered great damage to their vitality, the barrier was also about to reach its limit. As such, the two gritted their teeth and continued to persevere as they cursed in their hearts. After an unknown amount of time, a huge explosion sounded out. Immediately after, Lu Weiying stood up and shouted with delight, "It's broken! Broken! Finally, our effort has borne fruit." The golden barrier covering the table along with the talisman characters that floated around it instantly disappeared. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he rejoiced with excitement as well. Soon after, the two took a thorough look at the treasures and medicines that had laid behind the barrier. As the two were particularly cunning individuals, neither of them immediately took action as their heartbeats suddenly sped up. Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying stared at the table and their gazes unconsciously met. They both watched each other with vigilance. Although the two had been friends for years, in the face of such precious treasures their friendship evaporated in an instant. Silence filled the hall, only to be interrupted by Lu Weiying's chuckle. He said, "Brother Nanlong, we both are well aware of what the other is thinking. Although my cultivation was lower than yours in the past, you had suffered quite a bit of damage to your cultivation during your excursion in the Milan Plains, and now our strengths can be said to be equal. With so many spiritual medicines, we don't need to fight over them. It would be best to split them evenly rather than to have this end in mutual destruction." Marquis Nanlong glanced at the most eye-catching treasure on the table and said, "I also agree with what Brother Lu is saying. Although we will divide the spiritual medicines evenly, I only want the alms bowl. You can have the other treasures. How about it?" Lu Weiying's expression stirred, but after a moment of thought, he said, "The alms bowl? That's fine. Let's divide it like that then. As of current, I only wish to increase my lifespan and cultivation. I don't particularly value treasures." Marquis Nanlong rejoiced. He originally thought he would have to sacrifice more to persuade Lu Weiying, but he had easily agreed to his conditions. Regardless, he erred on the side of caution and took a careful glance at Lu Weiying. Even after seeing that his expression was entirely calm, Marquis Nanlong still hesitated. Upon seeing this, Lu Weiying smiled and said, "What? Did Brother Nanlong change his mind? Will I be taking the alms bowl instead?" Marquis Nanlong's gaze flickered and he remained silent for a spell. Eventually, Marquis Nanlong chuckled with a calm smile and replied, "Brother Lu must be joking. Since you've agreed, I will take you up on your offer. Let us take them at the same time. You take the 3 treasures and the jade talismans while I take the alms bowl. Then we will distribute the spirit medicines. Will that do?" "Yes, let's do as you say." Lu Weiying agreed without any hesitation. Satisfied, Marquis Nanlong nodded and the two took action at the same time. Lu Weiying swept his sleeve towards the table and shot out a white mist to sweep up the 3 magic tools and the many jade talismans. Simultaneously, Marquis Nanlong carefully opened his mouth to sweep up the alms bowl in a ball of golden light. This all happened smoothly without a problem. The treasures were swept up by the lights without any resistance and flew back to their respective owners. When Marquis Nanlong took the alms bowl into his hand, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of joy. As for Lu Weiying, he didn't express the slight emotion upon acquiring his treasures. As Marquis Nanlong looked at the flawless alms bowl in his hand, his smile faded away. With a quick flip of his hand, he slapped the alms bowl in a blur, placing a yellow talisman on top of it. Lu Weiying's expression vastly changed at the sight of this. In his alarm, he asked, "Marquis Nanlong, what are you doing?" "What am I doing? You think I didn't see that the treasures and jade talismans were being used to suppress this alms bowl? Although I don't know what it is, I know that it is a supreme ancient treasure. Whatever it is that lies within should also be quite fearsome. However, if you think that I'll be opening this alms bowl in front of you, I fear you will be disappointed. Unless I am completely certain of suppressing it, I will not be opening it." As Marquis Nanlong spoke, his hand continued to slap down on the alms bowl, placing 5 various colored talismans down in a single breath. Lu Weiying soon regained his composure and said, I didn't think that you'd misunderstand my concession to your terms. I don't know why, but I feel we should immediately depart as soon as the medicines are divided. I don't want to stay here any longer than necessary." Marquis Nanlong snorted in derision and said, "Then let's do as you says. We'll evenly split the medicines which will extend our lifespans. As for the remaining medicines, we'll pick them one by one." With one hand holding the alms bowl, he reached out towards the table with his other. In that instant, a foot-large hand of golden light appeared on the table and grabbed at the heaven essence fruit. Lu Weiying's expression turned sullen. Without giving a reply, a hand of white light appeared above the table and grabbed at the purple heaven-mend mushroom on the side. With a muffled sound, both the heaven essence fruits and the heaven-mend mushroom disappeared from the table, and the 2 hands of light grabbed nothing. Then the table brilliantly shined with light, and all the spirit medicines bubbled away without a trace. Interrupted by this, Marquis Nanlong and Lu Weiying were dumbstruck. At that moment, the alms bowl that Marquis Nanlong held in his hand began to wildly flash with light, and the talismans sealing it began to combust. The talismans were instantly turned to ashes by pitch-black demonic flames. The flames spread across the spirit medicines like wildfire. In Marquis Nanlong's furious alarm, he looked down at the alms bowl in his hand and his face turned deathly pale. Without another thought, golden light shined from his hand and a worn golden talisman appeared on his finger as he fiercely slapped it onto the alms bowl. But it was clear to see that it was too late. The lid of the alms bowl shot up into the air with an explosive bang, and an indistinct black light was quickly released from it, shooting towards the holder of the alms bowl, Marquis Nanlong. At such a close distance, he wasn't able to avoid it. With his other hand still several inches away from placing the golden talisman on the alms bowl, the black light sunk into his face and disappeared without a trace. A miserable and pained scream left Marquis Nanlong's mouth, and he fiercely smashed the alms bowl into the wall beside him before kneeling onto the floor with his hands covering his head. As for the golden talisman, it had already dropped to the floor. Soon his face began to warp. Possession? When Lu Weiying saw this, his face turned pale from fright. Without another thought, he pointed to Marquis Nanlong, and 2 blue halberds shot out from his body to fiercely strike at Marquis Nanlong without mercy. But in the following moment, Marquis Nanlong roared and raised his head to reveal a face covered in a dense layer of black qi. His eyes had become silver-white and they glared at the incoming blue halberds without emotion. Just as the blue halberds arrived before him, Marquis Nanlong suddenly raised his arm. Clang, clang. The 2 halberds were quickly blocked by his arm, the sound of metal striking metal resonating from the impact. The blow had scattered the robes to reveal his bare skin underneath. When Lu Weiying saw this, his eyes were wide with shock. The arm was glowing with black light and covered in purple-red tendons, and his hand became entirely hard and was tangled with black qi. This grotesque, monstrous arm was currently blocking the 2 blue halberds without the slightest injury. Inconceivable! Lu Weiying's heart dropped. Despite Marquis Nanlong's mid-nascent soul-stage spiritual sense, he had been possessed in an instant, causing his body to undergo a complete transformation. That black light was no ordinary evil soul. With that thought, Lu Weiying suddenly flung his sleeve and summoned a white spell flag into his hand and a fire-red scarf into the other. He tossed out the scarf as soon as it appeared, forming a red barrier of light in front of him, alleviating some of the panic that filled his mind. To the best of his understanding, his vast yang scarf should be enough to block any devilish or demonic attacks, given that he was facing an evil soul. Marquis Nanlong's body stood up with a stagger but didn't immediately attack Lu Weiying. Instead, it held out its arms in front of it and carefully examined its body once through. Then, with its head facing the sky, it monstrously howled in laughter. "Ha ha! Vicky! After so many years, I've finally been freed. Let's see who will block the rise of this sacred ancestor now. This world now belongs to our holy realm." Sacred ancestor? Holy realm. Despite not know what this meant, Lu Weiying felt a chill overwhelm his heart when he heard it. He silently turned to look at the hall's entrance and recalled the spell formation he had placed outside the hall. Suddenly, his body brilliantly shined with white light and shot towards the hall's entrance. In that short time, he arrived at the hall's entrance. But as soon as he rejoiced, a silhouette blurred in front of him, a huge bang appearing in its wake. Lu Weiying felt a blow of huge strength resonate through his vast yang scarf and blow him back deep into the hall. Like a rag, he crashed flat against the wall and sank a meter deep into it. Although a barrier of light protected him, he felt a thunderous tremble shake through his back and his body became completely numb. For the time being, he had lost control of his body. At that moment, Lu Weiying clearly saw Marquis Nanlong's body standing at the hall's entrance. It coldly lowered its fist and smirked at him, causing his complexion to blanch. Not bad, not bad. Despite the fact that this devilified body is inferior to my original body, you must be quite the cultivator to withstand that blow. I will accept you as a blood sacrifice. A sinister voice left the mouth of Marquis Nanlong's body. The black chi surrounding his face grew even more concentrated, and his pair of silver-white eyes icily stared at Lu Weiying, as if he were already dead. Lu Weiying felt an icy tremble fill his heart. Once those words were said, Marquis Nanlong's body blurred and pounced towards Lu Weiying, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. Lu Weiying felt himself overcome with fear. He thought to emerge from the wall, but he didn't have nearly enough time as Marquis Nanlong was far too quick. In a display of monstrous strength, black chi-clad claws were stabbing towards Lu Weiying's skull. In his panic, Lu Weiying resolved himself and white light flashed from his body, pouring the entirety of his magic power into his fire-red scarf. In that instant, the barrier of fire-red light sharply expanded to 6 inches thick, right before Marquis Nanlong fiercely stabbed his claws into him with emotionless eyes. A bizarre crackle sounded out and blinding light flashed before Lu Weiying. He watched in fear as the monstrous claw pierced through the barrier before eventually coming to a stop. Lu Weiying was greatly relieved to see this and regained a bit of his composure. Then, light began to flash once more around his body as he attempted to break free of the metal-like walls. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, a smirk appeared on his face. With another loud bang, he smashed his other hand into the red light barrier. In that moment, most of the spirit light that Lu Weiying had emitted from his body suddenly dispersed for some unknown reason. Before Lu Weiying even realized what had happened, Marquis Nanlong pulled on his arm stuck in the barrier and smashed his free hand into the light barrier. The light barrier trembled and blew away the remaining spirit light that Lu Weiying had summoned, scattering it away entirely. At that moment, his body sank several inches deeper into the wall. Not good. Lu Weiying suddenly realized what was happening, and his expression vastly changed. He hastily shook the white spell flag in his hand in an attempt to activate it. However, Marquis Nanlong began to methodically pound down his fist, refusing to give Lu Weiying the opportunity to activate the flag. Each punch struck down just as he began to pour spiritual chi into the flag and forcefully interrupted him, with each continuous strike coming down faster and with increasing force. Trembles resonated throughout the wall. Lu Weiying thought to execute a secret technique, but half of his magic power faded away when he attempted to activate it. As a result, Lu Weiying was denied the use of his abilities, as he was helplessly trapped inside the stone wall. He could only blankly watch in despair as the red light barrier around him gradually became dimmer. Lu Weiying met eyes with Marquis Nanlong, and he felt his heart violently tremble. It was only a matter of time before his treasure was broken through and his body smashed to a pulp. With that thought, Lu Weiying gritted his teeth and loudly shouted. White light shined from his head as a nascent soul with his face emerged from it. Its face was panicked and it was tightly holding onto a small blue sword. At the same time, the vast yang scarf suddenly ruptured. The last trace of hesitation faded from the nascent soul's mind and it suddenly disappeared with a stamp of its foot, blurring towards the hall's entrance. However, things didn't go as planned. With his back still facing the entrance as if oblivious to what was happening, Marquis Nanlong's back suddenly exploded and a ghost face with its eyes shut sprouted out from it, identical to the one on the blood-cursed gate. At that moment, the ghost face opened its silver eyes and released a purple streak from its mouth. At that same moment, Lu Weiying's nascent soul had already tossed out his flying sword and was riding away on it as quickly as he could. But when it heard a howl across its ear, the nascent soul felt its mind burn as something spurted forth from its head. The nascent soul blankly stared at the long strip that emerged from its brow and sharply screamed. Then an instant later, it lost all the strength in its body and it fell onto the ground, motionless. Were there anyone present to see this, they would have seen a long purple strip shot out from the ghost face's mouth and pierce through the nascent soul's head, the purple strip being the ghost face's tongue. When the ghost face saw the nascent soul fell, it sneered and withdrew its tongue, drawing Lu Weiying's nascent soul into its mouth and chewing it several times before swallowing. It then slowly closed its eyes with a satisfied expression. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong finally turned around and expressionlessly looked at the masterless small blue sword. A harsh expression appeared on its face and it swiped its hand, tearing out the heart from Lu Weiying's body and crushing it, scattering it into the air as a bloody mist. The body was now completely lifeless. With this done, Marquis Nanlong expressionlessly swept his gaze around and then effortlessly turned into a black mist before heading outside. A moment later, he found himself facing several masterless spell formations. He scoffed and passed through them before directly rushing out of the pool. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Marquis Nanlong appeared several hundred meters above a mountain and glanced around. Flying at such a height naturally stirred a few of the restrictions in Devilfall Valley. Countless bolts of lightning rained down upon him from the sky, but whenever they arrived 3 meters away from him, they were redirected and turned away, leaving him entirely safe and peaceful. Marquis Nanlong looked around him for half a day and eventually got his bearings. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, silver light flickering from within them, and he streaked through the sky in a streak of black light. At that moment, the Ghost Spirit Sect Master's party was standing at the side of the giant altar and were looking at the endless stairs that rose above them with expressions of awe. Earlier, they had been caught in a large-scale restriction over 5 kilometers away from the altar and were delayed for nearly a day as a result. Now that they had finally arrived next to the altar, they were able to see that although it was grand and imposing, there were clear signs of the vast passage of time. Not only were the stairs overgrown with weeds, but there were also a few areas that were completely worn down. Wang Tianxing examined the altar for a long while. He eventually said, "Go! When we arrive at the top portion of the altar, we'll be able to find traces of the Spirit Ether Garden. According to the Soul Remnant, the entrance should be there." He then stepped forward and took the lead climbing up the altar. But much to the shock of the others, Wang Tianxing loudly cursed as soon as he set off. Yellow light then appeared all around him. Looking up at the seemingly endless flight of stairs, he resentfully gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone be careful. Restrictions exist on these steps. Climbing to the top of the altar won't be an easy task." Wei Wuya frowned when he heard this. Although he didn't care about a few restrictions, it would definitely slow down the rest of the party. He was helpless to do anything about this. The others also shared his thoughts. Knowing that the Spirit Ether Garden lay in front of them, the existence of these restrictions aroused irritation and impatience in them. "Let's go!" Wang Tiangu sighed and set foot on the stairs. Yellow light then lit up around him and he felt his body become half a ton heavier. At that moment, the others were affected by the formation as well. While Wei Wuya was able to move unimpeded, the 3 core formation cultivators paled as they struggled to climb. The party of cultivators slowly climbed to the top of the altar. Next to an oasis concealed by restrictions, Hanli looked at the water in front of him and muttered, "This is the Spirit Kindle fruit?" Outside of the restrictions, there was boundless yellow sand surrounding them. That's right, this is definitely the fruit. Regardless of its exterior appearance, all the signs point to it being genuine. Violet Spirit stood 3 meters away from Hanli and spoke with an expression of excitement. Her luminous eyes were unerringly focused on the oasis. At the center of the water in front of them, there was some sludge emerging from the water along with the stalk of a glistening emerald green plant. It was a meter tall and covered in thumb-sized oval leaves. Growing at the very top of the plant were 4 odd fruits. They were fire red, slender at the top and wide at the bottom, and glowed with a faint red light at the top. Along with the faint scent that it emitted, it bore a striking resemblance to a lit candle on a stand. Han Li was also certain that this was the spirit kindle fruit and smiled when he heard that Violet Spirit thought so as well. Violet Spirit deeply sighed and turned to Han Li, saying with a decisive tone, "I'm going to pick the fruits right now. It's best not to let matters drag on. There is no need to be so impatient. Since the plant has existed here for so many years, it is possible that there is something guarding it, or it would have already been consumed, even with the illusion formation protecting it." Despite his excitement, Han Li maintained a calm exterior as he spoke. "Brother Han means to say that there could be an ancient beast guarding it?" Alarmed, Violet Spirit regained clarity of mind. Han Li had previously mentioned a bit about the ancient beasts found in the valley. "That's right. Do you see the 2 snapped branches at the top of the tree? 2 of the fruits should have already been consumed by the ancient beast guarding it. Although it will not raise one's cultivation realm when unrefined, it will still have some effect on breaking through a bottleneck. That should be why the fruits still haven't been entirely consumed." There was no doubt that if the creature was nearby, it would be hidden in the lake. Ever since Han Li had entered the valley depths with Violet Spirit, he had taken the cloak off of his head. He figured she would have already guessed that he possessed the ability to avoid spatial tears after he drove the wind-riding chariot, so he hadn't bothered to hide it. Having discovered nothing after sweeping his spiritual sense across the lake, he looked at it with glowing blue eyes. His gaze penetrated 100 meters into the depths of the pond and his expression stirred. Staring at Han Li's face, Violet Spirit noticed his change of expression and frowned, asking, "What? Has Brother Han discovered something?" With a calm expression, he turned his head to Violet Spirit and said, "Step back. The ancient beast guarding the fruit seems to be troublesome. It will take a bit of effort before I can dispose of it." The fact that the beast was able to evade the notice of his spiritual sense left a deep impression on Han Li. "Then I must thank Brother Han for his trouble." Knowing that her own abilities were lacking, she could only rely on Han Li and tactfully obeyed. She then flew back 100 meters and motionlessly floated in the air. Once Han Li saw Violet Spirit step aside, he reached to his waist and tossed 3 spirit beast pouches in the air. Then, with an incantation gesture, he summoned tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles to fill the sky around him and blot out the sun. Golden light flashed across 100 meters in the sky. "Ah!" When Violet Spirit saw this, she couldn't help but yelp in shock. She knew of Han Li's insects and even witnessed him using them in Heaven Void Hall and in his battle against the disciple of Archsaint Six Paths. However, the gold-devouring beetles as of current had undergone a massive change in color, viciousness, and numbers. The sudden appearance of these tens of thousands of immensely intimidating insects released an unordinary pressure that left her in awe. Han Li paid no attention to Violet Spirit's shock and arranged the gold-devouring beetles in formation. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, 36 of his bamboo clouds-warm swords successively flew out and began to flutter around the cloud of beetles in foot-long streaks of light. He struck all of the golden sword lights with successive spell seals, and they immediately split into over 100 identical images, each radiating with brilliant light. He pointed at the sword lights in the sky and softly shouted, "Go!" The sword lights trembled once and each began to mysteriously disappear one by one. In the blink of an eye, the aureate sword formation had been placed down below the cloud of beetles. Han Li pursed his lips. With the formation down, he felt much more at ease. He looked into the lake down below as a harsh expression appeared on his face. With a flick of his hands, golden light brightly shined and thunder roared around them, summoning a fist-sized ball of lightning between his hands. In the blink of an eye, the ball of lightning grew to the size of a bowl and Han Li pushed his hands forward, launching the golden ball towards the lake with a clap of thunder. When the ball of lightning touched the lake's surface, thunder roared as the ball ruptured, filling the lake with arcs of lightning. Violet's spirit bit her lips as she saw this, her heart heavy and her gaze focused on the scene. The golden lightning didn't disappear. Instead, it violently surged through the water, causing a 10-meter-wide whirlpool to appear at the center of the lake. A muffled roar sounded out and a black-white mist of demonic chi emerged from the whirlpool, faintly concealing a strange ancient beast. The beast appeared peculiar. It had a soft, jet-black body that was over 20 meters long and filled with bumps and holes of varying size. At the center of the mass of flesh, there was a huge protrusion that appeared to be its head. And apart from its single jet-black eye, Han Li saw no other sensory organs, not even a mouth or nose. The beast was truly disgusting to behold, causing even Han Li to feel apprehensive. When Violet's spirit saw this beast from a distance, her complexion paled and she felt a chill run down her spine. However, Han Li had never heard or read of an ancient beast like this one. He couldn't help but glance at Violet's spirit, but she simply responded with a bitter smile. It was clear she didn't know either. Facing something that he didn't recognize, Han Li decided it would be best to deal with it as quickly as possible rather than to slowly probe it and allow it to unleash its attacks. He promptly waved his hand and struck the insect swarm above with a spell seal. Suddenly, the buzzing of the insect swarm filled the air, and they quickly condensed at their center, forming a huge golden cloud that moved to cover the ancient beast. When the ancient beast saw this, it knew that things were far from good. Its body expanded and deflated, releasing a strange green liquid from the holes on its body towards the golden cloud and filling the air with a fishy scent. Han Li frowned, but his brow soon relaxed. The green liquid didn't have any effect on the gold-devouring beetles and didn't harm them in the slightest. The cloud of beetles moved down to envelop the beast, but the black-white chi that surrounded its body obstructed the beetles from moving any closer to it. However, it wouldn't last long. The beast's mind trembled with fear. The countless beetles were doing their utmost to devour the black-white chi that took it countless years to cultivate. It tried to flee by submerging itself in the water, but Han Li was already prepared for this. He pointed to the water and summoned a walnut-sized blue fireball at his fingertip, then launched it with a flick. Crackle. The fireball ruptured in a display of blinding blue light. A cloud of icy blue chi quickly spread from the explosion, covering the lake in a thick layer of ice as it spread. In the blink of an eye, the blue lake turned into a huge block of ice. The ancient beast's plan to escape into the water came to a halt. Instead, it bounced off of the ice and became filled with even greater terror. It then attempted to fly away with the golden beetles surrounding the black-white chi that covered it. Just as it traveled to the lakeside in a blur, a flicker of golden light suddenly appeared in an empty space. A fine golden thread had flashed towards the ancient beast. A small chunk of jet-black flesh was then ripped off, sprinkling the beetle cloud with blood. The golden thread had instantly cut through the black-white mist that protected the beast and cut off a small portion of its body. With the gap in its defenses, countless golden beetles swarmed through the opening and covered the ancient beast's body. The beast suddenly released a miserable shriek and its body flickered with light. A layer of demonic green flame covered it to try and burn the gold-devouring beetles that surrounded it. Although the green flames were a formidable ability that the beast had bitterly cultivated for years, it didn't hinder the gold-devouring beetles in the slightest. In fact, it provoked them and they began to devour the beast with even greater speed. The beast experienced indescribable pain all over its body, and it changed direction in a desperate attempt to flee from the other side of the lake. Han Li stood at the lakeside with both of his hands behind his back. He coldly stared at the beetle-shrouded beast as it floundered about like a headless fly. Unfortunately for it, he had already placed down the Aureate Sword formation. Although he didn't activate the formation to close in on the beast, a golden sword thread would cleave off a portion of its body whenever it tried to run. Soon, over half of the beast's body had disappeared and its screams began to lose strength. It eventually released one last pained scream before dropping onto the ice and remaining completely motionless. This nameless beast's true ability was its amazing aura concealment. Even late nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to discover a trace of it, but its abilities in battle were pathetically mediocre. It was a pity that its disguise had been seen through by Han Li's bright sight spirit eyes. With the beast trapped by the aureate sword formation and swarmed by the gold-devouring beetles, it wasn't able to employ its innate escaping abilities and was easily slain. A short moment later, the gold-devouring beetles buzzed as they flew into the air, leaving behind only a strange black-white sphere, the beast's demon core. At that moment, Violet's spirit flew over and glanced at Han Li with admiration. "Brother Han, your current abilities are truly profound. You were able to kill this ancient beast with complete ease. It seems the rumors of Brother Han being on par with the three great Heavenly South cultivators are true. It isn't that my abilities are outstanding, but the beast was weak. It couldn't compare to the ancient beasts that I previously fought." Han Li shook his head and then reached out, summoning the demon core into his hand. Han Li looked down at it and saw the sparkling black-white demon core. This was the first time he had seen a demon core with such colors and couldn't help but appear excited. With a more pressing matter at hand, Han Li knew it wasn't the time to research the demon core and put it away with a flip of his hand. Then he tossed out 3 of his empty spirit pouches into the air and pointed to the gold-devouring beetles. They screeched and immediately split into 3 different clouds as they returned to the spirit beast pouches. With the beetles returned, Han Li mentally commanded the 36 bamboo cloudswarm swords back into his sleeve, dissolving the aureate sword formation surrounding the lake. "Let's go pick the fruit and be quick about it. I don't know how long the illusion formation will delay the ghost spirit sect cultivators." Han Li then flew across the lake in an azure streak. When Violet's spirit saw this, she closely followed after him, and the two arrived 6 meters above the plant. After sweeping his gaze across the plant, Han Li turned his head to Violet's spirit and said, "You go ahead and pick them first, but be careful. These spirit fruits are rather peculiar. You will need to contain them in wood attribute materials, or their medicinal power won't last over the next few days." "Many thanks for your warning, Brother Han. I will be careful." Violet's spirit forcefully suppressed her excitement and smiled to Han Li. Then, without a trace of hesitation, she waved her sleeve and summoned a dark green box into her hand. Then, with a flick of her hand, a white streak flashed by and a fruit disappeared without a trace. With the wooden box already prepared and in the woman's hand, the white streak flew into the box, carrying a spirit kindle fruit inside of it. She closed the lid of the box and let out a long sigh, then placed it in her storage pouch. "What? Will Violet's spirit not take another?" When Han Li saw that she only took one, he was stunned. Violet's spirit answered with a sweet smile, "Many thanks for Brother Han's kindness, but one will be enough. Apart from the information I acquired, I did little else to find this place. It was all due to Brother Han's abilities that I was able to acquire this fruit. Although I do have something of a friendship with you, I still can't have an equal share of the fruit with you. Brother Han should take the remaining ones. After all, in addition to being refined into nature origin pills, these fruits can be used to increase your cultivation." Han Li was quite surprised to hear her say such deferential words. To tell the truth, although she was famed for her beauty in the scattered star seas and was the most beautiful woman he had seen, she was also quite shrewd. But after the exquisite sound sect was seized from her, her temperament had taken a turn for the worse, and Han Li had kept his distance as a result. Now that she spoke with reason, regardless of whether her words were a result of sincerity or deliberate calculation, Han Li's impression of her vastly improved. Restraining one's greed when facing a worldly spirit fruit wasn't an easy task. "Since Violet's spirit has said this, I won't be polite." Han Li nodded and slapped his storage pouch. In a flash of white light, a wooden box he had prepared beforehand appeared in his hand. He flicked the box open with his free hand and an azure light glowed from it. The 3 spirit kindle fruits trembled and fell off before being bound by the azure light and were drawn into the box. With the box safely put away, Han Li said, "Let's go. We can't stay here for long. We don't know how long until the ghost spirit sect finds us. Although I have no fear of fighting them, the pills must be refined quickly." Violet's spirit pursed her lips and said, "Of course, the fruits won't hold for long. However, we cannot return the way we came or we will encounter them. Wouldn't it be better to pick a direction and find a secret area a few thousand kilometers away to refine the pills? As for where, it will be up to Brother Han, of course. Where to go? Han frowned and took a look around him. Something suddenly came to mind and he slapped his storage pouch. A piece of worn and rough silk appeared in his hand, the map of Devilfall Valley that Han acquired from the Azure Silkworm robes. He carefully looked at the map and took measure of his surroundings and position, revealing an expression of surprise. The position of this desert wasn't too far away from an area that the map marked. They should be able to arrive in 2 days' time. After taking a look at the crude mark on the map, Han grew pensive. Seeing that Han didn't immediately reply to her, and was instead looking at a tough piece of fabric, Violet's spirit couldn't help but grow curious. But since she was clever, she decided to silently wait in place until Han came to a decision. Follow me. We will first refine the medicine pills before deciding anything else. With that said, Han put the map away. He then glanced at the plant behind him and frowned. With a chop of his hand, a streak of azure light flashed out and severed one of its twigs. But as soon as the twig touched the ground, it instantly withered and turned to ash. A trace of sadness appeared in Han eyes. It appeared that the records were true. The tree of the spirit kindle fruit was different from other trees. It was one of the few spirit roots that were incapable of being moved. Any attempt would result in the tree's immediate death. Without any further hesitation, he raised his hand and released the wind-riding chariot in a streak of light. The two boarded the chariot and took off in a flash of light, streaking through the sky until it appeared only to be a white speck. Before he took off, Han already made plans to first find somewhere to refine the nature origin pill and quickly consume the pill's medicine power. With that done, he would then take a look at the map and look for the secret treasures. Any treasures that the map revealed must be extraordinary given how mysterious the map was. So long as it wasn't too dangerous, Han would definitely pay a visit to the areas that the map marked. About 2 hours later, the party of Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators arrived at the oasis. However, the lake had turned to ice and the plant that laid at the center of the lake was lacking any fruit. The Ghost Spirit Sect disciples glanced at each other in dismay when they saw this. Elder Zhong appeared particularly pale. At that moment, Han had already traveled over 500 kilometers towards the area marked on the map. Not long after, they left the desert and appeared in an area consisting of green-yellow plateaus of varying heights. Han couldn't help but sigh in amazement when he saw the new scenery. Devilfall Valley seemed to include different terrain for every corner of it. It appeared almost as if every terrain that existed was present in the valley. After half a day, Han pressed the wind-riding chariot forward before eventually arriving at a mountainous area. Seeing that these mountains weren't very tall, Han traveled 100 kilometers deep into the mountain range and eventually stopped above a small ordinary mountain. Han floated at low altitude beside the mountain and said, "Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit, we've arrived. We will refine our pills separately. I've already swept my spiritual sense around here, and there shouldn't be any ancient restrictions or spatial tiers here." Violet Spirit glanced around and immediately replied with a smile. "Many thanks, Brother Han. Then I will set off first." Then, she flew off to a nearby mountain and began to create her own hidden cave residence in preparation to refine her medicine pills. When Han saw her disappear into her mountain, he blurred towards the wind-riding chariot. Standing 10 meters away, he clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and waved it towards the chariot. Once it shrank and returned to his sleeve, he flew off to a small mountain in front of him. Soon, Han had carved out a simple cave residence with 10 of his flying swords. He arranged a small-scale spell formation outside of its entrance before walking into the cave residence. He even put 8 core formation grade puppets to stand guard at the cave's entrance to ward against surprises. Finished, Han finally felt at ease and entered a secluded room. He tossed his storage pouch in the air and pulled out the many materials he had prepared for the nature origin pill with his spiritual sense, spilling them onto the floor in a white mist. Soon after, Han summoned the wooden box that contained the spirit kindle fruits along with a unique azure cauldron. both floating in front of him. Han Li squinted as he stared at them and deeply sighed before sitting on the ground. Although this would be the first time he would refine the nature origin pill, he had received masterful attainments in pill refinement techniques and he was already prepared for the task at hand. Additionally, Han Li had made particular preparations for his journey to Devil Fall Valley. Not to mention his multiple spirit kindle fruits, he also had plenty of extra supplementary materials for the nature origin pill, allowing him to fail a couple of times without consequence. As for whether or not Violet Spirit would be able to refine the spirit kindle fruit into the nature origin pill, Han Li wasn't entirely sure. She had never revealed her pill refinement techniques in front of him. However, since she only took one spirit fruit, she seemed confident in her success. With that thought, Han Li focused his gaze on the small cauldron twirling in front of him. He opened his mouth and blew out a stream of nascent flame. It coiled once around the cauldron before entering its center and igniting it with roiling flames. The nascent flame twinkled within the small azure cauldron and released scorching waves of heat, quickly raising the temperature of the room. A cold glint twinkled in Han Li's eyes and he raised his hand, striking the small cauldron with a spell seal. Then with a slight ringing sound, azure light rose from the cauldron and flew around it, causing the cauldron to float in the air. With this, Han Li pointed to a square jade box and it silently opened to reveal a somewhat flat and round pitch-black stalk several inches long. Han Li stared at the stalk for a moment and waved his hand at it, summoning it out of the box and holding it in the air 3 meters from him. He then pointed at it and cut off a fifth of the stem in a flicker of blue light. As soon as he swept his sleeve, an azure cloud of light flew out and tossed the severed stem piece into the small cauldron. Following this, he struck the remaining piece with a spell seal and sealed it back up in the box. Han Li paid no further attention to it and pointed to a long wooden box, opening it to reveal the stalk of a glistening green spirit herb. He used sword light to chop off a small chunk for the cauldron, same as he did for the previous ingredient. Han Li then continued to sever off the appropriate quantity of various materials and dropped them into the cauldron in accordance with the formula of the nature origin pill. Eventually, it was time to use the spirit kindle fruit and Han Li cut off a fourth of the fruit before placing it into the cauldron. Han Li then pointed to the floating cauldron and firmly closed the lid on it, shutting it tight. Han Li took a breath before beginning the next part of the refinement process. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of azure nascent flame, enveloping the cauldron in roaring flames and further increasing the temperature in the room. Staring at the small cauldron, Han Li continuously flicked his fingers, launching spell seals towards it one after another. Not long after, peals of thunder began to ring out from the cauldron, growing ever louder. Han Li frowned when he heard this and he began to intermittently form different hand gestures. As a result, the rings of thunder also began to change in volume, soft one moment and deafening the next. Han Li's expression stiffened as blue light flickered in his eyes, examining what was happening inside the cauldron. Han Li remained completely still and emotionless as time slowly passed by. As Han Li was focused on pill refinement, the Ghost Spirit Sect Masters Party had finally climbed to the top of the giant altar in the basin. It was unknown why the ancient cultivators had placed such strange restrictions on the altar steps, where they would experience an increasingly greater burden on their body as they grew closer to the top. As a result, the party had slowed to a crawl when they reached the middle section, taking them an entire day before they were able to reach the top compared to the 4 hours it took them to reach the middle section. They even had to rest for half a day along the way in order to recover their magic power. The nascent soul cultivators fared well enough, but the 3 core formation disciples were barely able to make it to the top. On the last tens of steps, they felt as if 1,000 tons were weighing down on their every step. They were only able to slowly move after mustering every ounce of their strength. Of course, the trek was easiest to Wuxia. From the very start, the restriction didn't appear to have any effect on him and he appeared completely indifferent. As for the other 2 nascent soul cultivators, even they struggled to walk up those last steps and had grimaced. Of course, Wuxia's effortless appearance throughout the restrictions left a deep impression on Wang Tianxing, the Ghost Spirit Sect Master, and he couldn't help but think even more highly of him. Although the party of cultivators had differing cultivations, Wang Tianxing made an effort to also walk to the peak of the altar without stopping. As soon as he arrived at the top, he suddenly felt the immense pressure completely disappear. As for the ghost spirit sect disciples, they sighed with relief when they finally arrived at the top. Although they had protected their bodies with light, they still felt their entire bodies ache under the pressure as if they had the bodies of mortals. It had been an experience they hadn't felt in ages. Rarely would a cultivator ache from the stress of walking. Wang Tiangu and the other nascent soul cultivators didn't pay any notice to this and were instead glancing around. The top of the altar was over 300 meters wide and constructed of sparkling white jade bricks. At the center, there was an offerings table over 20 meters long that was elegantly constructed from dark green jade. In addition to the offerings table, there were 4 30-meter-tall stone pillars at each corner of the altar. The stone pillars were densely engraved with talisman characters and spells that appeared ancient and profound. There were stone Qilin statues at the top of the pillars that were uniquely carved with lifelike detail and glowed. These few items were all seen in the blink of an eye. Wuxia didn't notice anything noteworthy about these items and frowned before taking a glance at Wang Tianxing. The sect master was staring at the sky with his hands behind his back as if he were looking at something interesting. Wuxia grew curious and followed his gaze towards a crimson expanse in the sky. There was an area of low altitude that was glowing with various lights. Apart from the strands of light that stemmed off of it, there was nothing out of the ordinary about it. Clown Master Wang, we've arrived. Where is the entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden? Wuxia bluntly asked. Wang Tianxing calmly replied, Don't be impatient, fellow Taoist Wei. The entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden is hidden by a restriction. The method to dissolve it is only known by the soul in the scroll. We will have to call out to him. Wuxia's expression stirred. So it was like that. You've made an agreement with Master Tsang Kuan's doppelganger. Wang Tianxing chuckled and said, Fellow Taoist Wei is quite smart. I did come to an agreement with him. Please be patient. I'll call on him. He reached his hand into his sleeve and took out a silver-white scroll. Wang Tiangu's expression stirred and he silently walked over. In that moment, Wang Tianxing unfolded the scroll and a ball of silver light flew out, materializing the image of a Confucian scholar. Not bad. This is the place. I didn't think there'd truly be a day that I returned. The materialized soul of Master Tsang Kuan's doppelganger looked around with excitement, paying no heed to any of the others nearby. Wang Tianxing coldly stared at the Confucian scholar and said with an emotionless tone, As agreed, I have brought you to the altar. It is time for you to fulfill your end of the deal and open the passage to the Spirit Ether Garden. You've already placed me under your restrictions. Could it be that you're afraid I'll cheat you? The entrance to the Spirit Ether Garden is above the altar, true, but the restriction is quite odd. I'll be needing to personally open the way. With that said, the Confucian scholar raised his head to the sky and placed his hands together, summoning a gray fireball into his hands. He flung it to the sky with a wave of his hand, striking the rainbow light only for the fireball to strangely vanish. The scholar nodded when he saw this and turned to look at the stone pillars around him. Not wanting to waste time, he promptly said, Fellow Taoists, if you pour a bit of spiritual power into the 4 stone pillars, it will allow me to continue with dissolving the restriction. Once that was said, the nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances with one another. Wang Tianxing hesitated for a moment before he sullenly said, Fine, let's do as he says. You 3 disciples head for the stone pillars. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, I'll have to trouble you to take over the last one. As you bid, Sect Master. The 3 disciples promptly obeyed. As for Wang Tiangu, he walked towards a stone pillar without hesitation. Under the command of Wang Tianxing, the 4 reached out to their respective stone pillar and slowly poured spiritual power into them, passing the spiritual power into the stone statue at its peak. Not long after, the 4 stone pillars released strange cries and slightly trembled for a moment. The Qilin statues on top began to glow with light and their eyes began to shine crimson as if they were alive. When Wuxia saw this, he wore an apprehensive expression. He seemed to remember something similar to what he was seeing in front of him. but he couldn't remember it. As for the ghost spirit sect, he simply watched this scene without a sound. Suddenly, the Qilin statues slowly raised their heads and opened their mouths to reveal glowing rainbow light within them, as if something were about to shoot out. At that moment, the Confucian scholar began to move. He raised his hands and flicked his fingers, striking at each of the 4 Qilin statues with a single gray spell seal. Suddenly, the light in the statues' mouths pulsed, and they fired beams of rainbow light into the sky. They met to form a 3-meter-wide ball of rainbow light. The space surrounding the ball of light began to distort and ruptured with a world-shaking explosion. Blinding rainbow radiance covered the altar for a time, and astonishing spiritual qi fluctuations shook the world around them. Perilous situation emerged before them. Even Wei Wuya's expression grew unsightly once. He felt the strength of the spiritual qi fluctuations. The others unconsciously took several steps back and began to circulate the spiritual power within their bodies in preparation to defend themselves. Fortunately, this explosion was rather short. In the blink of an eye, the rainbow light disappeared and the spiritual qi scattered. The cultivators saw this and resolved themselves to look at the sky. Wei Wuya's complexion paled. He turned his head to the Confucian scholar and icily said, "This is the so-called entrance to the spirit ether garden?" 300 meters above the altar, a crescent arc of light appeared in the sky. The arc of light was white, 100 meters wide, and over 1,500 meters long. It appeared to be a huge spatial tear. However, it was concealed by some kind of unknown restriction. Despite the 3 powerful nascent soul cultivators present, none of them were able to sense its existence. Could it be that this was the entrance to the spirit ether garden? Despite the vast abilities these nascent soul cultivators possessed, even Wei Wuya couldn't gather the courage to enter the spatial tear that laid before them. As the incisiveness of a spatial tear wasn't something that a cultivator could block, Wei Wuya was enraged. The Confucian scholar glanced at those before him and said, "The spirit ether garden was a pocket that laid between the spirit realm and our mortal realm. If we wish to go there, we will naturally need the assistance of this spatial tear. With a bit of warping, the spatial tear becomes the entrance of the spirit ether garden. Be at ease, I won't have you all rush through it. There is another method we can try for the time being. However, there is a bit of danger involved. Even I only have a 70% likelihood of making it through. As for the core formation cultivators, their strength is lacking. If they go, it will only be sending them to their deaths." Wang Tiansheng, the ghost spirit sect master, wore an unsightly expression. "A 70% chance of succeeding? You never mentioned this before." The scholar coldly smiled and said, "Would it have made a difference? Let alone 70%, you would have made an attempt even if there was only a 20% chance of success." A cold glint shined in Wang Tiansheng's eyes. He then raised his hand and produced a crimson command medallion. "What are you doing?" the Confucian scholar loudly yelled as he flew back in panic. Silently, Wang Tiansheng waved the command medallion and it brightly glowed with crimson light. The Confucian scholar suddenly screamed and fell onto the ground. At the same moment, crimson talisman characters appeared on his limbs and wandered across his body without end. A soul fright curse? Wang Tiangu couldn't help but tremble in shock at the sight of this. Even Wei Wuya wore a strange expression at the sight of this. Wei Wuya stared at the Confucian scholar rolling on the ground and indifferently said, "This is the soul fright curse? One of the ghost spirit sect's secret curses? I've heard that this secret technique is more ruthless than other soul restriction techniques. Cultivators placed under this curse could have their soul scattered at a mere thought from their caster." Wang Tiansheng turned to him with a beaming smile and chuckled. "Fellow Taoist Wei is truly experienced. That is indeed the curse. The sole remnant of Master Tsong Kuan's doppelganger seems to believe that he is the genuine, rivalless Master Tsong Kuan. How dare he not recognize the mercy of others? It is only natural for me to discipline him." Wei Wuya nodded and said nothing further. Regardless of the memories the soul may possess, it couldn't be allowed to run rampant. The Confucian scholar was currently subjected to immense torment. Each time the crimson talisman characters flickered across his body, He trembled and rolled on the ground with his head held in his arms, his expression contorted in agony. After the time it took to finish a meal, the Confucian scholar's materialized form began to grow indistinct. It was only then that Wang Tiansheng waved the command medallion once more and put the torture to an end. With unquestionable authority, Wang Tiansheng said, "You should have learned your lesson by now. Even if you have mastered Song Kuan's memories, you are nothing but a remnant soul now. Do anything foolish again, and I won't let you off so easily. I do wish to enter the spirit ether garden, but I will not be led by the nose. Don't worry, so long as you sincerely lead the way, I will do as we agreed. I understand. I will now open the passage." Green light flickered from the Confucian scholar and his form stabilized once more, his face wearing a calm expression. Wang Tiansheng was greatly surprised to see the Confucian scholar recovering so quickly his composure. Just as he narrowed his eyes and thought to say something else, the Confucian scholar began to glow with green light and slowly flew towards the spatial tear above. Wang Tiansheng interrupted himself before the words left his mouth. After all, opening the path to the spirit ether garden was more important than disciplining the soul remnant. Wei Wuya and the others kept silent as they coldly watched the Confucian scholar's movements. It was unknown how he could open a passage for them through this fearsome spatial tear. The scholar came to a stop 60 meters away from the spatial tear and raised his head towards it. With an odd expression on his face, he spat out a ball of green light that contained a pitch-black thumb-sized pearl that continuously swirled as it floated in the air. With the pearl released, the Confucian scholar's complexion turned deathly pale and his figure became dim. It appeared that the pearl carried a majority of his soul power. In spite of his weakness, the Confucian scholar forced himself to point at the pearl and shout, "Go!" The pitch-black pearl immediately shined with light and shot into the air. When Wang Tiansheng saw this, he wore an expression of amazement. Just what will this achieve? As the other cultivators watched this with shock, the pearl arrived 10 meters away from the tier and was being dragged inside. In a flash of white light, the spatial tier's surroundings distorted and the pearl disappeared without a trace. For a time, the spatial tear appeared completely ordinary and without change, but suddenly, the Confucian scholar's figure blurred downward as he wore a sullen expression, increasing the distance between himself and the spatial tear. Wei Wuya and the others were stunned. Before they realized what he was doing, the spatial tier suddenly released a muffled rumble. Then the center of the tier began to flicker with green light, quickly expanding into a 3-meter-wide ball of blinding dark green radiance. A sharp hiss then sounded out from within the ball of light. With an emotionless face, the Confucian scholar dropped down to the altar and said, "Prepare your abilities. You will need to focus the entirety of your spiritual power into the green light in order to open the passage to the spirit ether garden." When Wei Wuya and Wang Tiangu saw this strange scene, they couldn't help but glance at each other with a trace of bewilderment. Wang Tianxing pondered for a moment before coming to a staunch decision. "Let's just try it first and see if there is any effect." Wei Wuya frowned. He took another glance at the dark green light but didn't say a word. Wang Tiangu also raised no objections. The 3 nascent soul cultivators stood apart and formed hand incantations. They then raised their hands to the sky and shot several various colored beams of light from their hands into the dark green ball of light at the center of the spatial tear. This makes their profound cultivation obvious at a glance. The green beam of light Wei Wuya released from his hands was bowl-thick, while the other 2 nascent soul cultivators were somewhat smaller. The 3 beams of light poured an immense amount of spiritual power into the ball of dark green light, and the sharp hiss it released grew louder. A moment later, the dark green light gradually turned jet black and began to form a pitch-black hole that was only a foot in diameter. It was a complete mystery as to where it led. When Wang Tiansheng and the others saw this, they rejoiced. This strange scene clearly displayed that the Confucian scholar hadn't deceived them. The 3 promptly circulated the spiritual power in their body, and the beams of light they released grew thicker, causing the dark green light in the spatial tear to grow thicker. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the hole reached to a meter in length and seemed barely enough for one person to go through. When the scholar saw this, he calmly said, "You should now be able to enter." However, the entrance is still unstable and I do not have a second realm tear pearl to open the passage. If you do not wish to be trapped on the other side, you had best continue to pour spiritual power into it so that the passage stabilizes. With that said, Wei Wuya and the others felt a bit of shock. When they saw the black hole wavering, they didn't dare to stop and continued to pour in their spiritual power. It was clear to see that this stabilized the black passage, but it had consumed a great deal of spiritual power. But a moment later, the black passage has lost stability once more. This bewildered Wang Tianxiang. As a result, he commanded his 3 core formation disciples. You 3, come and help. Although your cultivation is inferior, you will do enough together. Yes, sect master. When the 3 disciples heard this, they didn't dare to delay. They hastily gathered their spiritual power and shot beams of light towards the black light. The Confucian scholar simply stood in place as he watched this all occurred. As time slowly passed, Wei Wuya and the others had poured nearly half of their spiritual power into the spatial tear and finally stabilized it so that it will no longer flickered. When the cultivators saw this, they released a long sigh of relief and ceased channeling their spiritual power into it. Wang Tianxiang narrowed his eyes when he saw this and asked, "This is truly the passage into the spirit ether garden?" The Confucian scholar didn't reply. Instead, Wei Wuya answered, "It should be genuine. I've already sensed the other side of the passage and there is a vast area." His expression stirred as he spoke and licked his lips. The others lacked the spiritual sense to see inside of it, but when they heard this, they rejoiced. Since Brother Wei has said this, it seems to be true. However, it is best to be careful. Let's test it first. Wang Tiangu forcefully suppressed his giddy excitement and waved his sleeve. A black mist with the silhouette of a small ghost was sent forward into the passage. Pop! As soon as the small ghost flew into the passage, it ruptured into a ball of yin qi. Wang Tiangu, whose spiritual sense was connected to the ghost, paled when this happened. It seemed as if its destruction had caused him quite a bit of damage. Wang Tiangu looked at the Confucian scholar with a furious gaze and asked, "What's going on? Could it be that there is some trick behind the passage? Did you believe that the passage to the spirit ether garden would be ordinary? Let alone some minor ghost with a hollow form. Even Ghost King grade souls would scatter as soon as they entered. Even if I were to enter the garden, I would need to draw support from the body of the scroll. In any case, the passage has been opened. It will be up to you on whether or not you can pass through it." The Confucian scholar spoke with a tone of indifference and then transformed back into a ball of green light and flew directly into the floating portrait scroll. Wang Tiangu's expression turned sullen. From the scholar's words, it seemed that formless entities like ghosts had no method of entering the passage. He and Wang Tianxiang exchanged looks of surprise. Wei Wuya mulled all of this over and said, "I've already used my spiritual sense to look across the passageway. Although I am only able to see a vague image, there is no doubt that there is a space beyond the passageway. I do not have the patience to further deliberate over the matter, and will be heading through first, as to avoid any mishaps that may appear due to hesitation." He then took off into the passage in a streak of green light. Wang Tianxiang's expression stirred at the sight of this. He turned to his disciples and commanded, "You 3 will stay here and stand guard. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, let's not be overly cautious and go together. A bit of danger is simply the cost of going to the spirit ether garden." He then turned to look at the portrait in front of him and saw that there was no further change. Wang Tianxiang extended his hand and summoned the scroll before putting it away in his sleeve. Then, with Wang Tiangu beside him, he flew into the passageway. Since it was said that the spirit ether garden contains all heavenly medicines, if they were too far behind Wei Wuya, they could suffer quite a loss. As a result, the 3 quickly entered the passageway and disappeared without a trace while directly passing through the border between worlds. This isn't the spirit ether garden. At the very front, Wei Wuya arrived through the passage. He surveyed this unfamiliar land with a gloomy expression. There were no other colors at their destination apart from gray, and piles of black stone were spread out as far as the eye could see. All Wei Wuya could see for 5 kilometers around them was gray mist that reached 100 meters into the sky. Before any of them had arrived, they wouldn't have believed the Spirit Ether Garden's legends, where all kinds of spiritual herbs grew and possessed several times more spiritual qi than the mortal realm. However, when Wang Tiansheng and Wang Tiangu arrived, their expressions appeared odd, as if containing both anger and surprise. Wei Wuya turned his head and looked at them with slight surprise before raising his guard. He originally believed that they would have called upon Master Tsang Kuan's remnant soul from the portrait scroll in anger once they arrived at the so-called Spirit Ether Garden. Eventually, the ghost spirit sect master broke the silence and said, "Junior martial brother, do you feel it? The devilish chi here is at least 2 times greater than that of the mortal realm. If we were to fight here, the might of our devilish arts should be substantially increased." Wang Tiangu's eyes flickered and he replied with a complex expression, "Senior martial brother, we cultivate the same devilish arts. How could I not feel it? If we were to cultivate here, we would have a very large chance of breaking through our bottlenecks." When Wei Wuya heard this, the stone he was standing on shattered and he gloomily said, "Fellow Taoists, are you not going to call upon the soul remnant and interrogate him? Don't tell me that I've exerted such a great effort only to arrive here." When Wang Tiansheng heard this, he was reminded of the anger he had towards the soul remnant and replied with a malevolent expression, "Of course, if he doesn't give us an explanation, I will show him the pain of soul refinement." He then tossed the scroll on the ground, wishing to summon Master Tsang Kuan's soul remnant. But before Wang Tiansheng could execute the technique to summon him, light flashed from the scroll and a ball of green light shot out. Standing at the side, Wang Tiangu acted swiftly, releasing a foot-large black hand of light to grab it. However, the ball of green light seemed to have already predicted this and was able to quickly avoid it before streaking across the air. Knowing his place, Wei Wuya simply watched from the side. As for Wang Tiansheng, he was furious from the soul remnant's imprudence. He summoned a crimson command medallion with a flip of his hand, and a harsh expression appeared on his face. He fiercely shook the medallion in the direction that the green light flew off, and the medallion began to glow in crimson light, slowing down the ball of green light in the distance and causing it to sway. Wang Tianxing rejoiced at the sight of this, but the ball of green light began to stabilize and flew off with even greater speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small speck of light in the distance. Not only was the ghost spirit sect master stunned by this, the other two were also dumbstruck. If I am not mistaken, the ghost spirit sect's soul fright curse no longer has an effect on the soul remnant. Interesting. I will go and capture it in your place and see what the ghost intends. Wearing a cold smile on his face, Wei Wuya streaked through the air in a blur of green. Wang Tiangu recovered from his shock and said, "Senior martial brother, what? When I used the soul fright curse on him earlier, it was working as intended, as you personally witnessed. Now, I am also quite interested in why it has no effect on it. Let's follow after him. I also wish to know what he is scheming to have brought us here." With a malevolent expression on his face and an ominous glint shining from his eyes, Wang Tianxing shot after them. Given that this pocket dimension was only so large, he didn't need to fear that they would escape from sight. Wang Tiangu bitterly laughed and could only follow after him. Not long after, the two arrived near the center of the pocket dimension and found Wei Wuya facing the materialized form of the Confucian scholar in confrontation. The scholar didn't display the slightest trace of fear, somewhat to the two's surprise. But when the two raised their head to look behind him, they felt a wave of alarm. 30 meters behind the Confucian scholar, there was a 100-meter-tall demonic statue carved out of fiery crystal that was shrouded in faint mist. It had 2 arms, 4 legs, a single corn, and pitch-black scales that shimmered with light. It had an evil and fierce appearance with bared fangs. Wang Tiangu's heart thumped and he cried out in alarm, "What is this? It has such dense devilish qi." He wasn't shocked by the huge demonic statue's appearance, but the dense devilish qi that it emitted nearby despite being sealed. It was several times denser than what they had felt where they arrived, arousing a faint feeling of trepidation. "We'll talk about that later. First, we'll hear what he has to say." Wang Tianxing looked at the demonic statue with fear, but after some hesitation, He floated down to Wei Wuya's side with Wang Tiangu. After all, he didn't have much to fear with the backing of a late nascent soul cultivator. When the scholar saw the other two arrive, he smiled without the slightest fear. Fellow Taoists, come. This is good. Now I won't have to explain myself more than once. For what reason did you bring us here? Wang Tianxing spoke calmly, but after examining the scholar, his heart was shaken. This was because the Crimson Talisman characters were continuously flickering across the scholar's body. The Soul Fright curse was clearly under full effect, but despite the pulsing talisman characters roaming his skin, the scholar was wearing a beaming smile that didn't contain even a trace of pain. Not to mention that his materialized form was completely stable and didn't show any signs of distortion. With complete calm, the scholar said, "Given that fellow Taoists Wang cultivated a devilish art passed down from antiquity, I'm sure they felt a devilish qi that isn't present in the mortal world. So what? Do you mean to say that this is the spirit ether garden?" Wang Tiangu asked. The scholar chuckled and said, "The spirit ether garden? Could be or not." An icy expression appeared on Wang Tiangu's face. "What do you mean by that? Do you still wish to play with us even after we arrived here?" The Confucian scholar wore an odd expression and said, "Did you truly believe that the cultivators of antiquity would leave behind a secret area filled with medicine and spiritual qi for you later generations? Countless years in the past, there truly was such a thing as the spirit ether garden, and several of them in fact. But now they are all plucked clean and were destroyed in battles for possession. It might be true that this was an abandoned spirit ether garden, but now it is simply a pocket dimension that borders our holy realm and the mortal realm." "Holy realm? You're an elder devil." When Wei Wuya heard him, he shouted out in alarm with a harsh voice. At that same time, he hastily formed an incantation gesture and submerged his body in green roiling mist. "You know of our holy realm?" A trace of alarm flashed past the scholar's face, glancing at Wei Wuya in surprise. Within the green mist that shrouded him, Wei Wuya icily said, "Although I don't know much of the Elder Devil realm, I do know that you Elder Devils were incapable of coexistence with the ancient cultivators. In times of antiquity, you even attempted to rule over our mortal realm." The ghost spirit sect master and Wang Tiangu's expression changed upon hearing this, and black light flickered from their bodies. Yin qi emerged from them and enveloped them in a sphere. When they turned their gaze towards the Confucian scholar once more, they unconsciously took 2 steps back. Although the two haven't heard of the Elder Devil realm or Elder Devils, Wei Wuya's intimidated appearance and the scholar's confident calm had made them to be vigilant. With a deliberate tone, the scholar calmly said, "You don't need to know what I am. I simply wish to make an exchange with you. If you agree, your cultivation will be vastly increased and you may even ascend to the realm of deity transformation. Would you 3 be interested in listening?" The ghost spirit sect master exchanged a glance with Wang Tiangu and calmly said, "Oh, we might as well hear this grand offer for the time being. It's quite simple. Do you see the elder devil corpse behind me? Assist me in removing its seals and I will use its body to open a tear into the holy realm. As a reward, I will use the true devil qi of the divine ancestors to turn your constitution as that of a supreme devil, becoming a member of our holy realm. Would you 3 be willing? With your talents, your cultivation will make massive leaps once the infusion of devilish qi is finished. Entering deity transformation stage would only be a matter of time." The scholar's voice was smooth and alluring. "Dissolve the seal and infuse devilish qi?" The ghost spirit sect master felt his heart stir. An instant and massive increase in cultivation and the ability to enter deity transformation stage were truly tempting. He turned to look at Wang Tiangu and saw that he was tempted as well. Having lived for so long, Wei Wuya was beyond cunning and was able to see their intents at a glance, so he called out to them, "Snap out of your foolishness. Do you truly believe you will still be yourselves after being infused with devilish qi? You could lose your intelligence and become a puppet of that elder devil." "Brother Wei, what do you mean?" Wang Tiangu was immediately sobered as if cold water was dumped on his head. Wei Wuya spoke without the slightest restraint. "What do I mean? You dare to trust a devil from another world? Although I don't know exactly what this devilish qi will do to you, Do you truly believe that forcefully raising your cultivation with strange qi from another world will be good? The ghost spirit sect master and Wang Tiangu's expression grew unsightly when they heard him. Then their gazes turned icy as they looked at the scholar. When the scholar heard this, he frowned and thought to say something when Wei Wuya's face had a strange change. There was a sudden whistle that shrieked 3 meters from a rock pile behind them, and a black blur shot out of it, penetrating the scholar's abdomen in an instant. Then it shot 30 meters away and spiraled in the air. It was a small, jet-black snake. It had a small snow-white, thumb-sized horn that appeared incredibly sharp and a glossy black scaleless body. A bowl-sized hole burst in the scholar's abdomen. Because he didn't have a body of flesh, there was no blood, but the hole had revealed a shattered walnut-sized crystal remaining in the body. The scholar stared at the shattered gem with an expression of disbelief. "How did you know where my soul stone was?" From the green mist, Wei Wuya emotionlessly said, "I do not cultivate the ghost Dao, so I don't know what a soul stone is. However, my soul-devouring snake is rather adept in dealing with ghosts and demon souls. Killing a materialized soul remnant was an easy task." When the scholar heard this, he wryly smiled and his body burst into a cloud of gray-white qi that roiled throughout the air. The ghost spirit sect master and Wang Tiangu appeared surprised when they saw this, but when they glanced at the huge demonic statue in the distance, they sighed with relief. As Wang Tiangu looked at the devil corpse, he couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Wei, shall we destroy the elder devil corpse?" After some silence, Wei Wuya shook his head and said, "If it could be destroyed, don't you think the ancient cultivators would have done so already? It'd be best if we left this place." Wang Tiangu grew hesitant. The ghost spirit sect master then broke the silence and said, "Brother Wei's words are reasonable. This place is quite strange. It'd be best for us to leave sooner." When Wang Tiangu heard this, he raised no further objections and took to the air. But suddenly, a voice spoke out from behind them. "Who allowed you to leave? Since you've arrived at the place where my devil body was sealed, do you believe that you'll be able to leave alive? Forfeit your lives while you still can." When they heard this familiar voice, the cultivators quickly turned around in disbelief and saw that the white qi that previously scattered from the scholar had condensed once more into a ball. In the blink of an eye, it took the form of a gray, single-horned ghost head that malevolently stared at the 3 cultivators. Having seen this, the ghost spirit sect master was the first amongst them to attack. He quickly raised his hand and released a black flying dagger. It sliced through the center of the ghost head, but the split halves of the ghost head condensed back into one as if nothing had happened. When the 3 saw this, they felt their breaths turn cold and their expressions revealed shock. The ghost spirit sect master in particular felt his heart drop. The ghost spirit sect were specialized in secret techniques that controlled and destroyed ghosts. The sect master's own flying dagger was refined with this powerful effect in mind. But it had no effect on the ghost head, leaving a faint feeling of dread appeared in his heart. When Wei Wuya saw this, he sharply whistled and the horned snake spiraling in the air swept down in a black streak. At that same time, his green mist roiled and a large dark green arm appeared from within it. In a faint tremble, it charged towards the ghost head in a fierce streak. When the other 2 saw this, they had no intention of having Wei Wuya dealt with it on his own. One of them spun around and released a cloud of qi towards the ghost head, and the other took a deep breath and spat out a sparkling gold skull that charged forward in a howl. In an instant, the 3 joined hands against the gray ghost head. But at that time, the ghost head soared from the gray mist and shrieks began to hiss from around it. These strange shrieks were sharp, and soon the huge sealed devil corpse began to shine with black radiance. It suddenly opened its eyes and 2 streaks of crimson light shot out from their eyes and enveloping the ghost head in a layer of light. A dense bloody scent filled the air. At that same moment, the various attacks landed and unceasing rumbles shook the air as black qi and green light enveloped the crimson barrier. But soon, the 3 cultivators ceased their attacks in alarm, and the crimson barrier was visible once more. Regardless of the black devilish qi or the giant hand formed from poison mist, when their attacks contacted the barrier, they were immediately absorbed and caused the barrier to grow thicker. As for the Black Snake and Golden Skull, their attacks had little effect on the light barrier. The three looked at each other in dismay. During this delay, an astonishing change appeared in the sealed devil corpse. Black light disappeared from it and it instead pulsed with crimson light. Threads of crimson light began to shine from its body, thoroughly enveloping the huge devil corpse in blinding red radiance. Complementing it, the horned ghost head's barrier also began to surge with crimson radiance and it closed its eyes. Then it began to grow countless slim tentacles of dark red light from underneath it, eventually condensing together to form a body. With radiance continuing to shine, the body began to grow flesh and bones with layers upon layers of light threads. This monstrous sight caused the cultivators to feel their backs turn numb. Not only the elder devil corpse, but the horned ghost also began to glow with light as flesh grew on him. When Wang Tiangu saw the body take form from within the crimson barrier, he also noticed that the light from the sealed devil corpse quickly dimmed as it passed through the light that emitted from its eyes. In that moment, he suddenly recalled the name of a secret technique from legend. He couldn't help but shout, "Decay transformation! This is the supreme devilish technique, decay transformation." He then raised his arms and shot out streaks of black light from his hands, striking the beams of light that connected the ghost head and the devil corpse with two palm-sized copper discs. The discs had black talisman characters that roamed across their surface. When the other two heard Wang Tiangu name the technique, they felt their hearts jump in fright and they unconsciously focused their sights on his attack. When the two copper discs pierced into the crimson beams of light, they brightly shined with black light and severed the connection. At that moment, the ghost head already had a mostly complete devil body in its possession. It opened its eyes, one purple and one black, both shining with a demonic light. It then wore a savage grin. Bright light began to wind around Han Li's body, and his surroundings turned dim and hazy. Countless specks of white light danced around in the air outside. Han Li clasped his hands in an incantation gesture and spiritual light flowed without end around his body. A whirlwind of light rose from the ground and enveloped him in a gorgeous display. Soon after, gales began to blow with greater force and frequency as time went by. As for the white light specks in the distance, they were swept inside like moths to the flame. Not long after, the winds formed a huge pillar that reached to the sky, blowing up stones and sand wherever it went as if possessed by a devil. At that moment, Han Li's incantation echoed through the fierce winds, causing the pillar of wind to tremble before dispersing. Then, thin glowing clouds floated through the air. An incantation was quickly spoken and the glowing clouds turned blue. Soon, the sound of rushing water filled the air and countless surging waves rose as far as the eye could see. Waves up to 300 meters tall began to rise around him. As for Han Li, he was standing within a huge pillar of water and blue light shined from his hand's incantation gesture, appearing as if he were a water god. Suddenly, Han Li's incantation gesture changed and it became muffled. The huge waves disappeared in the blink of an eye as if they were an illusion and were replaced with waves of scarlet flame. Over 1,000-meter-long fire flood dragons emerged from them, each of them spitting fire from their mouths. Then, the flames disappeared to be replaced with a verdant sea of trees, an endless desert, a world of ice, and many other worlds as Han Li willed them into existence. For the moment, he appeared to be a godlike existence. Han Li appeared satisfied with what he had done, and then used his magic power to condense a 3-kilometer-tall giant. He had it beat its chest before roaring to the sky. Afterwards, silver light began to streak from every corner of the horizon and began to surge towards the giant in a silver wave. Blinding silver streaks filled the sky and the giant melted underneath the silver lights as if it were ice. But when this light covered Han Li, he felt his eyes burn. He immediately covered his eyes with his hands and miserably screamed. Following, the silver lights in the sky scattered. Han Li felt completely dazed, but he soon opened his eyes in alarm. The silver light and the world around him had completely disappeared. He was sitting inside a secluded room, his body completely drenched in sweat. Han Li took a deep breath and calmed himself, finally recalling that he was within a sealed room inside Devilfall Valley. Not long before, He had taken the nature origin pill that he had refined and was enveloped in a world of illusion by the medicinal power erupted from it. He blankly remained seated and didn't immediately stand up. As he reflected upon his own experiences in the illusory world, his expression wavered with his face revealing revelation one moment and confusion the next. He then touched his back and found his robes to be drenched. Han Li bitterly smiled. The nature origin pill was beyond miraculous for it to sink his mind into a world of illusions in spite of his vast spiritual sense. As for his time inside the illusion, he had become an entirely different person and experienced inconceivable events. He grasped tremendous power with ease, capable of shifting mountains and seas, and calling wind and rain. But when Han Li recalled what he had done, the incantations became incredibly vague and he couldn't recall a single word that he spoke. But the grasp and sensation of worldly spiritual power were remembered with complete detail. He felt as if he had experienced it with his body and believed it would prove beneficial for him in breaking through to the next cultivation realm. Han Li then closed his eyes once more and remained still in place. Han Li sat in place for half a day before opening his eyes with restored calm. Any trace of confusion had disappeared from his face. He stood up and raised his hand, striking the stone door in front of him with a spell seal. The door flickered with spirit light and slowly opened, allowing Han Li to calmly walk out. As soon as he walked out, a white streak of light flew out from the stone wall and into his sleeve. It was Silver Moon in her fox form. Han Li slowly walked towards the cave's entrance and asked, "How long was I in seclusion? Did anything happen while I was in there?" Silver Moon replied with a respectful tone. "Master was in seclusion for 2 days. During this time, Violet's spirit had already emerged, but she saw that the restrictions protecting your cave had yet to be raised and she returned to her residence." Han Li indifferently said, "Given her lower cultivation, the nature origin pill should have had a lesser effect on her. It is no wonder that she left seclusion earlier. Rather, I am more surprised that you don't want to take one." Silver Moon's helpless voice left his sleeve. "Master should know that I am quite a bit different from a human cultivator. I am a Silver Moon wolf that is possessing the body of a demon fox. In addition to medicine pills used to advance cultivation, I don't dare to negligently take any cultivator medicine pills. Who knows what harm they could cause to me? I would rather just spend more time cultivating than take that risk." After a moment of thought, Han Li frowned and nodded, saying nothing further. Of course, Han Li didn't waste the remaining spirit kindle fruits. He had consumed them before taking the nature origin pill. With their medicinal power dissolved into his body, he experienced a small but noticeable increase in cultivation. It truly deserved to be a spirit medicine rarely seen in this world. When Han Li arrived near the exit of the cave residence, he found that his puppets were obediently guarding the gate. He took several steps forward and swept them into his storage pouch in a flash of white light. At that moment, Han Li opened the stone gate of his cave residence with a magic technique and calmly walked out. In the instant Han Li walked out, a streak of light shot out from one of the neighboring mountains. When Han Li saw the light approaching, he calmly waved his hands around him, beckoning all the nearby formation flags and plates that were placed in the ground. They all flew into his hands one after another in streaks of azure light. "Brother Han, you've finally emerged. I believed it would have taken you another half-day before you came out." At that moment, the streak arrived in front of Han Li, revealing Violet Spirit's figure. She sweetly smiled at Han Li as she floated in the air. Her gorgeous beauty soon unfolded as the light faded away around her face. Han Li smiled and said, "It seems Violet Spirit has experienced rather fine results after taking the nature origin pill. You are only a few years away from ascending to mid-core formation stage. Allow me to offer my congratulations ahead of time." Violet Spirit's gaze flickered and she happily said, "Brother Han must be joking. The nature origin pill only saved me several tens of years of bitter cultivation. However, Brother Han now has a good chance of reaching mid-nascent soul stage after taking the pill. This is worthy of even greater congratulations. Fellow Taoist Violet Spirit can't believe that the nature origin pill has the same effect on a core formation cultivator as a nascent soul cultivator," Han Li calmly said. Although it was said that the pill is effective to everyone under deity transformation stage, the lower the cultivation one possesses, the greater the effect. When core formation cultivators take the pill, there is no doubt that they will be able to ascend to the next level, but this isn't guaranteed for a nascent soul cultivator. Regardless of how it is said, the nature origin pill is greatly useful towards ascending to the next level of cultivation. There is no need for Brother Han to be so modest, and give the aptitude Brother Han displayed after reaching nascent soul stage in only 200 years. He should only be a step away from entering mid-nascent soul stage. Aptitude. When Han Li heard Violet Spirit say this, he couldn't help but bitterly laugh. Although he didn't correct her, he did shake his head in silence. Violet Spirit pursed her lips in a smile and thought to say something more when a huge rumble sounded out in the distance. It appeared as if a fierce tremble shook the entire world. Han Li handled it well enough, but Violet Spirit was shaken by this and fell from the air. She hastily stopped her fall with a burst of light and shouted out in alarm. What happened? What is going on? Also shocked, Han Li didn't answer and turned his head in the direction of the source of this sound. That is the area that the map indicated. Han Li's heart stirred and he felt somewhat bewildered. At that moment, a white line howled as it streaked from the horizon, carrying booms in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the white light turned thicker and countless waves of white chi suddenly appeared nearby. As far as the eye could see, a boundless and unimaginable tall wave of white chi engulfed the surrounding mountains as it made its way towards Han Li and Violet Spirit. In the blink of an eye, it was only about a kilometer away from them. Not good. When Han Li saw this, his expression changed and he summoned a small blue shield with a shake of his sleeve. It revolved around him once and expanded into a huge shield in front of him. He pointed at the huge shield and a layer of blue light emitted from it, enveloping Han Li within it. Still feeling unease, he spat out a ball of blue icy flame and had it rupture 30 meters in front of him. The blue flame radiantly glowed and crackled. The large icy ball of chi rapidly expanded and in the blink of an eye, a 20-meter-tall ice mountain appeared in front of Han Li. As for Violet Spirit, she also reacted with alarm and released an embroidered scarf that released a mist of light to protect her. When she saw that Han Li had condensed an ice mountain, she hastily flew to his side with delight. At that moment, the rushing wave of chi had finally arrived before them. The entire sky grew dim. Soon, the violent sounds of shattering earth burst around them. A huge tremble resonated from the ice mountain ahead of them where tens of boulders smashed into it, each impact releasing a sharp clank. The sound was discomforting and made one's heart stir. When Violet Spirit saw this huge mountain of ice break, she paled and unconsciously turned to look at Han Li. At the moment, Han Li appeared unperturbed and without a trace of panic. When Violet Spirit saw this, her heart steadied, knowing that he most likely had further methods to protect himself. But to Violet Spirit's surprise, Han Li didn't make any further use of any magic treasures or techniques. Although the blue ice mountain trembled underneath the boulders and chi wave, it held steadfast and showed no sign of breaking. In her delight, Violet Spirit discovered that the mountain of ice wasn't condensed from ordinary glacial chi. It was far more hardy than one would expect. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the astonishing white wave of chi eventually finished rushing past them. It rumbled into the distance only to disappear from sight. Violet Spirit sighed, summoning her embroidered scarf back into her hand from its mist form. She looked at Han Li and puzzlingly asked, "What is that? How could Devil Fall Valley possess such a thing?" Han Li's eyes flickered and he muttered, "I'm not sure. However, there was something strange about the spiritual chi in the distance. It was extremely chaotic. Could such an astonishing wave of chi come from a spatial tear instead of a person? However, the wave of chi was so fearsome that the valley's restrictions weren't able to stop it. Nascent soul cultivators would be able to deal with it well enough, but if that wave reached the outer valley, those core formation cultivators would almost certainly perish." When Violet Spirit heard Han Li, she frowned and also used his spiritual sense to look in the direction that the chi wave had arrived. She was only able to sense that the spiritual chi was somewhat abnormal, as her spiritual sense wasn't able to reach that far. There is something amiss. Brother Han, could it be you plan on investigating the source of this? Han Li hesitated for a moment and spoke with a tone of certainty. Why would I plan on investigating it? Regardless of whether the wave was artificially made or a coincidental explosion, I don't want to look for trouble despite how curious I may be. Let's return back to the outer valley in any case. We've already fulfilled our objective. With this strange occurrence, the ghost spirit sect will most likely be too occupied to find us. It is a good opportunity to leave. Afterwards, he pointed to the huge shield in front of him, and it quickly shrunk before returning into his sleeve. As for the ice mountain, Han Li pressed his hand against its walls and blue light suddenly shined. It thawed in the blink of an eye, and soon, a ball of blue flame entered his palm. When Violet Spirit saw this, she wore an expression of alarm. Han Li raised his palm and looked at the ball of blue flame with a trace of satisfaction. This new technique of using the ice flames was something he had comprehended from the world of illusion. Although this was the first time he made use of it, it was done with skill and precision, as if having done this several times before, much to Han Li's surprise. This illustrated that the experiences within the world of illusion weren't born from simple imagination. They were truly understandings of heaven and earth from a higher realm. With that witnessed, he had higher hopes for entering mid-nascent soul stage. With a faint smile on his face, he turned to Violet Spirit and thought to say something, when light suddenly shined from the horizon behind them to reveal two streaks of light. A streak of yellow and white light trembled as they streaked across the sky, as if they were fleeing in Han Li's direction. When Han Li saw them with his spiritual sense, he yelped with surprise. Violet Spirit stretched out his spiritual sense only to discover that the two streaks of light belonged to two nascent soul cultivators. As she wasn't able to see anything further, she asked, "Brother Han, you know those two?" "Of course I recognize them. I've had some dealings with them in the past." Han Li frowned and stared at them with an odd expression. One of the streaks of light contained a yellow-robed old man with a sallow face, Yellow Maple Valley's ancestor Linghu. As for the other streak of light, it contained a white-clothed woman with an icy expression, the Grand Elder of the Masked Moon sect, Nangong Wan's senior martial sister. Han Li was surprised that the two had also entered Yellow Maple Valley. It seems they had stolen into the valley at the very last moment. The two both wore expressions of fright and were fleeing as quickly as could, but there was nothing behind them. Regardless, they continued to flee as if there was something quickly chasing after them, and they didn't dare to slow down. Han Li found this truly strange, as they weren't weak individuals by any means. Ancestor Linghu was a mid-nascent soul cultivator, and Nangong Wan's senior martial sister possessed formidable treasures and techniques. It was unbelievable that the two had decided to hurriedly flee instead of standing their ground. Could it be that the Milan divine sage Zhong was chasing them down? With that thought, Han Li felt his heart tremble. His relationship with the Milan spell warriors was anything but good. He had wrecked the plans of the Milan tribes several times and had slain many high-grade Milan spell warriors. If he were to come across divine sage Zhong, he feared that he would definitely go after him. With that thought, Han Li didn't delay and decided to take advantage of the fact the two had yet to be detected. In a blur, he arrived at Violet Spirit's side and held his hands in an incantation gesture. A layer of light then appeared above their heads and caused them to disappear from sight. Han Li and Violet Spirit blurred within the azure light and soon disappeared from sight. Then, the two streaks of light brushed past the mountain Han Li was concealed. Han Li was able to see the deathly pale expression that ancestor Linghu wore. Then, Han Li glanced at a place 300 meters behind them and narrowed their eyes. "Where do you think you're going?" "What? Don't you want to be with your companion?" TCH, your cultivation is quite high and your primal souls are exceptionally profound. They will make great offerings to this Lord. How could I possibly let you escape? This time, there will be no further surprises and you will obediently fall into my grasp." The voice howled with laughter and spoke with a tone of audacity. These words shook the world nearby, guaranteeing that all cultivations within 5 kilometers could hear it. Afterwards, a line of black light strangely appeared where Han Li was staring. The black line intermittently flickered, closing the distance between it and the two fleeing cultivators with each reappearance. A short moment later, it was only 200 meters away from them. At that moment, a silhouette could be seen from the black radiance. Although it appeared vague, Han Li hastily focused his attention on it. But through some sort of unknown secret technique, Han Li wasn't able to see his cultivation with his spiritual sense. He was only able to see his vague figure. However, his figure appeared rather familiar to Han Li, and after a moment of thought, Han Li recognized him, much to his shock. Marquis Nanlong? How can he be here? And there seems to be something different about him. Han Li was shaken with wilderment. This person was the devil-possessed Marquis Nanlong. Although Han Li didn't know that the devil soul had possessed his body and was no longer the original Marquis Nanlong, the overwhelming devilish qi emitted from his body and his audacity to pursue Ancestor Linghu and the Grand Elder of the Masked Moon Sect was clearly bizarre and out of character. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong reappeared in his black light only 100 meters away from the two. He eerily laughed and the black light surrounding him ruptured. A ball of pitch-black devilish qi wrapped around him and he disappeared in a flicker of black qi. When Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman saw that Marquis Nanlong had disappeared, they were greatly alarmed and came to a sudden stop. They each took action, with one person taking out a pitch-black mirror and the other brandishing a jade scepter, and both of them covering themselves in a barrier of light. Then, a black light shined not far away from them. Pitch-black devilish qi suddenly spurted forth and instantly enveloped an area of over 30 meters. Marquis Nanlong's figure could be vaguely seen from within it. You clearly know that you aren't my match. Don't do something so foolish as to resist me. Marquis Nanlong sinisterly smiled from within the black qi, and he casually waved his hand. A large bang sounded out. A black hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck the white-clothed woman. Afterwards, the woman was repelled over 20 meters away alongside the barrier that formed from the mirror before managing to steady herself. Ancestor Linghu's pale complexion grew even more unsightly. With a harsh tone, Ancestor Linghu harshly yelled, "What are you? Not only have you possessed fellow Taoist Nanlong's body, but you dare to devour the primal soul of our fellow cultivator. Do you truly believe that there is no match for you within Devilfall Valley? There are several tens of nascent soul cultivators that have entered Devilfall Valley. No matter how powerful you are, you will find it difficult to escape death." Not only did Marquis Nanlong show no fear, but he's several tens? Haha, fantastic. I originally believed there were but a few humans in this valley. But now there are so many nascent souls for me to devour, I'd better go and retrieve them. With so many nascent souls devoured, my soul power will mostly recover. Then with a huge bang, black qi instantly ruptured and scattered. Then a silhouette clad in black qi blurred as it shot towards Ancestor Linghu, leaving afterimages in his wake. Ancestor Linghu's expression changed and without further thought, he pointed to the jade scepter. Suddenly, the barrier around him thickened and he spat out a small block stamp. It flew out as a ball of green light. Bang! Marquis Nanlong sneered and punched the jade block without hesitation. As black and green light weaved together, black qi suddenly shrunk and expanded, blowing away the light. The jade block was sent flying back and fiercely pounded towards Ancestor Linghu. In his alarm, he hastily grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and repeatedly strengthened his protective barrier with successive spell seals to stop the incoming jade block. But in that short moment of delay, a pitch-black fist appeared in front of the barrier and fiercely smashed down. The barrier trembled and Ancestor Linghu felt a huge force travel through it, immediately sending him flying. However, he didn't live his 1,000 years of life in vain. With his rich battle experience, he had already shaken his sleeve and released a fire-red flying dagger in the direction of the Marquis Nanlong's new position. Marquis Nanlong sinisterly grinned past his expression filled with black qi. As the flying dagger streaked towards his head, he didn't bother to dodge. Rather, he took a breath and spat out a streak of black-red demon flame from his mouth. The flying dagger attempted to cut through the black-red flames but was instantly entangled. With several flashes of red light, the dagger groaned and was cleanly devoured by the flames, falling to the ground as a lump of spiritless iron. When Ancestor Linghu saw this, he felt a wave of shock. The dagger may have appeared ordinary, but it was in fact a famous treasure in the heavenly South Continent, the evil-slaying blade. It a difficultly acquired treasure that was particularly effective against evil souls and spirits. Since it was clear to see that Marquis Nanlong had been possessed by a ferocious evil spirit, he decided to make use of this blade. While he didn't think it was enough to heavily injure Marquis Nanlong, it came as a massive shock for it to be destroyed with such casual disregard. As Ancestor Linghu turned pale from fright, the devil-possessed Marquis Nanlong pursued the old man before allowing him to regain his bearings. He leaned forward and his body suddenly folded and extended like a snake. His torso extended forward and pursued Ancestor Linghu, only to pound at his barrier once more. Shaken by another strike, Ancestor Linghu was sent flying once more. Marquis Nanlong strangely flickered his entire body in front of Ancestor Linghu and began to rain down punches upon him. Powerless to resist, he was struck like a sandbag. The jade scepter in his hand was undoubtedly a top-grade defensive ancient treasure. Although the dark green barrier continued to tremble, it remained steadfast underneath the immense force of these strikes. Even Marquis Nanlong let out a gasp of surprise, but he never once stopped pounding down. Fear completely overwhelmed Ancestor Linghu's mind. At that moment, he found himself in the same situation as Lu Weiing. Every punch scattered most of the spiritual power he managed to condense in his body, preventing him from activating any further abilities and treasures. After a dozen or so punches, the Jade Scepter's barrier finally began to warp underneath the blows, causing Ancestor Linghu's heart to sink with fear. An evil grin appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face when he saw this. His body blurred and had one hand continue to pound down on the barrier while he held his other hand like a blade, as if concentrating power into it in preparation for the lethal blow. Ancestor Linghu's complexion turned deathly pale. The barrier was finally cracking. He gritted his teeth and gripped onto an item he kept near his heart, preparing to stake it all for his life. But at that moment, a thick beam of rainbow light suddenly appeared and enveloped Marquis Nanlong inside of it. Marquis Nanlong originally didn't care for it, but when it touched his body, he suddenly felt his body grow heavy and his movements greatly slowed. Marquis Nanlong yelped in surprise and glanced in the direction of the beam of light. The white-clothed woman was holding an ancient mirror high in the air, the source of the beam of light. A harsh expression appeared on Marquis Nanlong's face when he saw this. With the white-clothed woman's interference, Ancestor Linghu was brought out of the pit of despair and immediately grabbed onto this chance at life. He gathered his magic power and escaped in a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared at the white-clothed woman's side. Ancestor Linghu couldn't afford to offer his thanks for the time being. Instead, he clapped his hands together before raising them both and releasing over 10 flaming talismans from his hand, all of them shooting to Marquis Nanlong, who was trapped in the rainbow light. The talismans arrived above Marquis Nanlong and ruptured in succession under Ancestor Linghu's command. Rumbles continuously sounded out as scarlet flames enveloped him. Marquis Nanlong spouted out a breath of black qi to protect himself from the scarlet flames pouring around him. Ancestor Linghu obviously didn't believe that this was enough to kill him. He promptly formed an incantation gesture and took out a majestic white trident. It shrunk before shooting out in an attack. The white-clothed woman also took action during this time. With one hand holding the mirror and keeping Marquis Nanlong restrained, she summoned 2 flying swords with the other. They shot towards him as a black and a white streak. As the battle raged on, no words were said. But then, rainbow light flashed below nearby. Hanli frowned and asked the monarch of soul divergence, "Is that thing possessing Marquis Nanlong one of those elder devils you mentioned?" With a trace of schadenfreude, he replied, "Apart from an elder devil, what else could be so vicious? But for him to be able to send 2 nascent soul cultivators fleeing, it seems this elder devil is rather highly ranked in the elder devil realm." If you were to fight him alone, your chances of victory are very low, even if he isn't using his original body. Han Li bitterly chuckled and muttered, "It is quite interesting that you didn't tell me to immediately flee, and it's not as if I have any interest in fighting that thing alone. But nevertheless, the world is truly a chaotic place for Marquis Nanlong to fall in such a way." The monarch of Soul Divergence snorted and said, "With regards to cultivation alone, even 4 of you wouldn't stand a chance against an elder devil with a possessed body. But with your various treasures and techniques, your chances are quite good. You even have divine Devilbane lightning. Although it can't be said that you'd be a match for the elder devil, you should have no problem escaping it." Han Li smiled and thought to say something further when he suddenly heard Violet Spirit's voice. "Brother Han, what will we do? Do you plan to attack?" Violet Spirit had been scared speechless ever since she had caught sight of Marquis Nanlong's corrupted form, and his fierce display was only cause for more trepidation. Han Li smiled at her and was about to say something when he suddenly raised his arm with an alarmed expression. A mist of azure chi shot out and pulled Violet Spirit into his embrace. He then shot to the sky in an azure streak. The azure light faded to reveal Han Li holding Violet Spirit in a loose embrace. He was glancing down below with a solemn expression. Violet Spirit hurriedly brushed herself from his grasp with a slight blush and also looked down below in bewilderment. They now saw a pitch-black silhouette standing there and icily staring at them. Marquis Nanlong had made a sudden appearance there. He planned to mount a sneak attack at them, but Han Li had fortunately glanced around with his bright sight spirit eyes by chance. As for Violet Spirit, she felt her blood run cold and hastily glanced in a different direction. At that moment, a ball of black chi within the rainbow beam of light vanished underneath the raging flames. The silhouette flickered within to clearly reveal another Marquis Nanlong. When Ancestor Linghu saw Han Li suddenly appear in the distance, he was initially delighted. But when he caught sight of yet another Marquis Nanlong, he felt his heart drop. He hastily called out to the white-clothed woman in bewilderment for them to postpone their attacks. At that moment, the Marquis Nanlong inside the beam of light expressionlessly glanced at the two before disappearing into black chi, revealing itself to only be a temporary incarnation. Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman exchanged a glance, both of their eyes holding a deep fear. It wasn't difficult to create an incarnation, but it was truly frightening for an incarnation to escape the notice of 2 nascent soul cultivators. They had believed that the incarnation had been the genuine Marquis Nanlong this entire time. It appeared that he left behind a hollow shell at an unknown time. If he hadn't intended to mount a sneak attack on Han Li, one of the 2 cultivators would have fallen prey. "Fellow Taoist Han, I didn't think you'd be here. This is fantastic. This devilish monster is extremely formidable. If we unite together against this devil, we will be able to save ourselves," Ancestor Linghu loudly shouted. When Han Li heard this, he bitterly smiled. He originally believed his concealment to be sufficient to escape the notice of even late nascent soul cultivators. As a result, he watched the battle with an easy heart, thinking of escaping a moment later. He didn't think that the elder devil would actually discover him and plan to ambush him. It seemed a battle would be unavoidable. Han Li nodded to Ancestor Linghu and turned to Violet Spirit and said, "Your cultivation is too low for you to be of any help. Rather, you should escape with your life while you can. Don't worry. Since we're all fighting this beast, he shouldn't have the chance to attack you." As a result of their friendship, Han Li immediately told Violet Spirit to leave as he couldn't afford to look after her in the coming battle. Violet Spirit hesitated for a moment before obediently nodding. "Very well. Then I shall be taking my leave. Brother Han, take care of yourself." Violet Spirit spoke softly and took a glance at Marquis Nanlong down below and a deep look at Ancestor Linghu's before flying off. At that moment, Marquis Nanlong simply glanced at her in the distance before refocusing his gaze on Han Li. It was unknown whether he simply felt Violet Spirit to be too unworthy of an opponent or that he felt that 3 nascent soul cultivators were troublesome to deal with. Seeing that Marquis Nanlong was glaring at him, Han Li's expression sank and he raised his hand, summoning several dense arcs of golden lightning around his arm. Thunder repeatedly clapped as lightning lit up around his arm in a brilliant display. Given the fearsome of this elder devil, Han Li had no intention of probing his abilities and decided to immediately attack with the divine Devilbane lightning, legendary for its ability to suppress all things wicked and evil. In truth, Han Li was somewhat disappointed that he never had the chance to test its effectiveness against a devil's wicked technique. Although this elder devil may be formidable, Han Li was confident in the lightning's ability to suppress him. When Marquis Nanlong saw the golden lightning bouncing off Han Li's arm, his eyes narrowed. As he stared at Han Li, he eventually spoke with an icy tone. "I recognize you from the remnant memories of this body's previous owner. Although I don't know the specific details, this body's previous owner had a particularly fearsome impression of you. I now see that impression was correct. Not only did you evade my ambush, but you are able to control the divine Devilbane lightning that had caused us to suffer so much in the past. It seems like I'll have to expend quite a bit of effort to deal with you." When Han Li heard this, a trace of a cold smile appeared on his lips and the arcs of golden light on his arm surged with greater power. At that same time, he flung his sleeve and a small blue shield appeared in front of him. It revolved around him before transforming into a barrier of blue light. Seeing that Han Li took the initiative to act first and defend himself against Marquis Nanlong, Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman glanced at each other with joy. Han Li's current reputation was quite great, and he was in existence on par with late nascent soul cultivators. As a result, they each sent a voice transmission to each other and slowly moved forward in preparation to provide Han Li assistance. When Marquis Nanlong saw that Han Li remained steadfast and unaffected by his provocation, he frowned and a fearsome expression appeared on his face. He silently stamped down and his entire body trembled, only to leave behind an afterimage. Han Li's expression remained calm, but he felt a chill shake his heart and his mind grew wary. He swept his spiritual sense around him but wasn't able to find any trace of the elder devil, as expected. His concealment technique alone was enough to kill ordinary cultivators. With that thought, Han Li narrowed his eyes and blue light flickered from his eyes, activating the bright sight spirit eyes with practiced ease. Then, he suddenly raised his arm and released a bolt of golden lightning. It was targeted at an empty area and transformed into a net of rumbling lightning just before it struck. As a result, a strange scene occurred. Black light flickered from the empty area, revealing Marquis Nanlong. He felt alarm when he saw the net of golden lightning falling down upon him. But soon, his expression grew sullen as his body blurred, and the net only fell down on an afterimage. Marquis Nanlong's body had disappeared without a trace. Han Li pressed his lips tightly together when he saw this. With blue light continuing to shine from his eyes, he looked to his side and raised other arm before pointing it in a completely different direction. Peals of thunder ringing out, a dense bolt of golden lightning shot out from his hand, striking at an empty space 20 meters away. Just as the golden lightning traveled through the air, Marquis Nanlong's figure reformed right in its path. He could only blankly stare as he met its thunderous path. Marquis Nanlong was greatly shocked once more. It may just be a matter of luck if Han Li was able to predict his location once, but it couldn't be a coincidence for this to happen a second time. Han Li was truly able to see his movements. This time, the timing of Han Li's attack was superb. Marquis Nanlong wasn't able to avoid it. He could only open his mouth and spit out a ball of black-red devil flame to meet the golden lightning head-on. With a light clap, the black-red flames and golden lightning flashed, dissipating into smoke like fire and ice. It was Han Li's turn to be shocked. The elder devil actually had a method to block the divine Devilbane lightning, a fearsome black-red devil flame. But under Han Li's careful watch, he noticed that Marquis Nanlong's complexion had paled in the instant the ball of devil flame was combusted. Although he had been able to recover in an instant, it was clear that this black-red devil flame most likely had some sort of connection to his vitality or soul essence. Before Han Li could think about how to best take advantage of this, Marquis Nanlong suddenly lowered his body and strangely lengthened and shot forward as if his body were boneless. He arrived in front of Han Li and sinisterly smiled, preparing to fiercely pummel Han Li with his devil chi-clad fists. Han Li watched this with an unchanged expression and calmly took half a step back. With lightning ringing from his back, a pair of silver-white wings appeared. Then, with another ring of thunder, he disappeared in a silver flash. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he paused before coldly smiling. Lightning movement. I see you know quite a bit. But it is a pity. He sneered and turned into black mist before disappearing as well. The two attacks and simultaneous disappearances happened all in a mere instant. When Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman saw this exchange, they had immediately planned on assisting Han Li with their magic treasures, but they weren't able to find a good chance to interject themselves into the battle. And with Marquis Nanlong and Han Li now out of sight, Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Then, they hastily released their protective treasures around them out of increased wariness, protecting themselves from any chance encounters with Marquis Nanlong. After all, the two didn't have Han Li's abilities and weren't able to see through Marquis Nanlong's concealment. At that moment, thunder rang out and Han Li appeared over 60 meters away from his original location. And immediately after, Black Chi appeared behind Han Li, followed by Marquis Nanlong's appearance. Wearing a savage expression on his face, he fiercely pounded his fists down upon Han Li. Without even turning around, Han Li instantly sensed what had happened with his spiritual sense, but the strike occurred too fast. He wasn't able to teleport away in time. He was only able to pour the entirety of his spiritual sense into the blue light shield surrounding him to block the attack. Han Li's haphazard decision to teleport away had given Marquis Nanlong quite the opportunity. With shock resonating through his mind, Han Li felt perplexed when he was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Marquis Nanlong to act so quickly. Bang, bang. Han Li now tasted what Ancestor Linghu had just recently experienced. The blue light barrier around Han Li's body trembled and he was struck back. A majority of the magic power he had condensed was scattered by Marquis Nanlong's two fists, preventing him from further using lightning movement. Marquis Nanlong wildly howled in laughter and his body turned into a fierce gale as he pursued Han Li, preparing to land a rain of blows with his fists. While Han Li was shooting through the air, incapable of controlling his body, his face was unexpectedly emotionless. Having seen what Ancestor Linghu suffered, he had prepared himself. Although he wasn't able to condense his magic power, he had other methods of contending against the Elder Devil. Although his body had become numb and powerless, he was soon able to feel his arms once more and released a spirit beast pouch from his waist towards Marquis Nanlong. Before Marquis Nanlong realized what had happened, he heard a sudden wave of buzzing from the bag. Several thousand of gold-devouring beetles swarmed out to form a cloud, and they all surrounded him as he charged onward. Although he didn't recognize these gold-devouring beetles, he was able to sense an aura of ancient exotic insects, arousing fear in his heart. He didn't dare to be negligent and swiped his hand in the air towards them, summoning a glowing green ghost claw covered in gray-white flames to sweep away the gold-devouring beetles. In an instant, a majority of the gold-devouring beetles were grabbed by the ghost claw, and soon after, the gray-white flames burned a meter tall. The other beetles that hadn't been grabbed by the claw were now caught in the flames. Marquis Nanlong sneered at the sight and began to move towards Han Li once more. But at that moment, the white-clothed woman saw an opportunity to finally strike. She activated her mirror and a beam of rainbow light enveloped Marquis Nanlong. Additionally, Ancestor Linghu pointed to a milky white ring floating above his head. The ring flickered before shooting towards Marquis Nanlong as well. Marquis Nanlong was enraged at the sight of this and easily dodged the beam of rainbow light with a blur of his body. Although the rainbow light was difficult to deal with, it had no effect on him so long as it didn't touch him. As for the white ring, it was clearly a treasure focused on restriction. It also had no effect on him unless it touched his body. As Marquis Nanlong thought this, he turned his sight on Han Li once more and made his way towards him. To him, Han Li and his divine Devilbane lightning posed the greatest threat. However, Han Li didn't remain idle while inside his light barrier. He slapped another spirit beast pouch at his waist, and summoned over 10 puppets that blocked Marquis Nanlong's way with a single command. Each of the puppets was 6 meters long and had human bodies with tiger heads. With a tremble of their hands, 10 several-inch-long streaks of light glowed their claws. Marquis Nanlong was initially surprised to arrive in front of the tiger demon puppets, but he continued his charge regardless. The dozen puppets flickered with white light and they took action all at once. Their silhouettes wildly blurred and they instantly surrounded Marquis Nanlong as they swiped at him with their claws of light. Marquis Nanlong's expression sank and he shouted. Holding the puppets in disregard, he quickly met 2 of the puppets' claws with his fist. 2 muffled bangs sounded out. When the claws struck his black chi-clad fists, they were thoroughly shattered. However, these puppets had no fear of death, not to mention that they didn't have any magic power to be scattered either. In a flicker of cold light, the 2 puppets restored their claws and resumed the assault. Marquis Nanlong wickedly chuckled at the sight of this and his arms blurred and disappeared, followed by his body. Then the various claws of light all struck air, only to be followed by 2 muffled booms. Marquis Nanlong appeared outside the encirclement, each arm piercing through the chest of a tiger demon puppet. Since puppets didn't possess any hearts, they could only fall to the ground after receiving these grievous injuries. Marquis Nanlong's brutishly powerful fists destroyed Han Li's meticulously refined tiger demon puppets without any resistance. However, these strikes were something only done in passing. His true objective was Han Li, who had yet to recover from his previous attack. As a result, he rushed past the remaining puppets and appeared before Han Li in an instant, launching another fist at him. Still wrapped in his protective light barrier and incapable of mustering his magic power, Han Li stared at the oncoming first with an odd expression that lacked the slightest trace of panic. When Marquis Nanlong saw this, he was bewildered. Just as he thought about what this meant, countless sharp explosions sounded out close behind him. In his alarm, he withdrew his fist without another thought and his body blurred, leaving behind only a line of afterimages in his wake. In the following instant, countless green claws suddenly appeared, ripping through all of the afterimages. Then, in a green flash of light, a green-furred monster with a husk of a face appeared where Marquis Nanlong originally stood. It was the sovereign devil corpse that had stealthily covered under the cover of Han Li's puppets. Marquis Nanlong stared at the tiger demon puppets and the devil corpse that had nearly launched a successful stealth attack on him. A refined corpse? When Marquis Nanlong clearly saw the devil corpse, he shouted with surprise. At that moment, the tiger demon puppets quickly crowded around Han Li. Han Li then raised his hands and stretched out his fingers, with one hand covered in dense bolts of flickering lightning and the other holding a small ball of purple flames. With that done, Han Li emotionlessly glanced at Marquis Nanlong. Marquis Nanlong snorted. With Han Li's magic power restored, there was no point to make any further attempts to suppress him. But what particularly shocked him was how Han Li had released so much divine Devilbane lightning and still had so much in reserve. If he remembered correctly from before he was sealed, the divine Devilbane lightning was extremely harmful to elder devils as himself, but there were very few treasures capable of producing it and they were only able to summon the lightning once or twice before running dry. If that weren't the case, why else would the humans be completely powerless when the elder devils first invaded the mortal realm? But contrary to this fact was the person standing before him, who seemed to be able to draw a limitless amount of divine Devilbane lightning from his body. It was a problem how freely he was able to make use of it. But he was particularly fearful of the purple flame that Han Li held in his other hand. Although he didn't know what this was, his instinct screamed that it was dangerous ever since it had appeared. As for the mechanical puppets, he didn't take them to heart. After all, they posed no threat to him in combat. They simply surprised him when they first appeared. As for the strange refined corpse, its aura was interesting, but it was only an opponent that possessed an early nascent soul cultivation. He also had nothing to fear from it. As the elder devil thought this, he couldn't help but recall the two nascent soul cultivators that he had battled against earlier. When Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman saw that Marquis Nanlong and Han Li had ceased fighting for the time being, they felt a wave of dread and didn't dare to command their ancient treasures to attack. They simply ordered their treasures to remain still. As for Ancestor Linghu's ring, It had shrunk and began to hum as it floated in the air. At that moment, a series of explosions sounded out and Marquis Nanlong turned to look at their source in surprise. He saw that the ball of gray-white flame rupture in the air. A cloud of golden beetles emerged from the flames unscathed. And with the flames gone, the glowing green ghost claw had disappeared alongside them. Marquis Nanlong's expression turned gloomy at the sight of this. Having escaped their prison, the golden beetle cloud immediately rushed towards Han Li. After a moment of silence, Marquis Nanlong wore a savage expression and said, "I didn't expect that your abilities were so vast. Fishing your nascent soul with ordinary means is rather inconvenient. Since this is the case, I'll have to regretfully kill you. Additionally, this body has already reached the end of its usefulness, so it is no matter even if it ruins." He then took a deep breath and emitted black devilish chi from his body. At that same time, the sounds of breaking bones could be heard from his body. Following this, his body grew a meter taller, and his neck and shoulders began to warp with protrusions as if something were about to emerge from them. As soon as Han Li saw this, he immediately reacted and waved his arms. From one hand, several arcs of golden lightning fused together and pounced forward in the form of a golden python. From the other hand shot out an ordinary ball of purple flame. At that same time, Han Li released a muffled cry, commanding the gold-devouring beetles to fly forward. As for the sovereign devil corpse and the tiger demon puppets, they remained in place to guard against any sneak attacks. To the side, Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman glanced at each other before pointing at their treasures and activated them. Suddenly, a beam of rainbow light shot out, arriving a step faster than Han Li's attacks. As for the milky white ring, it grew to 3 meters in size and moved to cover Marquis Nanlong. Having suffered from the Elder Devil's strange techniques, they couldn't allow him to successfully pull off another, or they would face even greater danger. Marquis Nanlong was completely unfazed when he saw these oncoming attacks. Rather, the rainbow light completely disappeared when it touched the black chi that covered his body as if it were being absorbed. At that moment, the golden lightning python, the purple fireball, and the huge white ring simultaneously struck Marquis Nanlong. The gold-devouring beetles were lagging somewhat behind, but they were on the way to attack regardless. As for the other attacks, Marquis Nanlong was unwilling to receive them, and the black chi surrounding his body trembled before instantly shooting out at great speed, carrying him along with it. This 10-meter-wide ball of black chi protected him as it flickered through the air. All of the attacks weren't able to reach him as his speed and evasive maneuvers were truly unordinary, preventing any attack from landing for the time being. When the white-clothed woman saw her attack negated, she resentfully willed her mirror to repeatedly shoot out beams of rainbow light, but they still missed him. This chase had already continued for a short moment, and much to Han Li's frustration, neither of his attacks have landed despite using his spiritual sense to control them. Then, Han Li suddenly heard the monarch of soul divergence in his mind. "Youngster, if you have no other killing methods up your sleeve, I urge you to escape. Elder devils greatly differ from the cultivators of the mortal realm. They are all cruel and brutish, each of them well versed in combat. Although they come and go from our realm, none of them are as vicious as a high-grade elder devil. If they are earnest, you definitely aren't a match for them. Since I've yet to refine my final nascent soul puppet, I don't wish to die alongside you." When Han Li heard this, he didn't reply. Rather, a harsh expression appeared on his face and he suddenly waved his sleeves. In the blink of an eye, a clear ring sounded out and several tens of small golden swords flew out, each taking the form of a foot-long golden streak of light. They then spiraled away and fluttered through the air under Han Li's command. Han Li expressionlessly struck his swords with several streaks of spell seals and had them all tremble several times, before forming over 100 identical copies of themselves in a display of blinding radiance. Han Li formed an incantation gesture with his hands and shouted, "Go!" The sword lights simultaneously rang and trembled before disappearing from sight. In an instant, Han Li had laid down the aureate sword formation in front of him. The monarch of soul divergence yelped in alarm and he leisurely said, "A sword formation? You still had techniques you haven't yet used?" Then pretend I didn't say anything just now. However, I do wish to see why you hold this sword formation in such high confidence. Senior will soon know what this sword formation is. It is hard to say whether or not this sword formation will be able to strike down the Elder Devil if it were his true body, but since he's possessed the body of a human cultivator, I should be able to rid him of his container at the very least, given that I don't kill him. The monarch of soul divergence wryly chuckled and said, "Youngster, don't boast and overestimate yourself. Haven't you already experienced the brute force of the Elder Devil's possessed body and his vicious devil arts?" Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing the monarch of soul divergence's warning, and he asked, "From your tone, it seems you've had personal experiences dealing with Elder Devils. I thought you never entered Devilfall Valley." Monarch Soul Divergence snorted several times and annoyedly said, "Oh? Could it be you didn't hear me before? I had several good friends who enter the valley. Although they all possessed exceptional abilities, only one of them was able to escape alive with their combined powers. Surely this displays the power of the Elder Devils." Han Li smiled and thought to ask him another question when he heard a loud roar from the ball of black chi scuttling in the distance. Afterwards, a storm of wind was suddenly scattered away from the black chi, revealing Marquis Nanlong. When Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman saw this, their expressions suddenly changed and they felt their blood run cold. "Is that human?" They saw Marquis Nanlong emerge with two heads, one head in the front of the neck and the other smaller in the back, both of them possessing a malevolent appearance. They saw 4 devilish arms from his shoulders, all of them long enough to reach below his knees. The head in front had purple scales covering its face and a several inches long white horn jutting out from its forehead. However, his nose, eyes, and other facial features were the same as before. The smaller head on his back appeared completely like that of a demon ghost. Although this head was also horned and scaled, it had a fearsome appearance, and when it opened its jet-black lips, a foot-long black-red pointed tongue unfolded itself. It then pulled back as if it were the tongue of a snake. But what was even more frightening was how the head's eyes had become narrow slits that glowed with silver light. Whenever its eyes moved, it gave an inhuman feeling of unease. Not only his head but the rest of his body was also densely covered in purple scales. His 4 long arms also had long, bone-like nails jutting out from each of his fingertips. When he brought them together, they all shined with silver light and appeared incredibly sharp. Although Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman felt their hearts tremble at the sight of this new fearsome form, given their rich experience as nascent soul cultivators, they didn't allow themselves to be overwhelmed with fear. Instead, when they saw the Elder Devil remain still in place, they both pointed at their treasures and commanded them to attack. A beam of rainbow light flashed out and enveloped the Elder Devil inside of it. Delighted, Ancestor Linghu took this chance to order his huge white ring to also cover him. When the Elder Devil saw this, the expression of his front head remained blank as if it were dead, but the expression of his rear head sneered. The huge ring flashed and directly fell onto the Elder Devil's head. The Devil's 4 arms then glowed with purple light and rose from the rainbow light, firmly grabbing the huge ring before it managed to trap him, preventing it from moving an inch further. Ancestor Linghu was shocked and he hastily cast a spell technique. The ring brilliantly shined with light and attempted to break free, but the 4 arms held firm as if they were made of metal. The Elder Devil's rear head sneered and it opened its mouth, spitting out a ball of pitch-black liquid at the huge ring. When the ring was drenched in the black liquid, it suddenly cried out and its spiritual light scattered and flickered with demonic black light. "My yang-fused ring?" Ancestor Linghu shouted out in alarm. In the instant the ring lost its light, he felt his mental connection with the treasure severed and his complexion grew pale. The Elder Devil had a method to corrupt and destroy ancient treasures. At that moment, 3 of the Elder Devil's arms released their grip on the ring, and he waved the ring with its remaining arm, creating countless afterimages as it spun. The smaller head then wore a satisfied expression and spoke using his front head. "Not bad. Not bad. I was worried about how I didn't have any treasures on hand. This will do for now." At that same time, his 2 other arms swept past his body and took out a pair of black flags. He also spat out a small black sword that floated in the air. As for his fourth arm, it formed a bare fist. Hee hee. Although I only have a few devilified cultivator treasures, they will to do for now. The elder devil sinisterly smiled. Because Han Li was distracted placing down his sword formation, the golden lightning and the fireball slowed down and lagged behind. As for the gold-devouring beetles, they had closely pursued the elder devil, but after the transformation had finished, they fearfully ceased their pursuit and began to spiral in place. Han Li was shocked with bewilderment. This was the first time he had ever sensed fear from his mental connection with the gold-devouring beetles. Not to mention that this two-headed four-armed devil transformation reminded him of the image of the sacred provenance plate as well as the three-headed, six-armed on Master Tsong Kuan's offerings table. Han Li couldn't understand what relation these three things shared. As for the flags in the elder devil's hands, they were the wind-commanding flags that had belonged to Lu Weiying. As for that familiar small sword, Han Li recognized it to be one of the treasures that were found from the ancient cultivator remains. He had actually managed to corrupt it and make use of it as well. But regardless of this, now was not the time to think about it. He needed to provoke the elder devil and draw him into the aureate sword formation. With that thought, Han Li commanded the gold-devouring beetles forward and hastened the speed of the divine devilbane lightning and the purple fireball. Both of the heads simultaneously laughed when they saw this, and the elder devil's neck trembled as it suddenly warped and shifted the positions of the heads. The smaller head then stretched out its black-red tongue without end in a strange display. The elder devil stared at Han Li's incoming attacks and didn't display the slightest intention of dodging. He waved his arms and raised his three treasures in the air. At that moment, the small sword, spell flags and ring brightly shined with black light. The battle between the elder devil and Han Li now begun again. But suddenly, a series of monstrous roars erupted from a distance like bellows of thunder, containing such fury and violent intent that even Ancestor Linghu and white-clothed woman felt their mind tremble from a distance. Han Li was shocked when he heard this astonishing roar, and so was the two-headed elder devil. Then the elder devil withdrew all of his treasures and instantly flew off in a streak of black, releasing a shriek of his own as he shot into the distance like a bolt of thunder. The direction that he flew in was where the roar had originated. In his amazement, Han Li hesitated and extended his finger, ordering the golden lightning, beetles, and purple flames to halt for the time being. He then glanced at the elder devil far in the distance with various changed expressions. If he remembered correctly, this roar along with the astonishing wave of chi not long before originated in the direction of a location marked on the map of Devilfall Valley. Could it be that something massive had occurred there? The elder devil even flew away so quickly and emitted a shriek in response. Could it be that another elder devil has appeared? As these thoughts all surged in Han Li's mind, he remained still in place with a pensive expression. Ancestor Linghu and the white-robed woman were greatly relieved to see that the elder devil had taken off and their attitudes relaxed. Ever since the white-clothed woman saw that her status light mirror was no longer capable of restraining the transformed elder devil, she had been filled with dread. Although Ancestor Linghu felt some regret over his lost magic treasure, he was still able to preserve his life and felt quite lucky as a result. If it weren't for Han Li's timely appearance, he and the great elder of the masked moon sect would have faced destruction. Originally, they had entered the valley with a good friend of theirs, but the possessed Marquis Nanlong had drawn out his nascent soul and consumed it. Now that the elder devil had flown far away and wouldn't return, Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed man exchanged glances before eventually deciding to draw closer to Han Li. As his recent display of magnificent abilities had left them speechless, they found it inappropriate to leave without having a word with him. Ancestor Linghu saluted him and respectfully said, "Fellow Taoist Han, I must thank you for saving me, or I would have perished." He then turned his eyes to the tiger puppets at his side and the sovereign devil corpse which was emitting icy chi. He then inwardly sighed and felt a trace of envy. Han Li was so young, but he managed to acquire so many treasures and abilities. His future path of cultivation was immeasurable. His past agreement with Han Li to assist Yellow Maple Valley was now proven to be correct. So long as he takes action, Yellow Maple Valley will be safe from calamity for the next 1,000 of years. As for Nangong Wan's senior martial sister, she forced a smile despite their previous quarrel and said, "Many thanks for fellow Taoists' kindness." In contrast to her expression, her tone was indifferent. As for any thoughts of revenge, they were completely eradicated, having just witnessed Han Li's current abilities. With a wave of his arm, Han Li recalled the golden lightning and other items into his body and sleeve. Then he calmly said, "I didn't save your lives out of kindness. I was only defending myself. Now, what do you plan to do? Would you be interested in taking a look over there?" Ancestor Ling Hu immediately shook his head and said, "Fellow Taoist Han must be joking. That thing is so formidable, only a late nascent soul stage cultivator could contend against it. We will not be following it." As for the white-clothed woman, she didn't say anything, but she also shook her head. "Since that's the case, then so be it. Although I am curious, it is too dangerous for me to go by myself. Let's part here." Han Li felt somewhat disappointed. If these two nascent soul cultivators agreed to accompany him, he would have truly go through to investigate what was going on. However, he wasn't curious enough to risk the danger if he were alone. With that thought, Han Li turned to stare in the direction of the howl, and a short while later, his expression suddenly grew heavy. When Ancestor Ling Hu saw this, he hastily asked with alarm, "Has something happened?" Ancestor Ling Hu followed Han Li's gaze and saw light flashing in the distance. He saw purple and black lights shine and flicker without end, covering up half the sky from view. And among these lights rose 100-meter-wide emerald-green cloud that had various bright lights slowly swiveling within it. When these lights interweaved inside the green cloud, a loud tremble sounded out along with a howl that could be faintly heard from a distance. The strange black-purple lights carried raging waves of overflowing devilish chi throughout the sky, a devilish chi that the three were very familiar with. It carried the same aura that Marquis Nanlong's possessed body released after it transformed. However, this same aura was being emitted at full force from a distance and gave an oppressive feeling. But what Ancestor Ling Hu was even more fearful of was how the black-purple lights and the green cloud were quickly heading towards their direction. It appeared they would soon arrive. Bloated corpse poison. That is a poison cloud formed from Wei Wuya's poison techniques. It is capable of killing any cultivator that touch it. I've seen him use this before. The white-clothed woman's face lit up when she saw the green poisonous cloud. When Han Li and Ancestor Ling Hu heard this, they exchanged glances with an odd expression, but both of their eyes seemed to contain a deep dread. Although the power of this green cloud was vast, it was clearly inferior to that of the black-purple streaks of light. Could it be that his enemy was on par with a late nascent soul cultivator? However, from the astonishing aura that it emitted, his opponent definitely wasn't the elder devil soul that was possessing Marquis Nanlong's body. When the white-clothed woman saw the other two's expressions, she realized this as well, and she expression grew sullen. "Should we?" The white-clothed woman hesitated and thought to propose something when an icy spiritual sense swept past the three and interrupted her. Han Li's heart trembled when he felt this, and Ancestor Ling Hu's expression turned particularly unsightly. After some silence, Han Li emotionlessly said, "Let's hurry and decide what to do. If we take too long, we'll miss our chance. Now that the elder devil we've been fighting has run over there, fellow Taoist Wei will soon find himself overwhelmed no matter how deep his cultivation may be. Do you two plan on assisting him? Or will you run off now and wait for the monsters to hunt you down after Wei Wuya is defeated?" Before Han Li spoke to them, he swept his spiritual sense past the black-purple radiance. However, astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations blocked him from seeing anything further, much to his gloom. It was clear that the battle was beyond his current level of cultivation. Ancestor Ling Hu and the white-clothed woman couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. If it were possible, the two would rather flee for their lives than stake their all against another battle with the elder devil, but it was as Han Li said. If Wei Wuya was defeated, their chances of making it out of the valley were nil, as they were far too deep inside. Furthermore, if Wei Wuya did survive, he would know that they had remained idle rather than assisting him. And as fellow cultivators of the Nine Nations Union, this would bring no end of troubles. especially since they were grand elders of their respective sects. It could spell disaster for the masked Moon sect and Yellow Maple Valley. The two hesitated as they were resentful of being trapped in this situation. But for the sake of their sects, they had to stake their lives in this hopeless fight. Han Li bitterly chuckled in his mind and watched the black-purple radiance in the sky with his hands behind his back, silent the entire time. Ancestor Linghu frowned and gloomily sighed in his mind. He then said, "Among us, fellow Taoist Han possesses the most powerful abilities. What do you plan on doing?" "Me? Well, Han Li didn't immediately answer and simply smiled. When Ancestor Linghu saw this, he wryly chuckled and inwardly cursed at Han Li for his craftiness. So long as Han Li proposed to leave, the three could immediately leave. And if Wuxia later investigated this, he and the white-clothed woman could blame the matter on Han Li. As Ancestor Linghu was trying to find a way to deal with this awkward situation, Han Li suddenly yelped, There are also cultivators nearby. But this comes as no surprise. Given how loud the noise was, it would have attracted cultivators within several thousands of kilometers here. When Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman heard this, they hurriedly followed Han Li's gaze and found that on the other side of the battle, a group of cultivators were flying towards the green cloud and strange radiance. How can it be them? Why have they come to such a dangerous area? Han Li swept his spiritual sense past these cultivators and felt a wave of shock. He recognized two of the three cultivators in the group. One of the cultivators was Taoist Heaven Crystal, who he had traded with in the past. Following after him were two puppets with wicked appearances. They were riddled with scars, and one of the puppets was even missing an arm. The other person he recognized was a silver-haired old man, Han Li's senior martial brother Chung. As for the last person, it was the unfamiliar old man that had entered the valley with his senior martial brother Chung. The third cultivator that was supposed to be with them was missing. Presumably, something had happened to him. After recognizing these men, Han Li's expression turned gloomy. It seemed these cultivators were attracted by the fearsome battle. Perhaps they had mistakenly believed that it was between cultivators fighting over a rare treasure. Had they known that there were nascent soul-consuming devils instead of treasure, they would have surely been flying away. Because they were too far away from Han Li, he wasn't able to reach them with his spiritual sense and couldn't stop them. As a result, they drew closer to the battle in the blink of an eye. Wuxia would surely be interested in dragging them into the fray and force them to share the pressure, putting the newly arrived cultivators in danger. Han Li didn't care for the others, but his senior martial brother Chang had treated him with kindness at the Drifting Cloud sect, and he couldn't stand by as he watched him die. It seemed he'd have to involve himself as well. Helpless, Han Li's original plans fizzled. He had intended to wait and see how the battle turned out before deciding to either involve himself or slip away. If Wuxia was only at a slight disadvantage, he would naturally be willing to tangle with the Elder Devils. After all, as a fellow human, he didn't wish for the Elder Devils to turn Devilfall Valley into a slaughtering grounds and have the cultivators' souls devoured. But if Wuxia was completely overwhelmed, he definitely wouldn't involve himself and would quickly slip away, preserving his own life. As a result, calamity would strike at all the cultivators within the valley. As entities capable of defeating a late nascent soul cultivator, Han Li wouldn't be able to contend against them, but he should be able to escape. But now that his senior martial brother Chang was heading towards the battle, Han Li's expression wavered and could only summon the courage to involve himself. If it truly was too dangerous and worst came to worst, he should be able to use the blood shadow evasion technique to escape. However, he'd have to carefully choose his direction or else he would run into a spatial tear. He will definitely be reserving it only as a last resort. With that thought, Han Li turned around and spoke to Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman. Since there are other fellow Taoists going to assist him against those soul-devouring devils, I will not stand idly. Regardless of what you decide to do, I'll be heading off first. However, given that you two are so close to the battle, I suspect that fellow Taoist Wei has already discovered you. It may be awkward for your future relations with him if you don't join the battle. After speaking with a tone that both threatened and warned them, Han Li made his way towards the battle in a streak of azure light. Afterwards, the remaining 2 nascent soul cultivators stood in place, speechless. During this delay, the battle between the black-purple radiance and the green mist grew increasingly fierce. Han Li's words likely held true. Since they were only about 5 kilometers away, if Wei Wuya had the mind to casually sweep his spiritual sense around him, they would be easily discovered. Ancestor Linghu stroked his beard and bitterly smiled to the white-clothed woman. Let's go. Fellow Taoist Han is right. As human cultivators, we are duty-bound to slay these devils. The white-clothed woman's expression turned sullen. She could only nod, having considered the stakes. Fortunately, there would be several cultivators simultaneously attacking these formidable devils, and she should be able to survive. Hoping for the best, the 2 then gathered their courage and made their way towards the battle. Unbeknownst to them, the Grand Elder of the controlling spirit sect, Dongmen Tu, and the 3 of his sect disciples were 50 kilometers behind them. Only 3 of the 5 nascent soul cultivators created through the elemental spirit nascents still remained. The other 2 perished from a spatial tear and a restriction respectively. However, Dongmen Tu didn't display the slightest sadness on his faces. Instead, he was glancing at the horizon with excitement. The spiritual chi fluctuations were fierce and could be clearly felt from even 50 kilometers away. It was most likely a battle between cultivators for treasure, and he planned to see if he could take advantage of the chaos. Even further away was the Ghost Spirit Sect Elder Zhong and the group of Ghost Spirit Sect's disciples. Elder Zhong was wearing a particularly gloomy expression. Although he had a planned route through Devilfall Valley, 2 of his disciples had perished to moving spatial tears on the way. Even worse was how the main objective of their arduous journey, the spirit kindle fruits, had been stolen away by someone else, nearly causing him to be taken away with fury. The spirit kindle fruit was crucial for him to enter late nascent soul stage. Since the cuts to the spirit kindle fruits tree had been fresh, they must had to be immediately refined into medicine, and they couldn't have gone far. He sent his disciples out under this reasoning, but to his disappointment, they didn't find them despite the many days they searched. But just as Elder Zhong was about to dejectedly bring his disciples back, they came across waves of qi that nearly wiped them away. Fortunately, he possessed a top-grade protective ancient treasure and allowed them to all make it through without any damage. Afterwards, another wave of astonishing spiritual qi fluctuations stirred in the distance, and he immediately recalled the cultivator who stole away the spirit kindle fruits while flying forward with his disciples with insuppressible impatience burned in his heart. Han Li kept the sovereign devil corpse and his puppets at his side, and even released a dozen huge tortoise puppets at his side as he flew towards the battle. As Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman followed after them, they were both surprised and felt a bit of relief. Although the puppets didn't amount to much alone, when combined in the numbers of several tens and expertly used, they could forcefully distract an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. While they both felt a bit more relieved at the sight of this, Ancestor Linghu felt a pang of envy and the white-clothed woman was intimidated. To think that Han Li still has even more moves hidden. What a profoundly mysterious character. In the blink of an eye, Han Li quickly closed the 5-kilometer distance from the battle. He then slowly came to a stop when he arrived about 300 meters away and examined what happening. Now that he was nearby, he discovered that there were countless tentacles formed from black-purple devilish radiance and were wildly fluttering about. There were also a devil that appeared at the center of the purple light, the source of the devilish chi. The devil had a malevolent face and a horn growing out of its forehead, bearing a striking resemblance to the 2-headed 4-armed devil. However, his body appeared to be purely human, and his skin appeared to be smooth and translucent as finely carved jade. At that moment, the devil had his eyes closed and displayed no trace of emotion as if were asleep. But what was strange was how thunderous roars occasionally escaped from his abdomen despite clearly have his mouth shut. From this sound alone, it appeared as if the devil was furious, but his face was completely still. The devil's arms were mechanically flinging balls of pitch-black flames down to the green cloud below. The balls of flame moved stiffly as if they were slowed down. But in contrast to their unremarkable appearance, These black fireballs released 30-meter-wide waves of flame upon rupturing, scattering away most of the green clouds that were nearby. However, Wei Wuya's green cloud of poison wasn't to be underestimated. It trembled several times before launching a counterattack to eliminate the black fireballs, a continuous barrage of countless snakes made from green poisonous qi. However, this was done in vain as they all ruptured in midair before they could reach the devil within the purple light. As a result, green clouds, weird radiance, and black devilish flames intertwined and occasionally released explosions in the air. Soon, Ancestor Linghu arrived at Han Li's side and saw the devil in the air. With an expression of surprise, he happily said, "What's going on here? The devil seems to have not yet awakened, or maybe the body is under some sort of restriction. Anyways, this is a great opportunity." Han Li shook his head. As he continued to survey his surroundings, he said, "If it were so easy, fellow Taoist Wei would have already have killed him rather than painstakingly remain hidden within the poison cloud. There seems to be something profound happening. It also stands to mention from this devil's much more powerful devilish qi that there is some sort of relationship to the devil that had flown away, not forgetting that it is also much more powerful." Puzzled, he wasn't able to find any trace of the devilified Marquis Nanlong. But suddenly, his gaze focused on Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's party. When they arrived, they appeared even more surprised. When Senior Marshal Brother Cheng saw Han Li, delight appeared on his face, but for some unknown reason, he simply nodded to Han Li with a smile. When Han Li saw this, he wryly smiled and reluctantly him the first voice transmission. "Senior Marshal Brother Cheng, you've come at a bad time. This devil is extremely dangerous. Even Wei Wuya might not prove to be his opponent. There is also a different devil nearby, with 2 heads and 4 arms." Alarmed, Senior Marshal Brother Cheng quickly replied through a voice transmission. "What? That cloud belongs to fellow Taoist Wei Wuya, and there is another monster? Since you are aware of what is happening, could it be you've already fought? I've already exchanged blows with the other devil. Although I don't know its true strength, it shouldn't be below a late nascent soul cultivator. If we join hands, we may be able to barely deal with it. Additionally, this devil is capable of consuming nascent souls, is adept in concealment techniques, and can move with immense speed. Take care. We should join hands if it does attack us. That way we'll have a better chance." "I got it. I'll discuss it with the 2 fellow Taoists at my side." Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's heart sank and he turned around to speak with the 2 cultivators at his side, informing them of what Han Li had told him. Taoist Heaven Crystal has already recognized Han Li and appeared shocked when he saw the 30 tiger demon and tortoise puppets at his side. At that moment, he smiled at Han Li before starting a discussion with Senior Marshal Brother Cheng. As for the wrinkly old man at their side, he glanced in Han Li's direction with an astonished expression when heard Han Li's name. Although he was a nascent soul eccentric that had remained isolated from the outside world for many years, even he had heard of Han Li's new and grand rise to fame, not to mention that Han Li was the junior martial brother of his good friend. Curiosity in his heart, he nodded towards Han Li with a calm expression. As for Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman, they weren't particularly famous nor did they have any relationship with the other party of cultivators, but they were allied to Han Li. As such, they all agreed to join hands in the fight against these fearsome devils. Then, Wei Wuya spoke with a sullen and hoarse voice. "Fellow Taoist Han? It is great that you were able to arrive in time. This monster is an elder devil that had invaded our mortal realm during the Age of Antiquity. They are an arch-enemy of all human cultivators. I didn't expect that there was one sealed inside Devilfall Valley. It was unintentionally released by fellow Taoists Wang Tiansheng and Wang Tiangu, and they perished in the spatial tear collapse when the devil was unsealed. I was only able to survive from luck, but I greatly injured my vitality in the process. I won't be able to hold him off for long. Fortunately, the ancient cultivators placed a seal on his body, but he is currently dissolving it with devil fire. Fellow Taoists, you must stop him or this devilish monster will slay everyone inside Devilfall Valley without resistance." Wei Wuya's voice was filled with worry and anxiousness, as if his injuries were severe. Afterwards, The green cloud roiled at its center to reveal Wuxia with a deathly pale complexion and dim eyes. When Han Li heard this, he cursed in his heart. He originally intended to provide assistance to Wuxia, but it seemed they were the main force in this attack. This was trouble. Ancestor Linghu and the others each looked at each other with dismay, all knowing that things were far from good. Since even Wuxia didn't prove to be a match for the devil, how would they be any different? But if they fled, Wuxia could plummet their standing in the cultivation world of the heavenly south once he made the information known they had abandoned a righteous cause. After all, this wasn't a fight between cultivators where one could flee without blame, but one against elder devils. As if seeing the awkwardness of this situation, Wuxia's voice softened and he said, "Don't worry. I've already scanned my spiritual sense into the difference. So long as you delay this devil, other fellow Taoists will quickly come. And not long before, I've already sent a voice transmission talisman to the Mulan. Given how they wish to position themselves in the heavenly south, there is no way they won't come." Han Li and the others were relieved to hear this. Although they might not be the elder devil's match, delaying him for a moment should be possible. However, the devil that was floating in the black devilish chi seemed to understand what they were saying. His half-closed eyes trembled and an icy glint flashed by. His hands ceased as he slowly raised his head to examine his surroundings. The devil's eyes brushed by then and black-purple radiance continuously shined around him, raising a chill down the cultivators' backs. They felt their hearts drop as if they were being glared at like prey. However, Han Li cultivated the great development technique and was able to resist most of this effect with his vast spiritual sense. Although he felt unwell, he was still able to look at the elder devil with the bright sight spirit eyes. If he deliberately avoided his gaze, he feared that a show would remain in his heart and cause him to hesitate in his battle against the devil. When the elder devil saw Han Li's defiant gaze, he felt somewhat surprised and his icy gaze examined Han Li once through, as Han Li continued to silently stare back. Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman originally stood at Han Li's side, but when the elder devil's gaze fell upon Han Li, they unconsciously took several steps back as if suppressed by the elder devil's spiritual sense. When the others saw this, their expressions changed and they began to raise their guard. Then the devil raised his arm and black flame flickered. A black fireball quickly expanded and grew to the size of a head in the blink of an eye. Then it disappeared without a trace with a wave of his arm. Han Li's heart trembled and soon after, he was shocked. The black fireball didn't head for any of them, but instead went for an empty area in the sky. The fireball then ruptured, covering everything in a 30-meter radius. In Han Li's shock, he discovered a silhouette had appeared in the black flames. A two-headed, four-armed monster. The monster's arms were glowing with purple light and waved, gathering together the black devil flames into a single arm and reforming it back into a fireball. The two-headed elder devil swallowed it, and then he raised his head to look at the devil up above. "So it was you. You finally found me." The elder devil with the devilish face sighed. The two-headed elder devil sinister smiled and spoke with a hostile tone. "You've quite brave to dare attack me. It seems you wish to become the master soul. I wonder whether it was a mistake in the past to send you after those cultivators. Since you're me and I'm you, why must I obey your orders now that I've gained my own consciousness?" And in the sacred realm, it wasn't rare for a soul fragment to devour the original. "You should have realized this when you released me by myself." The elder devil with the single head spoke with a calm tone. The two-headed devil's expression turned fierce. "That's right, I had expected this. However, I didn't think you'd manage to attract human cultivators to my body and use dissolution transformation on my sealed body to create a new one. Could it be you didn't know that while this was capable of dispelling the curse, it would greatly damage my body's vitality and decrease my cultivation by a third? Do you know what this means?" The human form elder devil scoffed and said with a disdainful tone, "Your body? What are you going on about? I was originally a portion of your soul, so why can't I use the body as I wish? As for the loss of a third of the body's cultivation, so long as I devour you, I'll be able to remain in the mortal world and evade those willfully ignorant cowards, become free and unfettered. When the time is right, I'll open up an ancient passage to the sacred realm. And as a result of this grand accomplishment, I may even become a member of the sacred ancestors. What will a bit of lost cultivation matter then? When the two-headed devil saw this, he knew there was no turning back and said little else. Since the second devil soul that he had cultivated is betraying him, they would have to attempt to ease the other spiritual sense, as there could only be one main soul in this world. Of course, the two-headed devil had no choice in the matter except to fight. Since the main soul was incapable of escaping the restrictions in this area, he couldn't risk allowing his soul fragment to escape as well. Although he was now outmatched, his soul remnant had made a mistake. Although his soul fragment had seized the devil body and his cultivation nor his devil form body could compare, he had placed a restriction on his soul fragment in his capacity as the main soul. While he didn't know how much of this restriction had been dissolved, it would decide the coming battle between them. With that thought, the elder devil suddenly turned one of its heads around and looked at the crowd of cultivators. He then said, "Let's devour the cultivators' nascent souls first and put off our business for later. Then we can have an uninterrupted battle on who will be the subordinate. I don't want to give these humans any chance of taking advantage of the chaos. Surely you will agree. Of course, I've now dissolved a majority of the restrictions on my body. Even if you didn't attack, I could kill them all by myself." The elder devil's soul remnant spoke calmly, and he opened his eyes entirely, revealing blinding red-purple light. The elder devil coldly chuckled and he unconsciously turned his sights on Han Li. "Don't overestimate yourself. There are a few cultivators among them that will prove particularly troublesome." The elder devil opened his mouth and spat out a long purple tongue, as if in objection to this statement. When the cultivators saw the two-headed elder devil reveal itself, they were somewhat surprised, but they only grew more shocked as they heard their conversation. It seemed the two devils were originally a master and soul fragment. But now, the soul fragment was now the main soul now that it had seized the original body, and they were at irreconcilable odds. Ancestor Lingyu and Senior Martial Brother Cheng were both secretly delighted at first when they heard this. If the two devils were to battle first, they could take advantage of the fight, but this suddenly changed when the two devils decided to unite to deal with the cultivators. Han Li's mind quickly churned and he turned to Wei Wuya, saying, "Fellow Taoist Wei, I'll have to trouble you with delaying the main devil. These two will assist you while I and the others will deal with the two-headed devil. This is all we can hope in order to save ourselves." Han Li nodded to Ancestor Linghu and the White Woman, indicating for them to help Wei Wuya. Wei Wuya wore a bitter smile when he realized what Han Li meant and said, "I will do the best I can. However, he has already dissolved most of the restrictions on his body, and I don't know how much longer I can endure. The most time he could buy, the more cultivators that would arrive." Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman raised no objections to being ordered around by Han Li. After all, strength was what decided seniority in the cultivation world. As soon as Han Li finished the speaking, the two devils took action, without waiting for any further discussion to take place between the cultivators. The main elder devil spun and devilish light began to shine from his body, suddenly dimming the sky before black-purple light massively surged throughout the sky and quickly tainted its color. The main devil had remained in place as the light formed a curtain of light and spread outward. As for the two-headed devil, he wore an odd expression and his body blurred before disappearing from sight. When the cultivators saw this, they knew the battle had begun. Regardless of what they had originally intended to do, they could only summon a brave face going forward. Wu Wuya's body shined with green light, and the clouds surrounding him began to roil and surge. Over 10 flood dragons were formed from the poison clouds, and they charged forward with bared fangs and claws, occasionally slowed down by the vast influence of the devilish light. Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman exchanged a glance while they saw this, and they flew directly to Wei Wuya's side. The white-clothed woman took out her status light mirror and released a dense beam of rainbow light. It clashed against the devil's light screen before slowing down. With Ancestor Linghu's ring ancient treasure-sized, he could only take out his jade scepter and a small jade stamp block. It struck the devilish light screen in a streak of green with massive momentum. From how the two saw it, Wei Wuya might be heavily injured, but he was one of the most powerful cultivators in the heavenly south whose name had resounded for several hundred years. Compared to Han Li, he was the more reliable choice to assist. At the very least, they wouldn't have to deal with that two-headed devil's bizarre concealment techniques. The two had no chance of breaking through it, so it was a bit safer to face the other devil while under the protection of Wei Wuya's poison mist. In the blink of an eye, the two entered the green mist. Wei Wuya had opened a passageway, granting them a safe entrance. Han Li paid no further attention to these two cultivators. Instead, he glanced over at his senior martial brother Cheng's party of cultivators and was soon stunned. He saw that they weren't able to protect themselves in time as the devilish purple-black light enveloped them. But as the three were vastly experienced and were nascent soul cultivators, they had methods to protect themselves. Of course, the three cultivators and the two puppets gathered together and assumed a five-pointed protective formation. They released their own protective treasures, transforming into balls of flickering light that condensed into a dense multi-layered barrier. The two sinister puppets even opened their mouths and blew out a gray yin qi to conceal the five within it. At that same time, Han Li heard his senior martial brother Chang send him a voice transmission. "Junior martial brother Han, the devil seems formidable. Wouldn't it be safer to?" When Han Li heard this, he bitterly smiled. It seemed these three had their own methods to protect himself. He wouldn't have to be worried much over protecting his senior martial brother Chang. Although this method appeared to be safer, this required the party of cultivators performing this to be well suited to one another as they were each restraining one another. If one wasn't used to joining hands with others, it was better to move alone. With that thought, the curtain of devilish light had arrived at Han Li. Han Li frowned and azure light flashed, covering him in a layer of azure light. Afterward, he raised his hands and pointed his fingers to the light screen. Over 10 3-meter-long streaks of azure sword chi weaved right and left as they shot out, easily breaking the black-purple light screen into pieces. When Han Li saw this, he immediately glanced around and sighed with a tone of helplessness. Although the devilish light screen above his head was already broken, he was surrounded by the black-purple light everywhere else around him. At that moment, the Elder Devil's devilish light screen had spread over 5 kilometers in radius in a display of astonishing momentum. Han Li felt his actions slowed and the devilish light screen flashed with light, recovering from the damage that Han Li inflicted upon it. In addition to releasing the blue light shield, Han Li gave himself an additional barrier of light to protect himself and did nothing else as he was submerged by the black-purple radiance. His gaze flickered around him and he frowned, having discovered nothing. He didn't believe that the Elder Devil had released this giant light barrier for nothing. And as he had predicted, he suddenly sensed something and his expression turned gloomy. Although there was nothing strange about his body, he discovered the purple-black light screen was draining his magic power through his barriers of light. Although the amount was minute, it would wear away at his strength given enough time. In his alarm, Han Li gripped his fists and mulled over the matter before suddenly releasing dense bolts of lightning from his hand. Lightning flashed and entered his 2 barriers of light before rupturing. Loud electric surges sounded out and the azure and blue barriers of light surrounding him were covered in countless fine arcs of golden lightning. The devilish light then withdrew as if scared away. Han Li sighed with relief and his thoughts began to turn. The sovereign devil corpse and his puppets then moved forward as he was escorted in the middle. The huge tortoise puppets began to condense icy chi and produce huge translucent ice spikes from his back. While these actions all didn't seem like much, this had all occurred in the blink of an eye. Blue light then flashed from Han Li's eyes, making full use of his bright sight spirit eyes, and he felt his heart thump after looking around him. What's going on? Han Li wasn't able to find any trace of the two-headed devil, causing his heart to sink. He deeply sighed and forcibly pushed down the worry in his heart. Then, with azure light wildly flashing from his body, he poured the entirety of his spiritual power into his bright sight spirit eyes. Suddenly, a cold blue light shined from his eyes. Han Li swept his eyes around him and eventually found something. With a changed expression, the dozen huge tortoise suddenly began to shine with spiritual light, launching a barrage of over 1,000 ice spikes shot out and enveloping a small area. Black chi suddenly appeared from where the barrage of icicles was heading, revealing the astonished two-headed devil with a spell flag, ring, and a small sword held in 3 of his arms. As the barrage headed towards him, he waved these 3 arms. The spell flag released a black wave of light which swept over him. The small sword waved several times and released incisive streaks of black sword chi, and the recently acquired ring blurred, shooting countless copies of itself with astonishing momentum. The icicles were all shattered by the treasure's might before they had the chance to land, filling the nearby 30 meters with icy chi. As a result, the temperature suddenly dropped. The two-headed devil didn't care about this, and he sinisterly smiled instead, disappearing once more in a flash of devilish light. Han Li's expression turned unsightly when he saw this, and he licked his lips. The elder devil was perhaps the most fearsome enemy he had yet to face on his path of cultivation. A single moment of carelessness would result in death. Although he was currently using his bright sight spirit eyes to their greatest level, the devil's appearance within the devilish light was extremely blurry. His movements were so quick that Han Li wasn't able to stay on his location for long. He was only able to see his blurry image come in and out of his line of sight. It was only when the elder devil slowed down or stopped that Han Li was able to barely see him. As a result, Han Li immediately found himself in the disadvantaged. With the bright sight spirit eyes at full power, he placed a heavy burden on his eyes and found that he wasn't able to persist in using this ability. With the bright sight spirit eyes weakened, Han Li wasn't able to find any trace of the devil. Han Li felt a wave of gloominess over him. His only option now was to either break the devil's concealment or force him to abandon it, having believed that there was no use in remaining hidden inside the devilish light. Or else Han Li will have no method to attack him. With that thought, Han Li's expression stirred and he slapped his storage pouch. A large cloud of gold-devouring beetles swarmed around him. With a simple whistle, Han Li ordered the insect cloud to scatter all around. In the blink of an eye, the beetles covered a 100-meter-wide perimeter with Han Li at their center. As a result, even if Han Li wasn't able to use the bright sight spirit eyes to spot the devil, he could immediately sense him once he entered the beetle's perimeter, leaving him safe from sneak attacks. With the insect cloud released, a cold snort sounded out from not far away. In a flash of black light, the two-headed devil appeared, looking at the sparkling gold-devouring beetles with an unsightly expression. But immediately after, the devil's human head tensely furrowed his brow and his heads exchanged places. The malevolent ghost head was now facing Han Li with an icy smile on his face. Han Li felt his heart tremble and he suddenly became vigilant. He saw the ghost head open his mouth and spit out silent black waves. When the black waves arrived nearby, they rippled past the gold-devouring beetles and caused them to sway before falling to the ground. As a result, a majority of the beetles that stood in the devil's way to Han Li had fallen, leaving an empty passage forward. The ghost head savagely smiled in Han Li's direction, and his body flew forward in a blur. Han Li's expression grew sullen and he raised his hand, launching a walnut-sized ball of golden light forward with a flick of his finger. Its speed was incredibly fast and arrived in front of the devil's ghost head in an instant. This was a method of lightning control that Han Li comprehended after entering the illusory realm that the nature origin pill had induced. With the divine devilbane lightning compressed into a ball, it could be used as a surprise attack, sacrificing a small portion of its power for a vast increase in speed. The devil was caught by surprise and felt greatly shocked. The ball of lightning was incredibly fast, denying him the opportunity to use his movement techniques and other abilities. Helpless, he could only open his mouth and spit out purple shadow that was reminiscent of a snake to intercept the ball of golden lightning. Boom! Golden light flashed and ruptured, bouncing the purple shadow back and filling the air with the scent of something burning. The ghost head groaned in pain and then looked at Han Li with a hostile expression. The purple shadow had fearlessly confronted the divine devilbane lightning with the tip of its sharp and incredibly long tongue, and suffered quite a bit of damage as a result. Han Li didn't reveal the slightest surprise upon seeing that his surprise attack had failed. Instead, he coldly smiled and whistled, calling for the fallen gold-devouring beetles to fly off from the ground and return their original positions around him. When the devil saw this, a trace of amazement appeared on his face, and he looked at the gold-devouring beetles with a grave expression. To the side, Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's party saw Han Li's exchange with the devil, and they all released their own treasures to attack. A white flying sword, a blue jade ruler, and a set of 3 white weaver shuttles. They all rushed at the Elder Devil in an overbearing charge. The Elder Devil coldly glanced at these treasures, and he waved his own 3 magic treasures, suddenly engulfing them in black light and obstructing their assault. The one controlling these devilified treasures was the rear head. Then, through some unknown technique, the devilified treasures suddenly shined with radiance several times brighter, and their resulting light completely trapped the cultivator's treasures in a barrier of light. Within the barrier, the treasure's magic power was absorbed, denying them the ability to escape. It appeared the devil wished to deal with Han Li, the most troublesome problem, first before taking his time with the others. Han Li frowned when he saw this, and the devil's rear head suddenly said, "Those insects are actually unafraid of my devilish vibration art. According to my knowledge, there are only a few insects in this world that are capable of resisting its might, and from their golden shells, these insects are most likely gold-devouring beetles. These gold-devouring beetles must not be at their legendary stage of maturation, given that they were still affected by their attacks. In that case, I would have been at their mercy. It is a pity that I am not using my true body so that I could allow you to witness the ferocity of the Holy Realm's devil butterflies. These still immature spirit insects are a most optimal nourishment for them." After this was said, the rear head looked at the elder devil that was being slowly suppressed by Wei Wuya and revealed a strange expression. Han Li slightly raised his lips but showed no other change in expression. Then he released several tens of golden swords from his sleeve, and they began to spiral around him. He launched a successive series of spell seals towards the swords, and they twinkled with golden light. He intended to place down the Orit sword formation. The ghost head's 2 eyes suddenly glinted with an ominous light. "Since you're deliberately seeking death, I won't tangle with you for much longer. I'll devour your nascent soul and end this battle soon. This body won't last long, so I'll have you experience the true ferocity of the Holy Realm's devilish arts. Obediently perish." The devil felt threatened by the flying swords for some unknown reason, and wasn't about to grant Han Li the opportunity to place down the sword formation. With howling laughing coming from his mouth, his body blurred, and he charged forward with an empty fist towards the gold-devouring beetles. Han Li's heart sank. Unable to continue placing down the sword formation, he mentally commanded the beetles. Although the beetles were somewhat fearful of this devil, they were suddenly roused by Han Li's forceful command and furiously pounced forward to meet the devil's charge. As for the tiger demon puppets that were escorting Han Li, they nimbly pounced forward as well in a blur of white light. The sovereign devil corpse took large strides forward and blocked Han Li's front. As for the tortoise puppets behind Han Li, they opened their mouths and shot thick beams of blue light. In the blink of an eye, the 2-headed devil was immersed in a barrage of attacks. Han Li didn't hope on these things being able to truly block the devil. He only needed the opportunity to place down the sword formation. With that in mind, he believed these attacks should be able to slow him down at the very least and buy him enough time. However, Han Li had grossly underestimated the true might of the 2-headed devil. The ghost head opened his mouth and emit sounds of clattering metal, and he waved his arms in a blur. All of his fingers warped in a blur to form strange incantation gestures in succession. Then a black radiance suddenly shot out from the devil, shining with an intensity that couldn't be seen directly. Then, waves upon waves of black chi suddenly ruptured around him, forcefully pushing away the gold-devouring beetles and tiger demon puppets and nullifying the dozen beams of blue light. At that moment, the devil's second head opened his mouth and released 3 reverberating screeches and continuously shook the surrounding chi, causing trembles to shake the very world nearby. Afterwards, the wave of chi disappeared and the black radiance dimmed. A shining black shell covered in long spikes appeared on the devil's body, as if belonging a malevolent god of war, emitting a pressure that was beyond this world. Then, the ghost head lowered his head and looked at Han Li with a savage expression. Han Li was completely dumbstruck. The two-headed elder devil sinisterly laughed, and his body disappeared in a blur of wind. The sovereign devil corpse who stood motionlessness in front of Han Li suddenly snarled, and its arms suddenly moved, releasing countless green streaks with its claws in front of it. Black light flickered, and the elder devil appeared in front of the barrage of green claw streaks. A harsh expression appeared on the devil's ghost face, and he swept one of his arms. The green streaks suddenly grew denser, and the striking sounds of the claws tearing through wind erupted in front of the devil. When the two sides made contact, black light easily tore apart the green streaks, and his arm had strangely grown a meter longer as he pierced his hand into the sovereign devil corpse as if it were made of metal. He withdrew his fingers and left behind a bloody bowl-sized hole that gushed out with putrid black blood. While this wound would prove lethal to ordinary cultivators, to a cadaver demon, this merely caused for pain. It only served to stir it into a violent rage. Not only did it not retreat, but 3-meter-long spikes suddenly emerged from its arm, piercing towards the elder devil. The devil's soul yelped in surprise as the sovereign devil corpse was far more tenacious than he had expected, and the newly appeared spikes had astonished him. But soon the devil sneered, and 2 of his arms blurred towards his chest. As soon as the 3 spikes emerged, they were firmly caught by his hands clad in jet-black armor. And with an evil grin on his face, he squeezed his hand and began to twist the spikes. Before the sovereign devil corpse's claws were split into 2, a tricolored insect cloud suddenly appeared and swarmed around the devil. This astonishing development at such a close distance had greatly shocked the elder devil despite the devilish arts he had employed around him. Just as the insect cloud was cover him, a fierce expression appeared on the devil's face. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out black waves to sweep up the tricolored beetle cloud in front of him. A strange scene resulted from this. The black waves swept across the black-tainted gold devouring beetles, and they were slowed down in the slightest. They merely released muffled bangs and ruptured one by one, filling the air with bloody bits. This was to be expected. Black-tainted gold devouring beetles were nowhere as durable as the purely golden beetles, and the strengthened elder devil's devilish sound waves destroyed them completely. Then, the sovereign devil corpse raised its other hand. The devil's expression grimaced in impatience, and he blurred from sight once more, suddenly appearing behind the sovereign devil corpse and easily punched forward with his jet-black hand. These actions appeared slow, but just as the corpse puppet turned around, the fist had met its face. In that same moment, foot-long jet-black spikes of bone shot out from the fist and pierced through the corpse puppet's head. It trembled before completely ceasing its movements. The elder devil sinister smiled, and black flames suddenly spread across from the spikes of bone. He then pulled out the bone spikes, and the corpse puppet swayed several times before falling to the ground, completely covered in black flames. The devil then charged into the gold-devouring beetles and began to swipe with the spikes emerging from his fist. When Han Li saw the elder devil arrive near him and his sovereign devil corpse charge to meet him, he instantly thought to retreat and increase the distance between them. At that same time, he pointed to all of the golden sword lights that were revolving around him and launched a successive series of spell seals at the swords, creating a golden wave formed from layers upon layers of sword afterimages. Han Li's expression stirred and thought to use them to suppress the devil, but he didn't think that the devil would defeat his sovereign devil corpse so quickly. Han Li felt a chill run down his spine and bitterly cursed in his mind as he felt his heart ache. This was the first time he had made use of the sovereign devil corpse since he had refined it, and it was easily defeated by the elder devil. It was unknown whether or not the corpse puppet managed to survive, but either way it wouldn't be of any use for the rest of the battle. With that thought, Han Li began to control tiger demon puppets that were standing in front of him and had them charged towards the devil in flashes of white light. As for the huge tortoise puppets, they remained at Han Li's side and continued to shoot isotribute beams of light from their mouths. As for the sword blurs above Han Li's herd, they all rumbled as they moved to envelop the elder devil. The devil coldly snorted when he saw this, and he waved his 4 arms, jutting out differently sized bone spikes from his fists and elbows. There were those that were crooked and straight, but they all glinted with a cold, ominous light as if they were incredibly sharp. Before the tiger demon puppets could even approach, the devil had disappeared in a blur. Having lost sight of his target, he couldn't help but cease his attacks. At that moment, black light flashed and the devil appeared close behind one of the tiger demon puppets. The devil swiped his forearms with ease. The puppet then sparkled with black light before promptly collapsing into a pile of scrap. His figure blurred and the devil disappeared once more. Then a puppet to the right sparkled with black light before being pierced through the chest by a dense bone spike, and it immediately went limp. Han Li watched this with furious alarm and he commanded to golden sword streaks to pursue the devil. However, the devil disappeared once more and a moment later, he appeared in an unpredicted area. The joined concealment and movement techniques of the strengthened Elder Devil was seamless. And with each reappearance, another tiger demon puppet collapsed. They weren't able to block him in the slightest. Han Li had always been prideful of how he was far stronger than most of the cultivators that he encountered. But now that he saw the Elder Devil's abilities, he felt blood run cold. All of his previous battles were nothing in comparison to the enemy he now faced. Even with the full use of the Brightsight Spirit Eyes, he wasn't able to keep track of the devil. As fear lingered in his mind, the Elder Devil eventually made his way to the last tiger demon puppet and withdrew his arm from the puppet's neck. He then set his eyes on Han Li, his icy gaze causing Han Li's hair to stand on end. Ever since he formed a nascent soul, he had never felt this unsettled until now. Han Li took a deep breath and made his utmost attempt to stay calm. It seemed that with the Elder Devil's strange teleportation-like movement, it would be quite difficult to place down the Aureate sword formation. It seemed he would have to use another method to buy himself time. With that thought, Han Li pointed to the wave of sword chi and had it return above his head in a series of clear rings. The golden wave formed from the sword light then enveloped Han Li within it. Soon after, Han Li formed an incantation gesture and sounds of thunder erupted from his body. Dense arcs of lightning then emerged from his body and began to weave together to form clothes of lightning on his body. They continuously flickered with golden light in a blinding display. At that same time, he opened his mouth and shot out a glaring ball of purple light. With a crackle, purple flames expanded from the ball, and a piercing cry sounded out. The ball of light transformed into a foot-long bird of purple flames. It continuously fluttered around Han Li, leaving behind flickering purple embers all around him in a gorgeous display. This was the entirety of the purple apex flames that Han Li had refined until now. Han Li's chain of actions had drawn the Elder Devil's attention. A hostile expression appeared on the Devil's ghost place, and he remained still for a moment, as if to examine what Han Li was doing before launching another sudden attack. Han Li expressionlessly glanced at the Devil's sister bearing and flipped his hand to summon a small crimson sword in his hand. It was only several inches long, but its body was a translucent crimson and glowed with the color of blood. A thread of black chi wandered around the sword as well. This was the Blood Devil sword that Han Li had acquired from Nangong Wan's senior martial sister. The small crimson sword appeared in front of Han Li and began to tremble before he even used it, releasing a bloody scent in the air. Han Li knew that rashly using this sword would bring consequences, but Han was the verge of life and death. He spat a mist of blood essence onto the small sword and it brilliantly glowed, expanding to about a foot long as it floated in place. Han Li solemnly grabbed the sword's handle and glanced at it, suddenly feeling a large quantity of his body's true essence flow into the sword. He quickly let go in alarm and severed the connection to the sword, feeling apprehension from the sword's wicked nature. After resolving himself, Han Li grabbed the sword once more and looked at the Elder Devil across from him. A surprised expression appeared on the Elder Devil's face when he saw Blood Devil's sword and his gaze focused on it. Han Li felt bewildered when he saw the Elder Devil's expression. After a moment of thought, the Elder Devil confirmed what the sword was and a happy expression appeared on his face. He said, "Very good. I didn't think that we left behind sacred tools from our realm. If you agree to hand over that sacred tool to me, I will spare your life and allow you to leave." Amazed, Han Li frowned and asked, "Sacred tool? This is a magic tool from the Elder Devil realm." The Elder Devil snorted and glared at him, speaking with an icy tone. "The matters of the Holy Realm does not concern you. I am simply asking if you agree or not." If you were a human cultivator, there is no harm in agreeing in order to save my own life. You, on the other hand, Hanli then wore a mocking expression. When the elder devil heard this, he squinted eyes in surprise as Hanli hadn't displayed the slightest fury. He swept his gaze several times past the sword blur in front of Hanli, the purple flame bird and the blood devil sword before he gloomily stared at Hanli once more. Hanli silently returned the stare, and the thunderstorm wings slowly unfolded from his back as magic power began to quickly circulate throughout his body. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded in the distance, and the two couldn't help but turn their attention to it. They saw a brilliant flashing light. Several various colored balls of light were pounding against the black light barrier, dissolving it in the blink of an eye to reveal a ring, a small sword and a spell flag, the three of the devil's devilified treasures. However, their devilish light had grown thin, appearing to have received heavy damage. As the elder devil was completely focused on Hanli, he had completely overlooked senior Marshall Brother Cheng's party. Although these three cultivators were all early nascent soul cultivators, they possessed much battle experience and employed their own secret techniques to break through the restrictions constraining their treasures. But when they saw the elder devil's strange shifting movements from a moment ago, they felt their hearts tremble. Rather than take the initiative to draw close to Hanli, they simply directed their treasures to attack the devil from a distance, hoping that it would provide a distraction. But the three clearly understood that Hanli would be the main force in dealing with him. If Hanli were to fall, the three would be left helpless. Hanli was delighted that the three were able to provide some assistance at this time. It would be fantastic if they gave him enough time to place down the Oriate sword formation. With that thought, Hanli took another look at the elder devil and saw that he took another look at Hanli as the treasures streaked towards him. The ghost head's eyes flickered and he sinisterly smiled before disappearing in a series of afterimages. Hanli's heart stirred and he quickly swept his bright sight spirit eyes around him. He revealed shock by what he saw. "Not good. Be careful," Hanli shouted and immediately commanded his huge tortoise puppets to successive shoot beams of blue light near senior Marshall Brother Cheng's party. The three were terrified and could only bitterly curse once they realized the elder devil abandoned his fight with Hanli for the time being and was heading for them. After having seen the many moves that Hanli had displayed, the blood devil sword in particular, the elder devil felt that he wouldn't be able to defeat Hanli in a short amount of time, since the harassment from the three other cultivators would only serve to make things more troublesome. He decided to change course and get rid of the minor hindrance before dealing with his main opponent. Over 10 thick beams of light erupted around the three nascent soul cultivators, filling the air with a cold icy chi. A black silhouette flickered 30 meters near the three cultivators, followed by the appearance of the elder devil. Although the cultivators had already prepared themselves, they couldn't help but lose some of their composure from witnessing his abnormal speed. Fortunately, the three acted with great skill. Senior Marshall Brother Chang and the other old man raised their arms, summoning a fire-red fox and a large talisman. As for Taoist Heaven Crystal, he clutched his hands in an incantation gesture and his two malevolent puppets shot out of the group's barrier in a blur. Under the talisman's protection, the red fox charged alongside them. The talisman flew out of the barrier and erupted several times, producing a cloud of flames. The fox then leapt into the cloud and fused with it, instantly disappearing from sight. It appeared to be a rare spirit beast skilled in fire movement techniques. When the elder devil saw that the two puppets possessing an unordinary aura pounce at him, he expressionlessly clapped his four hands in pairs, and they howled with sounds of tearing space as blinding black radiance appeared in his palms. The four hands grabbed onto the black light and each split off a portion, producing balls of brilliant black light into each hand before transforming into four strange black light blades. These blades of light were only about 2 feet long, and their tips were thick and warped like a dagger. But what was particularly strange was how the blade's body continued to vibrate and released an unending piercing screech as if warping the nearby space. In the instant the black blades took form, the devil's human head appeared anguished and his face grew deathly pale as if his body's blood essence had been vastly consumed. As for the devil's ghost head, his expression turned harsher as the black light blades trembled. Then, in a gust of wind, He shot forward to the blue malevolent puppet. Of course, the puppet felt no fear. It spat out a large mist of gray yin-chi and swept it forward like a wave. The other puppet raised its arms and azure light flashed, shooting out over 10 threads of ice from its hands and disappearing into the mist in the blink of an eye. As for the scarlet puppet, it spat out yin-chi as well, and it released scarlet drills of light from its hands, launching another attack at the Elder Devil. At that moment, the roiling fire cloud had surged above the Elder Devil's head. The devil was now being attacked from 3 sides. The Elder Devil effortlessly waved his 4 arms, sending 4 twirling crescents from his blades. Then, the crescents overlapped to form 2 crosses and shrieked through the air, each heading towards a different puppet. As the Elder Devil was occupied with these attacks, a meter-large claw formed from the cloud of flames and quickly grabbed at the devil's ghost head with its long, incisive nails. The azure threads of ice and scarlet drills emerged past the other side of the yin-chi and made their way to the Elder Devil's body. The Elder Devil's 4 arms stirred and the blades of light grew indistinct as they layered several waves of light together, creating a huge surging orb of black radiance. When the puppet's attacks contacted the orb, it immediately sucked in the attacks with a wail. In the blink of an eye, azure and red light burst as they were churned and shattered. When this happened, the claw of flame suddenly stopped in alarm and attempted to withdraw, but it was already too late. A whip of black light flashed by and completely blew away the claw. A mournful cry soon followed from the cloud of flames. A savage expression appeared on the ghost head and his black-purple tongue hung from his face, dripping with blood. Then, with a low shout, the Elder Devil's body disappeared from sight and he appeared at the heart of the flame cloud. The flame cloud roiled, and soon, limbs and flesh of the fire-red fox scattered through the air. The 3 cultivators gaped when they saw the fire-red fox slain in an instant. Its master, the unfamiliar old man, appeared particularly pained at the sight of this. The Elder Devil wore an odd expression and his body disappeared once more. Then, black radiance flickered from the clouds of gray yin-chi, followed by 2 successive explosions. Taoist Heaven Crystal's expression dropped and he turned deathly pale. Without another thought, he swept his sleeve and blew away the yin-chi in a gust of wind. He found that his 2 puppets had shattered into pieces, leaving no trace of the Elder Devil behind. At that moment, none of the 3 could afford to mourn over their losses and could only glance around them in terror. They all took out additional treasures from their storage pouches and prepared themselves. They heard a series of spatial movements nearby where a black 100-meter-tall mountain appeared, Han Li's 1,000-fold mountain. It then fiercely smashed down. After seeing that the situation had turned desperate, he summoned it near them to temporarily provide them aid. Before the mountain fell onto the land below, a flicker of black light appeared underneath it, revealing the Elder Devil wearing an icy expression. He raised his 4 arms towards the sky and the 4 blades of light condensed into a ball before taking the form of a 3-meter-tall black blade with an edge that roared with thunder. Holding the blade with 2 hands, he chopped towards the bottom of the mountain, and a thin black crescent of light silently shot out from the black blade. The bottom of the mountain erupted in blinding light and the entire mountain wavered. A sleek and glossy crack began to appear at its center. The crack gradually spread upward until the entire mountain was split into 2. The 2 halves then fell off from its mark. The Elder Devil didn't stop there. He glanced at the cultivator's multi-layered barrier with a hostile expression and raised his huge black blade. He waved it and released another thin black crescent. The 3 cultivators had turned completely pale and exchanged a glance of terror with one another. It was clear that the barrier wouldn't be able to endure such a formidable attack. Their bodies began to glow with light and they took off in different directions, leaving the barrier behind. Senior Martial Brother Chung flew straight towards Han Li. As for Taoist Heaven Crystal and the other old man, they flew towards Wei Wuya's side. Not good. Given the terrifying speed of the Elder Devil, Han Li knew that things would not end well. But since he was currently using this opportunity to complete the final steps to lay down the Aureate Sword formation, he wasn't able to personally save them. As he quickly released a syringe of spell seals around him, all he could do was command his 12 tortoise puppets to shoot out icicles from their back. They wouldn't be able to injure the Elder Devil, but they would be able to obstruct his path and give the three cultivators an opportunity to escape. The black crescent of light sliced through the multi-layered barrier as if it were chopping through grass, resulting in the barrier to burst into specks of dust. When the Elder Devil saw the three escaping from the barrier, he looked at them with derisive mockery. As the 1,000 icicles from Han Li's tortoise puppets pelted the surrounding area, the Elder Devil swung the huge blade with a blur of his hands, forming another ball of blinding radiance and splitting it to release two 3-meter-long black lances. He successively threw them into the air, sending one towards the unfamiliar old man while the other made its way to senior martial brother Chung. Soon, Han Li's tortoise puppets pelted the surrounding area with over 1,000 icicles. But with a loud shriek, the two black lances disappeared without a trace. As for the Elder Devil, his body blurred and reappeared 70 meters away, instantly escaping the range of the icicles. At that moment, the unfamiliar old man heard a shriek from behind and felt his heart froze. Without another thought, he tossed out a silver octagon medallion he was keeping in reserve and formed a barrier of silver light around him. Having done this, he felt somewhat safer and hastily turned his head around to see that nothing was there. The unfamiliar old man blankly stared at the scene. Before he even realized what was going on, a shriek sounded out right next to him. As black light flashed, Black Lance suddenly rammed into the barrier. Black and silver radiance momentarily intertwined, and the Black Lance warped, piercing through the barrier and burrowing itself in the unfamiliar old man's abdomen. It ruptured. Before the old man could even scream, he was already dead, filling the nearby air with bits of his corpse. A silver ball of light then emerged where he originally stood, his nascent soul. It appeared in complete disbelief of what had just happened. In that moment of delay, the black threads of light remaining from the eruption condensed into a net and instantly caught the nascent soul. The nascent soul revealed an expression of terror, and it hastily formed an incantation gesture. It wildly flickered with silver light, disappearing in a display of instant movement. But when the nascent soul reappeared, it ran into the net and the net tightly shrunk back, quickly suspending the nascent soul in a ball of black light. As for the other Black Lance, it had arrived at Senior Martial Brother Chang's back in that very moment. As Senior Martial Brother Chang had yet to recover his strength from his last battle at the Dreamcloud Mountains, he was even less capable of dealing with this bizarre attack. He could only curse in his heart and prepare to materialize his nascent soul in order to escape. But at that moment, a spatial fluctuation appeared behind Senior Martial Brother Chang, and a 3-meter-long crimson swordlight shot into the Black Lance's path. The swordlight was blood-red and was filled with an evil chi. The crimson swordlight chopped at the Black Lance, halting it as the black and red light overlapped in confrontation. Then they disappeared in a violent explosion. Senior Martial Brother Chang then quickly flew towards Han Li with delight. With a deathly pale complexion, Han Li lowered the Blood Devil sword and gave his Senior Martial Brother Chang a forced smile. Senior Martial Brother Chang displayed obvious gratitude and arrived at Han Li's side at the greatest speed he could muster. Unfortunately for Taoist Heaven Crystal, there was no one to save him. When he saw the unfamiliar old man's nascent soul became trapped nearby, he turned pale and mustered even more speed. But at that moment, the two-headed Elder Devil appeared in a blur. Taoist Heaven Crystal felt his heart drop and immediately spat out a small crystal sword. Under the command of a spell seal, the sword transformed into a barrage of brilliant white swordlights. The Elder Devil's body strangely warped as soon as the swordlights approached him and disappeared from sight. Taoist Heaven Crystal's heart sank and his body glowed with light, intent on escaping. But just as he began to move, the light barrier protecting him greatly trembled as muffled thumps reverberated from it. At that moment, he lost control of the magic power in his body and came to a sudden stop. Not good. With terror on Taoist Heaven Crystal's face, his protective barrier ruptured, followed by a jet-black claw piercing into his abdomen, ripping out the nascent soul from his dantian before it could materialize. The Elder Devil withdrew his arm from Taoist Heaven Crystal's limp corpse, only for it to burn into ashes by a black devilish flame a moment later. Taoist Heaven Crystal's nascent soul was completely shaken with fear, but it acquired a chance to escape when the elder devil had relaxed his grip. In that moment, the nascent soul rejoiced, and without another thought, it glowed with white light, about to instantly escaping over 30 meters away. But before he could complete the instant movement, the elder devil's ghost head sneered and opened his mouth. A purple blur shot out and bore into the nascent soul's body, the ghost head's tongue. It dragged Taoist Heaven Crystal's nascent soul into his gaping mouth. He chewed several times, and the ghost head's face pulsed with black light, revealing an expression of satisfaction. Afterwards, he beckoned to the trapped nascent soul nearby, and it also shot into his mouth. With these two nascent souls devoured, he felt the power of his soul greatly increasing. He then calmly turned around to look at Han Li and Senior Marshal Brother Chung. He withdrew his extended tongue with a flick and revealed hunger on his face. When Senior Marshal Brother Chung saw Taoist Heaven Crystal and his good friend devoured by the elder devil, his face contorted in fear. He knew very well that if he hadn't flown in Han Li's direction, and if Han Li hadn't acted to assist him, he would have also met the same fate. These nascent soul cultivators at the peak of the outside world were all dealt away in a single blow by this monstrous existence. Inconceivable. For Han Li to have tangled with the devil for so long at only a slight disadvantage was a display of his immense abilities. His decision to rope in Han Li into the sect was only proven more correct as time went on. As distress filled Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's mind, he couldn't help but take a look at Han Li. Han Li's expression turned gloomy, but he was completely calm. He had already laid down the Aureate sword formation, and the rise in his battle strength had bolstered his confidence as well. He glanced at the main Elder Devil's battle a kilometer away and saw that it was steadily ongoing. He saw a pitch-black devil flame that reached out a kilometer wide and surrounded Wei Wuya's green cloud, slowly refining and weakening it. The poison cloud that was originally 50 meters wide was now only a third of its size and was on the verge of collapse. Ancestor Linghu and the white-clothed woman were still safe for the time being inside the green cloud, but they were forced to resist the devil flames by using their own treasures to their utmost power. Han Li inwardly sighed. He knew Wei Wuya and the others wouldn't last long. However, he couldn't afford to take them into consideration. He was forced to only focus on dealing with the two-headed elder devil in front of him. He would have to see if he could use the Aureate formation to slay him first. At that moment, the two-headed elder devil began to calmly fly towards him. Han Li narrowed his eyes and he wordlessly raised his hand, releasing a jade talisman. A black ghost hand appeared in a flicker of light and moved to grab the oncoming elder devil. At that moment, Han Li swept his sleeve and summoned several tens of azure flying swords. They rang out, condensing in a pulse of brilliant azure light into a single huge blade that released an astonishing pressure. Han Li formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the elder devil. The huge sword then disappeared in a blur and suddenly appeared above the devil's head, cleaving downward without delay. The elder devil laughed with an odd tone and clapped his hands together, summoning a huge black blade. He then met the oncoming azure sword with his own. When the elder devil saw the azure sword, he immediately realized it was one of Han Li's bonded magic treasures and intended on shattering it, crippling Han Li's soul. As for the ghost claw, the devil disdainfully raised one of his hands and shot a stream of devilish chi at it, instantly tying it down and preventing it from moving in the slightest. The ghost claw attempted to tear the devilish chi apart, but it was no use. The devilish chi was like maggots. Whenever it split, it would form once more and stronger. Then, the black blade and the azure sword made contact, resulting in a deafening explosion. Black and azure radiance clashed in blinding confrontation. The black blade muffledly groaned and began to warp and ripple. As for the azure sword, it was being gradually pushed back, but it still remained in peak condition with the slightest damage. The two-headed elder devil raised his heads to look at the blade, and they both wore an expression of shock. Although Han Li didn't temper these bamboo cloudswarm swords for a significant amount of time, nor had he infused them with any auric essence, he had refined them with refined crystal, increasing their hardiness and durability far beyond ordinary magic treasures. Despite their somewhat lackluster strength, There were few things in this world that were able to break them. As a result, no matter how the devilish chi stirred the blade or the forms it took, invoking might that could break the greatest of blades, it wasn't able to break the combined bamboo cloud's warm swords. In that moment of delay, the azure sword suddenly rang with thunder and countless arcs of golden lightning shot out from it. When they made contact with the black blade quickly collapsed. Without anything blocking it, the huge lightning-covered sword fiercely chopped down at the Elder Devil's head. The Elder Devil didn't anticipate that the huge sword was made of golden lightning bamboo. In his alarm, he hastily fled. In a flicker of black light, he appeared over 30 meters away, and the condensed bamboo cloud's warm sword missed its mark. The devil stopped, and his expression suddenly turned sullen. He clapped his 4 hands together and condensed 2 balls of black radiance. The black light flickered, and the 2 balls of light transformed into 2 humming black lances. The devil grinded his fangs together and slat out 2 clouds of blood essence onto the black lances. They suddenly trembled and turned blood-red. With this done, the devil's 2 heads appeared somewhat listless, as if having consumed a large amount of strength. At that moment, the huge azure sword reappeared above the devil's ghost head and chopped down without hesitation. The elder devil raised his arms and launched both of the blood-red lances towards the cleaving sword. 2 deafening booms sounded out as crimson radiance and golden lightning overlapped. The lances held firm against the huge sword and its divine devilbane lightning. Soon, the huge sword released a long wail and spun away several times as it was pushed back over 10 meters. Light violently flickered from the sword and it became much dimmer. Han Li's complexion turned blood-red from his connection with the sword and pale in another moment before soon returning to normal. The sword had suffered damage from its spiritual nature, and his soul had received of this damage as a result. Fortunately, his soul was immensely powerful, and this level of damage wasn't enough to influence him. However, Han Li didn't dare to allow this to continue, and he pointed to the huge sword. With a humming ring, it transformed into several tens of azure streaks, flying back towards his body. Seeing that the swords began to fly back, the devil harshly shouted, "Escaping? Those swords will be staying behind." Then he waved at the crimson lances, and in a flash of radiance, the crimson lances transformed into 2 crimson hands. They quickly chased after the swords with wind shrieking behind them. Since he saw Han Li recklessly released so many of his golden lightning bamboo magic treasures, he naturally couldn't allow Han Li to easily retrieve them. He then spun and surrounded himself in a large cloud of devilish chi before shooting after them in close pursuit. When Han Li saw this, he inwardly rejoiced, but betrayed none of this emotion on his face. When Senior Marshal Brother Chang saw this, he felt ill at ease standing idle, and he summoned a small yellow sword in his hand, intending on providing Han Li some support. Before he launched his flying sword, he suddenly heard a voice transmission from Han Li. "Senior Marshal Brother Chang, there is no need to act now. Wait until after the devil is trapped." The old man was stunned by this, and after some thought, he immediately stopped his actions, feeling a great sense of relief. At that moment, the large crimson hands had nearly overtaken the azure sword lights and were only growing faster by the second. Seeing the 2 crimson hands increasingly fervent pursuit to sweep up the swords, Han Li calmly launched a series of spell seals at them. The mess of flying swords released a resonating ring and suddenly binded together into a cloud of chi, and they began to rush through the air, increasing their speed several times. The 2 crimson hands ended up missing their mark as the small azure swords had arrived above Han Li and began to revolve in the air. The elder devil was enraged by this turn of action. It was as if Han Li was deliberately playing with him. The devil's expression deeply sank, and he beckoned to the large crimson hands. The claws flew back and spiraled around him before flying into his hands as 2 crimson sabers. Then, a harsh whistle sounded out from the devil's mouth, and over 30 meters of devilish chi gathered together without warning and suddenly surged towards Han Li. The devil disappeared from sight, concealed within the mist. Han Li frowned when he saw the roiling devilish chi charge towards him. He raised his hands, and golden arcs of lightning began to flicker across his arms, creating a large net of lightning to intercept the devilish chi. Then his eyes flickered with blue light and he swept his gaze across it. But immediately after, Han Li revealed an expression of shock. There was no trace of the elder devil within it. He then raised his head up towards the sky and also found nothing there. Han Li was stunned and he touched his chin. His expression immediately changed when he thought of something. He immediately grabbed onto Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's arm and immediately took off. At that moment, two streaks of crimson light flashed where Han Li originally stood, and the elder devil appeared 10 meters below. The devil's heads wore an expression of surprise. He believed his sneak attack had a complete certainty of success. Han Li inwardly cursed at the wicked ruthlessness of the elder devil. He actually thought to attack them from below. Were it not for his quick response or the bright sight spirit eyes, he would have been cleaved into two. His own protective armor made from the tricolored beetles and his light barrier couldn't have withstood such a vicious strike. To the side, Senior Marshal Brother Cheng was dripping with sweat and his mind was filled with lingering fear. The elder devil stood in place and saw Han Li's expression changed several times. The devil sinisterly smiled as he looked at him and his silhouette blurred, shooting forward in a black streak of light. Han Li smiled at the sight of this. The black streak shot 10 meters out before golden light blossomed in front of it. An unremarkable golden thread appeared and flickered across it. With a light bang, two of the crimson sabers appeared in front of the black streak, suddenly blocking the golden thread that had appeared. But a muffled thump sounded out and the black streak was knocked 3 meters back. The elder devil unsteady figure was revealed, his heads both displaying shock. The golden thread then mysteriously disappeared. It was clear that the elder devil had finally been trapped within the aureate sword formation. At that moment, Han Li formed an incantation seal with his hands, and he willed the aureate sword formation to reveal itself. Countless bewitching golden threads intermittently flickered all around the elder devil. They were entirely silent as they slowly grew closer towards the center. The elder devil's expression turned harsh, realizing that he had fallen for Han Li's trap, entering some sort of unknown restriction. In fury and alarm, he waved his sabers, launching several overlapping saber streaks towards Han Li's position. Several tens of golden threads flickered intermittently in their path, cutting the crimson streaks into countless segments and scattering them into specks of light. The elder devil was stunned and wore a solemn expression. He coldly snorted and brought the crimson sabers together. Then, in a blinding flicker of light, they condensed into a single huge blade. He held it with all 4 of his arms and began to slice it through the air at an exceptionally slow speed. The huge blade shining with blinding crimson radiance, it released a 3-meter-long crescent that emitted an suffocating pressure. This huge blade of radiance streaked 30 meters away before encountering a dense net of golden threads. The streak of radiance was able to make it a meter past the threads of light before thoroughly collapsing apart. The elder devil was deeply alarmed. The golden threads appeared in all directions and were slowly closing in on him. Even with only using the aureate sword formation once before, Han Li was now far more skillful in using it. Senior Marshal Brother Cheng was delighted to see this. He was unaware Han Li possessed such unfathomable abilities. At the center of the formation, the elder devil began to use various movement techniques in an attempt to escape the formation, from turning into threads of black chi to thin black lines. However, all of these attempts were unable to make it past the golden threads with no exceptions. He even split the huge blade into 4 long and slender ones, fluttering them together to form a crimson ball of light to protect himself as he charged forward. As a result, he was nearly cut into pieces by the incisive threads of golden light. Even at the crimson light's greatest strength, it was only able to block the golden threads temporarily. The aureate sword formation continued to close and the golden threads drew closer to the elder devil. When they were only about 10 meters away from the elder devil, he raised his heads towards the sky and shrieked. One shriek coarse and deep, the other soft and high. Han Li unconsciously frowned. As he pondered about what he intended to do, he suddenly heard a similar shriek from the main elder devil, which was emerged in devil fire a kilometer away. Afterwards, a huge silhouette shot out from the devil fire and made its way towards Han Li's direction. Wrapped in pitch-black devil flames, A similar two-headed four-armed devil had appeared, but its body was over 20 meters tall. His speed was immensely quick, and he would soon arrive at Han Li's position in mere moments. Han Li's expression largely changed. At that moment, he heard Senior Marshal Brother Chang shout in relief, "Junior Marshal Brother Han, our reinforcements have arrived." Han Li was stunned, and he turned his gaze into the distance. He saw two flickers of light over the horizon. There were two groups of cultivators heading in their direction. Han Li then completely extinguished the thought of escaping. With one of the elder devils trapped in his sword formation and the other quickly charged to help him, he came to an immediate decision and pointed to the purple flame bird that had been continuously revolving above his head. It spread out its wings and flew towards the approaching elder devil. He then flipped his other hand and took out the blood devil sword. With his other hand, a crimson talisman appeared in his palm in a flicker of crimson light. It had a scarlet flood dragon that roamed across its surface. It was the spirit subjugation talisman that he spent much effort refining. Although he had made use of the talisman at the battle at the Heavenly South's border, he had only used it for a short amount of time, consuming only a third of its power. With the talisman taken out, he slapped it onto his body. In a flicker of scarlet light, the talisman disappeared without a trace, and a huge flood dragon suddenly appeared above Han Li's body. It was 30 meters tall, and its body was a rich scarlet, looking exactly the same as the original form of the Grade 8 venomous flood dragon. After the flood dragon appeared, it released a world-shaking cry, causing the color of the nearby sky to distort. This sound greatly surprised the both of the elder devils. Senior Marshal Brother Chang also appeared at a complete loss. As the flood dragon's roar faded away, its image spiraled once in the air before disappearing into Han Li's back. Crimson light glowed behind him, and suddenly the image of a 3-inch-long crimson flood dragon began to roam across his body with vivid life. Then Han Li's body began to pulse with crimson light, and thumb-sized sparkling crimson scales appeared all over. Following a sharp pain from the top of his head, a small scarlet horn appeared, and his hands turned incredibly hardy, and his fingers became pointed and incisively sharp. At first glance, Han Li's new form appeared similar to the elder devil trapped in the sword formation. However, Han Li's face remained human, and the scales were only present on his body. As for the elder devil's head, both of their heads appeared malevolent, and his scales were purple. Han Li's use of the spirit subjugation talisman had also boosted his true essence with the power of the flood dragon soul, and raised his cultivation to the border of early and mid-nascent soul stage. With his body glowing in both azure and red light, he grabbed the blood devil sword with both his hands and poured the entirety of his magic power into it. The sword began to intensely tremble and violently pulse with crimson light before expanding to 3 meters in length, filling the air with the putrid smell of blood. As for Han Li's red horn, it glowed a brilliant crimson as a result of using the power of the flood dragon's soul to its greatest extent. With the minor elder devil trapped inside the sword formation, Han Li had resolved himself to prevent the main elder devil from rescuing his counterpart and fusing into one to bring forth an even greater adversary. But with the main devil's speed, he would arrive before the sword formation closed in on the minor devil and finished him off. His only choice would be to personally slay the minor devil. Once this was done, he would flee, as there was no way he could withstand the might of the main elder devil. Although there would be dire consequences for using the blood devil sword, including great damage to his true essence, he already decided that he wouldn't be involved in this battle much longer. With the minor devil slain, he would immediately flee and have the other cultivators deal with the stronger devil. Otherwise, he could experience permanent damage to his cultivation. Given that he had slain one of the devils by himself, the other cultivators surely wouldn't have any complaints. But at that moment, the blood devil's sword seemed to be insatiable. In the blink of an eye, it had already consumed a majority of what Han Li's cultivation could offer. The sword's crimson light continuously pulsed and now extended to over 20 meters in length and condensed an even more powerful aura, much to Han Li's shock. When the minor elder devil saw this, he rigidly stared at the light extending from the sword, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He wasn't able to keep his calm, and his ghost head harshly shouted, "Are you seeking your own death? For a human cultivator to use a sacred tool of our holy realm without regard? Are you thinking of turning into a devil? Han Li coldly smiled. He simply continued to pour spiritual power into the sword and ignored him. The devil grew furious. Knowing that Han Li intended on taking his life, his expression turned gloomy and his body began to glow with crimson light. With one of his hands acting as a blade, he severed one of his arms. The wound was as sleek as a mirror and didn't leak even a drop of blood. In the moment the arm was severed, he grabbed it with another arm and he spat several mouthfuls of blood essence onto it as he muttered an ancient incantation. The severed arm immediately shined with crimson radiance and undergone a series of warping distortions before forming a sword that resembled the Blood Devil sword. The sword was made of sleek bone and was covered in pitch-black devilish chi. With a single wave, threads of devilish chi surged around it. The elder devil then brought the sword in front of him and began to pour the entirety of his body's devilish chi into the sword, causing it to surge with black radiance. When Han Li saw this, he was somewhat surprised, but at the same time, killing intent flooded his mind. Although he didn't know the might of this grotesquely formed sword, he couldn't afford to underestimate it in the slightest given its bizarre method of creation. Having come to this conclusion, he ceased pouring magic power into the Blood Devil sword. Then with his hands holding onto the trembling Blood Devil sword, he fiercely cut down towards the elder devil within the sword formation. He couldn't afford to give the devil the opportunity to make full use of the bone sword and immediately struck. A crimson 30-meter-long sword light cleaved downward towards the aureate sword formation. Before the sword light even arrived, the elder devil was submerged in the scent of blood. The air around the sword formation began to tremble and space even began to distort as an indescribable vibration shook their surroundings. The elder devil was overwhelmed with shock. This was clearly a full display of the sword's power. If he remembered correctly, tools from the Holy Realm were only able to be used at half strength by humans. Could it be this increase in strength had something to do with his transformed state? Although the devil had experienced many ancient battles, he had never experienced something as inconceivable as the spirit subjugation talisman. But now that his life was at risk, the devil had no choice but to raise the partially charged bone sword to meet the strike, both his heads loudly screaming. A black radiance that was only half the size of the crimson radiance shot out from the bone sword to meeting the oncoming streak of crimson radiance. Crimson and black light overlapped. A boom shook through the nearby air. Waves of chi surged from the point of contact like a storm. Senior Marshal Brother Chang was blown back a dozen steps before he was able to stabilize himself. As for Han Li, he drew support from his increased cultivation and he merely blurred half a step back before steadying himself. The elder devil, however, was unaffected by the wave. He simply looked at the confrontation of sword light up above him with a nervous expression. A scene that surprised both Han Li and the Devil's Soul occurred. After the wave blew across them, a fist-sized jet-black ball strangely appeared in place of the overlapping sword lights. It then quickly warped in shape. In the blink of an eye, it lengthened to 15 meters long and reached a meter wide, stretching over the sword formation. Before Han Li understood what was happening, a large expanse of rainbow light appeared from the pitch-black object. Because of Rainbow Light's lightning-fast appearance and its close proximity, the minor elder devil and Han Li were enveloped by the rainbow light. Afterwards, a huge attractive force enveloped them into the black object. Senior Marshal Brother Chang fortunately managed to avoid it, having flown back a dozen steps from the initial force. Not good. It's a spatial tear. Han Li realized what had happened and terror filled his mind as he attempted to break free of the rainbow light. But when Han Li attempted to utilize his magic power, his expression blanched. All of the magic power in his body had completely disappeared. Han Li broke out in a cold sweat. Inbound to be engulfed by the spatial tear, he beckoned to the bamboo cloud's warm swords comprising of the aureate sword formation in a panic. The minor elder devil also found himself without power and he revealed terror on his faces. As the rainbow light pulled Han Li and the elder devil into the spatial tear, they weren't able to offer the slightest resistance. Then a clear ring sounded out from the formation, and over 100 streaks of golden sword light shot off in meter-long gold-red streaks towards the spatial tear. At that same moment, a violent and sharp explosion burst nearby. A ball of black devilish flame flickered and teleported in the vicinity of the spatial tear. Devilish flame surged and was promptly extinguished, revealing a towering figure reminiscent of a divine devil. When the elder devil saw that his counterpart was being dragged into the spatial tear, he felt both fury and alarm. As he floated nearby, not daring to enter range of spatial tear, he spotted the last of the bamboo cloudswarm swords that were flying towards Han Li and instantly grabbed at the air in their direction. A huge devilish hand then appeared above the flying swords and reached out to grab them. The swords released a clear ring and they immediately swerved, avoiding the hand and shooting straight towards the spatial tear. However, two of the swords were too slow and were grabbed by the devilish hand, rendering them immobile. At that moment, a purple ball of flame shrieked from an unknown place and instantly flew into the spatial tear as well. The giant elder devil was stunned and thought to do something else when the spatial tear blurred several times and quickly shrunk in size before disappearing without a trace. All that remained nearby was senior martial brother Chang and the giant elder devil. The elder devil glanced in the direction that the spatial tear disappeared and his expression wavered. Then, he turned to look at senior martial brother Chang, and a savage expression brimming with hostility appeared on his face. Senior martial brother Chang was alarmed, and he hastily used his yellow flying sword to protect himself as he slowly withdrew, screaming curses in his heart. He unconsciously glanced around him to reveal an expression of delight. Someone amongst a group of green-robed cultivators spoke from 300 meters away. Isn't this fellow Taoist Chang? What are you doing here? And what is this devilish monster? A green-robed old man glanced at the two-headed six-armed giant elder devil with shock. This old man was the controlling spirit sex Grand Elder Dongmen Tuesday. The three behind him were his nascent soul cultivators formed from elemental spirit nascents. That's right. I would like some answers as well. At that same moment, gloomy words sounded out followed by a dozen black-robed cultivators, the ghost spirit sect disciples. The speaker was the ghost spirit sect's Elder Zhong. These two group of cultivators saw that spatial tear disappear and all of them revealed an expression of shock. Senior martial brother Chang bitterly smiled and could only muster the strength to say, "It is too hard to explain. Let's first deal with this monster first. To be extremely careful. This devil is immensely powerful. A moment of carelessness will result in death." Dongmen Tu and Elder Zhong both glanced at one another with a puzzled expression. The cultivators following them then immediately surrounded the 10-meter-tall devil from a distance. The elder devil's two ghost heads slowly turned around to examine the human cultivators that surrounded him. One of the faces sneered and emitted dense killing intent. As for the other face, it wore a mysterious smile containing a trace of derision. Without saying a word, he raised his hands to the sky and summoned for huge black blades of light into his hand. With a faint tremble, the huge blades released a deafening shriek. When senior martial brother Chang saw this familiar scene, his expression grew unsightly. In the moment the spatial tear had engulfed him, Han Li was blinded by brilliant rainbow light and was forced to shut his eyes. Additionally, the sudden loss of magic power in his body had left him lightheaded and feeling extremely ill. If it wasn't for his flood dragon transformation, he believed he would have already been knocked unconscious. Han Li suddenly felt the spiritual power in his body stir once more and his magic power was suddenly restored. With delight, spiritual light glowed from his body and he regained control, stabilizing himself. At that time, the nearby rainbow light intensely flickered several more times before disappearing and revealing his surroundings. Han Li swept his gaze around and his body instantly blurred, flying over 30 meters away. He had spotted the elder devil right next to him, causing him to jump away in fear. At that moment, Han Li was aware of the current situation without any need for examination. The spatial dimension they were located in was only about 100 meters wide and everything within was clear to see. Much to Han Li's disappointment, there were no others present apart from him and the elder devil. In the instant he moved, he suddenly discovered that the spiritual qi in the air was incredibly dense. There were also a few spiritual herbs and medicines growing around them, as well as a stone pavilion with an incomplete corridor. The walls of the spatial dimension were of impenetrable gray mist. The space he was currently in appeared to be an abandoned medicine garden. Han Li was shocked, but as of current, he was facing a great enemy and his life was at risk. Needless to say, now was not the time to investigate his surroundings. Azure light flowing across his body, Han Li coldly watched the elder devil. He clenched his hands into fists and golden lightning began to flicker across his body. At the same time, a ball of purple flames appeared above him and began to revolve around his head. The ball of purple apex flames had hurriedly rushed into the spatial tear after Han Li was engulfed. Much to his relief, it would almost certainly prove to be invaluable in the coming battle. As for the elder devil, his faces revealed astonishment once he finished examining his surroundings. Then, with a strange expression, he chuckled and said, "I didn't think that there would be a spatial remnant of a spirit ether garden. On the verge of calamity, I encountered great fortune." The elder devil wildly howled and then stopped when his head strangely turned to look at Han Li. Han Li coldly snorted and his sleeve trembled, shooting out several tens of golden flying swords out that transformed into a blur of swords in front of him. But much to his shock, he discovered that he was missing 2 of his auric essence refined bamboo cloudswarm swords. These flying swords were bound to his soul, but at the moment, he couldn't feel their presence. It appeared that the 2 swords had not entered the spatial tear alongside him. He couldn't help but wryly laugh in his mind. It would have been fine if it had been any of his other magic treasures, but his bamboo cloudswarm swords were a set, and without those 2 swords, he wasn't able to employ the aureate sword formation, greatly decreasing their peak combat potential. Helplessness filling his heart, he pointed to the swords in front of him, drawing support to protect himself from the power of the spirit subjugation talisman and the divine devil-bane lightning. When the elder devil saw Han Li readying himself, he drew back his lips and flicked his tongue with a sinister expression. Devilish qi then surged from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he had enveloped a majority of the spatial dimension with roiling devil qi and filled it with winds. Han Li deeply sighed and summoned all of the remaining divine devil-bane lightning. His body glowed with golden light, releasing over 100 arcs of golden lightning that condensed together to form several bowl-thick flood dragons. The lightning flood dragons swirled around Han Li and roared at the sky in a display of strength. "You still have so much divine devil-bane lightning?" the elder devil blurted out with astonishment, but he soon coldly chuckled and wordlessly raised his hands. 2 gusts of winds suddenly flew out from his hands and fused with the devilish qi in the air to form countless black tentacles of varying different sizes. Although Han Li's divine devil-bane lightning was able to restrain devilish qi, it wouldn't be able to overcome such an overwhelming amount. Han Li and the elder devil both realized this, and Han Li's expression turned unsightly. But what most distressed him was that his own blood shadow evasion was useless within the spatial dimension, so he had no choice but to fight. The elder devil harshly shouted, and all of the tentacles suddenly coiled and then charged towards Han Li with overbearing pressure. Han Li resolved himself, and the golden lightning flood dragons coiling around his body roared as they met the swarm of tentacles. As for the ball of purple flame, Han Li willed it to become a wall in front of him. As the battle erupted, the spatial dimension suddenly started trembling and loudly groaned. Glaring white light suddenly shined from the sky before soon turning silver. Han Li and the elder devil both paused their attacks from shock. The clouds in the sky began to violently surge, transforming into roiling silver flames. Then, with a roaring boom, a huge beam of silver light shot out from the flames at the elder devil's location. With the elder devil at the center, a huge pillar of silver light erupted, clearing away all of the devilish qi it touched. Han Li then caught sight of the elder devil's expression of terror before being burned away with silver flames and turning into ash. The pillar of light then erupted and countless silver embers flooded the spatial dimension, wiping away all the devilish qi present. As for where the elder devil had originally stood, all that remained were utterly destroyed magic treasures. With all traces of the elder devil destroyed, the silver flames quickly withdrew and the gray mist returned to normal. Only Han Li was left, with an expression of complete and utter disbelief. Silver flames. This ferocious restriction doesn't seem to be something from the mortal realm. How surprising. While Han Li was at a complete loss, he suddenly heard the monarch of soul divergence's voice from the back of his head. What do you mean? Where did those silver flames come from? Han Li snapped out of his stupor and his face was filled with delight. That formidable enemy had been slain without any risk to his life. He then swept his hand and recalled his golden lightning, purple flames, and flying swords. The monarch of soul divergence kept silent for a moment before sighing. Given its power to easily eliminate the elder devil, it clearly wasn't something that came from our mortal realm. Those silver flames sought out evil chi and only targeted the elder devil, which only leaves the cultivators from the spirit realm. It seems that the ancient cultivators' eventual triumph over the elder devils was due to the interference of cultivators from the spirit realm. Han Li's heart stirred when he heard this. Senior means to say that the masters of this spatial dimension were spirit realm cultivators? With his voice filled with emotion, the monarch of soul divergence said, "That's right. This should be the ruins of one of the renowned spirit ether gardens from antiquity. I heard that in times long past, vastly powerful cultivators were able to draw support from a few treasures to open up a small spatial dimension to grow spiritual medicines using spiritual chi that far surpassed that from the mortal realm. These gardens were specialized in growing all sorts of rare spiritual herbs. However, there was some unforeseen mishap and all of the spirit ether gardens disappeared without a trace and future cultivators were no longer able to find them. I didn't think that Devil Fall Valley possessed one. However, this particular spirit ether garden seems to have shattered for some reason. This should only be a small portion of the original. A spirit ether garden. I've seen records of them before, but I only thought of it as a rumor. I didn't think they truly existed." Han Li muttered as he excitedly glanced around him. A short time later, his gaze dropped down to the magic tools that the elder devil had left behind. He then pointed to them and they flew into his hands in streaks of light. After he glanced at them, he frowned with a trace of sadness. These treasures had been corrupted by devilish chi and were completely purged by the silver flames. Their spiritual nature was thoroughly destroyed. Even if they were further refined, they wouldn't be able to show even a fraction of their original strength. Han Li shook his head but casually placed the items in his storage pouch. Then, his body glowed with crimson light and he withdrew the spirit subjugation talisman. The talisman quickly flew out from his body and into his hand. Han Li examined it and muttered, "This spirit subjugation talisman can only be used one more time. I've only been able to use it a few times." Afterwards, Han Li floated to the ground and his sleeve trembled. A small snow-white fox flew out and flickered with white light, transforming into Silvermoon. Silvermoon curtsied to Han Li and chuckled, saying, "I originally believed that Master would have summoned me to assist in the last battle. I didn't think that you would call me now. Your cultivation is too low to have been of any use in that battle. However, you are proficient in movement techniques. Help me search the area and see if there are any hidden mechanisms or restrictions." "As you command." Silvermoon nodded and her body disappeared into the ground in a flash of silver light. Han Li then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes, slowly spreading out his spiritual sense to examine every inch of the spatial dimension and see if there were any secrets contained within. Han Li's expression was completely calm, but after making no discoveries, he betrayed a trace of disappointment. After a moment more, his eyelids moved and he suddenly revealed an odd expression before opening his eyes. He immediately stood up and excitedly moved to a corner of the spatial dimension where there were tensome purple berries growing from an odd plant. The monarch of soul divergence yelped in alarm. That seems to be a dream prominence fruit. It's already turned a deep purple. It should have medicinal properties over 10,000 years in age at the very least." Forcing down the excitement in his heart, Han Li said with a calm tone, "It is unknown just how long this abandoned medicinal garden has existed. It would be odd if its potency wasn't at least 10,000 years of age." He didn't immediately pick any of the fruit. Instead, he observed them for a long while before turning around to examine another corner of the garden. Dragonweave grass. Wind spirit flowers. As Hanli muttered the names of these long-extinct spirit medicines of immense potency, his eyes shined with increasing excitement. I'm surprised you're so familiar with medicinal herbs. There were even some I hadn't heard of. Monarch Soul Divergence said with a surprised tone. Hanli raised his head to look at another direction and smiled, saying, "Could it be that Senior is teasing me? I am only able to recognize a third of the plants here. I will be needing your help to identify most of them." Perhaps believing this to only be a trivial matter, Monarch Soul Divergence didn't press Hanli too hard. Rather, he coldly snorted and said, "Although I've touched upon the topic of pill refinement, I haven't delved too deeply into it, so I will only be able to help you identify them. That over there is—" Hanli nodded as he listened. Then he summoned a faint green jade slip into his hand and immersed his spiritual sense into it, staying still as if probing it. Monarch Soul Divergence tactfully kept silent as Hanli did this. After the time it took to finish a meal, Hanli withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip, wearing a pensive expression. This jade slip was given to Hanli by the Drifting Cloud Sect's Cultivator song and recorded many ancient spirit medicines and pill formulas. He was relying on it to recognize many of the spirit medicines in the garden. After Hanli looked through it, he spotted 2 ancient pill formulas that he was able to immediately refine. It used a few of the ancient spirit herbs that he had found inside the garden along with a few of the materials he had received in exchange for the copper lantern from the battle at the border. With these ingredients, he barely had enough materials to create the so-called fuchsia cloud pill. According to the pill formula, it was a cultivation progression pill that was rare even in times of antiquity. Its medicinal power was excessive for an early nascent soul cultivator like Han and was more appropriate for a mid-nascent soul cultivator. If Hanli were to take it, a portion of its medicinal strength would be wasted and his meridians would swell until they tore, arousing intense pain. There was also another pill by the name of the Snow Soul pill that he had high hopes for refining. However, he was still missing a few precious ingredients to refine it and would have to find them in the outside world. Although the Snow Soul pill wasn't a medicine pill that progressed cultivation, it was a supplementary medicine that increased the glacial power of a cultivator's ice techniques. The pill formula only gave a vague description of its effects, but it was certain to be unordinary, given the rare materials that it used. As for the other medicine herbs in the garden, they weren't enough to complete a formula and would be used for later. Hanli's thoughts continued to churn over how he could use these medicinal herbs, and he couldn't help but turn giddy. Although Hanli had been kept busy ever since he had entered the nascent soul stage and never had the opportunity to enter seclusion for a long period of time for cultivation, the thought of looking for appropriate cultivation medicine and an opportunity to seclude himself for many years had been on his mind for a while. It appeared his efforts had paid off now that an opportunity presented itself. If the fuchsia cloud pill was as miraculous as the pill formula had described, it would be able to push him to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Afterwards, he could attempt to break through the bottleneck to the mid-nascent soul stage. Additionally, a few of these medicinal herbs could be replanted when he returned and he could further mature them with the use of the green liquid, making even more fuchsia cloud pills. As for the snow soul pills, they were also rather useful to Hanli. His celestial ice flames and purple apex flames were both glacial abilities and the pill was suitable in boosting their power. With his tentative plans finished, Hanli let out a long breath and his face betrayed a rare expression of happiness. If everything went as planned, the dangers he had braved in Devilfall Valley, as well as the destruction of various treasures and puppets, would have been well worth it. The only thing that made him anxious was the loss of his 2 bamboo cloudswarm swords that were infused with auric essence. But since the 2 swords were his personally bonded magic treasures, he didn't need to fear having them seized by others as they would be bonded to him as long as he breathed. At worst, he would have to spend a bit of effort to find them and shouldn't prove too difficult. Had Hanli known that his flying swords had fallen into the hands of the Elder Devil, his thoughts wouldn't have been anywhere near so relaxed. Then without another thought, Hanli slapped his storage pouch and took out over a dozen jade boxes of varying sizes, suspending them in the air in front of him. Han Li then lowered himself and began to carefully pick the spirit herbs. After he finished digging up one plant by the roots, he left the rest of them alone and slowly made his way across different fields of plants. Regardless of whatever spirit medicines they were, Han Li uprooted a single plant from each of them so that he could further nurture them on the outside. But after Han Li did this once through for each plant, his expression sank and became unsightly. It seemed that there were 3 medicine herbs in the garden that couldn't be replanted. There was one plant that was like the spirit kindle fruit. When they left their original spot of growth, they immediately withered and lost their medicinal qualities, while another plant combusted and disappeared as soon as it was picked. As for the last kind, it was particularly strange. It wilted as if in fear and dissolved into liquid. Han Li felt particularly annoyed. There were only a few spirit medicines in this world that couldn't be replanted, but there were 3 of these plants in this garden. What made Han Li particularly depressed was that one of these plants was a primary ingredient for the fuchsia cloud pill. It was a small red herb that appeared as scarlet as flame. After circling around it several times, his expression turned as cold as ice. But something suddenly came to mind, and after a moment of hesitation, he took out his small green bottle from his robes. This bottle had remained hidden on Han Li's person with a mysterious technique. Unless he perished, there was no way of anybody else discovering it. "What's that?" the monarch of soul divergence curiously asked. "It's nothing, only a magic tool," Han Li casually replied. He then carefully opened the bottle with both his hands. As a result, nothing strange happened. After waiting a moment more, Han Li frowned before carefully closing it and putting it away. This dimensional space had no sun, moon, or stars. It came as no surprise that the small bottle didn't have any effect here, but he still felt disappointed nevertheless. Under these conditions, Han Li couldn't refine many fuchsia cloud pills no matter how long he stayed here. He would only be able to refine as many of those pills as the present herbs would allow him. Han Li sighed and then turned his head upward to look at the sky with squinted eyes. Regardless of the medicine pills, he had another urgent matter to resolve. He needed to figure out a way to return to the mortal realm. This time, he didn't have another person with him to form a joint attack, and from his recent examination with his spiritual sense, there were no unstable areas in any of the walls. He tried to look up above and down below, but there was some sort of restriction that repelled his spiritual sense. As for Silvermoon, she had already gone into the ground with her earth movement techniques to take a closer look. All that was left was for him to personally go and look what was up above in the gray clouds. Given the recent display of the restrictions power, Han Li was unwilling to casually stir it and provoke his own doom. Just as he lowered his head in thought, silver light flickered from the ground. Silvermoon reappeared and hastily saluted Han Li. "Master, I've finished my inspection. Although there is a restriction down below, it is fragmented. I managed to dig through the hole, but I didn't find anything of interest. I'm afraid I must disappoint Master," Silvermoon stated with a regretful tone. Han Li's expression remained the same and he slowly nodded. He then raised his head to the sky and said, "It's all right. So it turned out there wasn't a gap through the ground. Does Master plan on searching up above?" Silvermoon asked with a tone of worry. With a firm voice, Han Li said, "Yes. With the walls and ground having no holes, I can only risk some danger and go up. Since the silver flame only killed the elder devil, it shouldn't take action against human cultivators. Otherwise, I may truly be trapped here for the rest of my life." His body then glowed with azure light and he floated up to the sky. As the spatial dimension wasn't very tall, Han Li quickly arrived at its top where he only saw gray mist. Then he floated in the air and channeled the entirety of his magic power into his eyes, causing them to twinkle with blue light. With the bright sight spirit eyes, the clouds turned a faint blue and Han Li was able to make out a faint silver screen motionlessly floating above the clouds. Could that be the restriction placed down by the spirit realm cultivators? Han Li's heart stirred and he raised his hand, releasing a ball of blue light into the clouds. The ball of light was able to pass through the silver restrictions without resistance and continued to fly for another 30 meters before coming to a sudden stop as if having knocked against something and exploding. Han Li's expression relaxed and his body shined with azure light as he flew into the clouds. For some unknown reason, a strange thought flickered past Han Li's mind. Although Han Li had already tested it, he still felt very scared when he passed through the silver restriction. Fortunately, he passed through it without anything happening. As he had expected, the Spirit Ether Garden's restrictions seemed to only affect Elder Devils. It was still unclear what relation the Elder Devils had with this fragmented medicine garden. After he crossed the restriction, Han Li felt a wave of relief and made full use of his spiritual sense and bright sight spirit eyes to sweep over every inch of the 100-meter-wide ceiling, but discovered nothing. Having calmed down from his joy of acquiring the medicinal herbs, Han Li knew that he had encountered a huge problem. He looked down at the sparkling silver screen restriction and hesitated before deciding to leave it alone for the time being. The overwhelming power of the silver flames were still fresh in his memory, and he didn't wish to provoke a life-ending danger. Han Li examined the sky 2 more times and sighed. With a face full of disappointment, he eventually floated back down to the ground. "Master," Han Li expressionlessly said, "I've discovered nothing. It seems the space is completely sealed off. There is no hole to take advantage of." Worry filled Silvermoon's voice. "Then aren't we trapped here? We would need the ability to tear through space, an ability only deity transformation stage cultivators possess." When Han Li heard this, his frown only grew tenser. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he walked over to one of the space's walls. Silvermoon blankly stared before following after him. When Han Li arrived about 10 meters away from the wall, his sleeves trembled without another word, releasing tens of flying swords in golden streaks. Then he struck them with spell seals and condensed them into a 3-meter-long golden sword above his head. He raised his hand and pointed at the sword. In a peal of thunder, golden lightning arced from the sword and struck the wall. He opened his mouth and spat out a sliver of purple flame. It struck the sword's body and purple flames and golden light intertwined, increasing its might with successive chains of thunder. Han Li softly shouted and the huge sword began to revolve in the air. It turned into streak of gold and purple before chopping to the wall in a fierce strike. In a loud reverberation, a blinding ball of light erupted and the entire spatial dimension trembled. Han Li hastily formed a hand incantation and the streak returned in front of him. Its magnificence faded away to reveal its original form as a huge sword. The blinding radiance gradually faded away and Han Li squinted in close examination of the wall. Behind him, Silvermoon revealed an expression of dejection. She saw that the strike hadn't left the slightest mark on the wall. Having seen this, Han Li's gaze flickered as he sank in thought. "Hee, youngster, that would have only worked in your dreams," the monarch of soul divergence said with a lazy tone. "Oh, it seems Senior knows how to get out. I would appreciate your guidance." Rather than anger, Han Li replied with a tone of happiness. Monarch Soul Divergence scoffed and said, "If you want to get out, you must first think about how you entered this place. Do you truly believe that the strike between you and the Elder Devil was solely the reason that the spatial tear opened and brought you here?" Senior means to say. With surprise, Han Li spoke hesitantly. "It is very simple. This remnant spatial dimension only managed to barely continue to exist after being split apart from its original form. After so many years had passed, it has been brought on the edge of collapse. As you saw, your strike at the wall has shaken it. And from what I've read of ancient records, the yellow-gray color of the wall is a sign that the spatial dimension is unsteady. It is likely the collision between your attacks struck the weakest point of spatial dimension connection to the mortal world, splitting open a spatial tear to this place. The weakest point? Silvermoon and I already searched every corner of the walls, but I saw nothing out of the ordinary." Monarch Soul Divergence scoffed and said, "Fool! The weakest point of this space isn't on the walls. Possible lies somewhere in between. And due to the spatial tier's instability, it is likely that the weak point is continuously wandering. If you look for it properly, it shouldn't be too hard to find." Somewhere in between? Han Li had a sudden revelation. As his cultivation was too low to comprehend spatial dimensions, his knowledge couldn't compare to Monarch Soul Divergence's. With that call to attention, he immediately began to search. Han Li closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense, searching through every point within the space. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, he found what he was looking for. His body began to flash with light as he flew into the stone pavilion at the center of the pocket dimension. The light then faded away from his body and his eyes flashed blue as he looked up at an area 20 meters tall. The place appeared completely empty, but Han Li was able to see a faint dot of blue light through his eyes. It was only the size of a grain of rice, and he was able to sense nearly indiscernible spiritual chi fluctuations from it. Han Li appeared delighted, and after a moment of thought, he flipped his hand and summoned a small crimson sword into his hand. "What, you want to use that sword?" Monarch's soul divergences was filled with an odd tone. "That's right. I already knew that, even if I found the weak point, a strike from my own magic treasures wouldn't be enough to tear through it. With regards to destructive force, the Blood Devil Sword would be the most powerful, so I will be making an attempt with this." Monarch's soul divergence snorted and said, "I'd advise you not to waste your strength. It was only with the combined strike of your transformed self and the Elder Devil that you were able to open the tear. Do you believe the same could happen now? The only choice you have would be to hurriedly enter the mid-nascent soul stage and use both the talisman and the Blood Devil Sword to tear open the weakest point." Han Li's heart trembled and he spoke with shock. "Enter the mid-nascent soul stage? That isn't something that can be done in a short time. Even with the dense spiritual chi here and the assistance of medicine pills, it should take 30 years of strenuous cultivation at the very least." Monarch's soul divergence snorted in disapproval and said, "The spatial dimension won't disappear after a mere 20 or 30 years. What are you so afraid of? If you cultivated on the outside world with your aptitude, you might not be able to reach the mid-nascent soul stage even after 100 years. Han Li's expression wavered. Even with the fuchsia cloud pill, it would take him at least 20 years of cultivation to reach the peak of the early nascent soul stage before he could tackle the bottleneck to the mid-nascent soul stage. As one of the main ingredients couldn't be replanted, he would be wasting all of that ingredient inside the garden. As for strenuously cultivating here for several tens of years, Han Li had no objections with this. The dense spiritual chi was several times greater than that released by the spirit well tree in his cave residence. This was a seldom opportunity. However, Han Li's only worry was the soul seal curse that was placed on Nangong Wan. He wished to hurry and use the ancient flame toad's demon core to dissolve it. But Nangong Wan did mention that she would be able to delay the curse by over 100 years in the jade slip she left behind. It shouldn't prove to be too much of a problem if he was kept away for 30 years. Having pondered about this for a while, he came to the conclusion that he was going to be trapped here for quite a while. With a bitter chuckle, he resigned himself to his fate. Then, with pursed lips, he spoke without hesitation. "Silver Moon, pluck all of the spirit medicines for me. We'll be refining medicine pills for the next few days." Silver Moon had listened to their conversation at the side and felt greatly relieved that there was truly a way out of this garden. She was already trapped once before and wasn't interested in reliving the experience. She acknowledged the order with a sweet smile and took a pile of bottles and boxes from Han Li's hands before flying off to the garden. Han Li then sat down at the center of the stone pavilion and took out the jade slip that contained the ancient pill formulas, carefully reading through the refinement process for the fuchsia cloud pill. The spiritual herbs available to him were limited, so he didn't dare to be sloppy. The heavenly south state of Dongyu had a small province named the Ning province that was unremarkable apart from the fact it bordered the Chang province, which contained Devil Fall Valley. The Ning province was separated from the Chang province by an endless mountain range and consisted mostly of desert with trees and rivers sparsely found throughout. There were also only meager spirit veins found throughout, leading to only a few small cultivators' clans taking hold there. But it was also free, as there were no major factions contending for the land. To the Ning province's southwest, there was a mountain range by the name of the Spirit Scale Mountains where one of the many spirit veins was located. The mountain range itself only spanned 50 kilometers and its spirit veins spanned only 5. The tallest mountain of the Spirit Scale Mountains and 2 of its small mountains were where a few cultivators had reluctantly taken residence. Given the area's small size, these 3 mountain peaks were divided amongst 3 cultivators' clans: the Huang, Li, and Wang clans. These clans were all small and new. Even the strongest amongst them, the Huang clan, had 2 foundation establishment cultivators at most. The disciples of their sects were only lowly qi condensation cultivators, with a majority of them only being at the 4th layer. The several thousands of clan members that lacked spirit roots had no choice to settle in the surroundings of the Spirit Scales Mountains. The 3 clans were not only close in distance, but their relationships were friendly as well. In the past 100 years, many of the disciples in the 3 clans have even married each other, forming deeper bonds. If one were to investigate more closely, they would find that although the Spirit Scales Mountain spirit veins were meager, there was a nameless spirit spring at the top of the main mountain. While the spring wasn't on par with something as rare as a spirit well, it was miraculously useful. When its spring water was mixed with spiritual herbs, one could create a spirit tea that could cleanse the marrow of disciples at the level of the 6th layer of qi condensation and below, benefiting their future cultivation. Although the 3 clans knew that this wasn't a good area for cultivation, the spring was the main reason why they reluctantly remained. And although the spirit spring had a miraculous effect, water would only flow from the spring a few days during each year. It wasn't nearly enough for the clans to use. As a result, the clan's elders came to a decision to seal off the spring and open it once every 10 years. The amount of water accumulated over the span of 10 years was enough for the 3 clans to use once. As a result, the clan would take in disciples once every 10 years so that the water wouldn't come to waste. The 3 clans had no choice but to bind over this trifling spirit well and keep guard over it, opening it every 10 years for the use of their young disciples. One day, at the peak of the Spirit Scales Mountain, the grand ceremony to open the spring was being conducted. In front of a 3-meter-tall black cliff, there were several tens of disciples from each of the clans lined up. They looked all around them with excitement. The oldest of the disciples were in their late teens and the youngest of them were only 11 or 12. The most powerful these young cultivators were at the 4th layer of qi condensation, but a majority of them were only at the 1st or 2nd layer. At the very front, there were a dozen older cultivators at the 10th layer of qi condensation and above. Standing at their center were 3 old men, 2 at early foundation establishment stage and 1 at mid-foundation establishment stage. These dozen of cultivators were each holding spell flags in front of the stone wall and were continuously chanting, dissolving the spell formation that sealed the spring away. There were 8 restriction talisman that was stuck on the stone wall, each of them pulsing with various colored light. Under the guidance of the 3 old men, the dozen cultivators quickened their incantations and the old men then raised their spell flags. A short moment later, the 3 old men simultaneously raised one of their arms and shot out a spell seal, engulfing the wall in light and releasing the talismans on the wall. At that moment, disciples holding jade boxes quickly rushed up and carefully put away the spirit talismans before immediately withdrawing. These restriction talismans were rare treasures to the small clans and they didn't wish to lose them. Without the restriction talisman binding the mountain wall, white light shined from it and it began to tremble. The 3 old men standing in front simultaneously waved their spell flags and threads of light flew out from the point of the flags, each disappearing in the white light. The stone wall intensely shook and the ground began to tremble. The stone wall opened up by splitting in the middle, revealing a 30-meter wide gap. The young disciples of the 3 clans widely opened their eyes and focused on what laid within. Since the 3 clans all viewed the spirit well as a treasure, an ordinary disciple would likely only see the actual spirit spring once in their lifetime. So these disciples didn't wish to miss it. But to tell the truth, any child from the clan was able to clearly describe the appearance of the spirit spring. There was a 3-meter wide pool carved out from a large block of white jade that laid 30 meters deep into the cave. At a glance, the half-filled pool of spring water was completely pure. But what was even more notable about it was an indescribable fragrance that soothed the body and refreshed the soul. An uproar was raised from the young disciples, but when the pale, hairless old man turned around, he immediately silenced them with a stern glare. He was the Huang clan's elder Huang Yuanming, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. He could be considered the first cultivator of the Spirit Scales Mountains. Not only did he inspire respect in the disciples of his own clan but also the disciples of the Wang and Li clans. The gray-robed old man at his side saw this and happily said with narrowed eyes, Brother Huang's influence is quite effective. You've made those youngsters obedient. The third azure-robed old man added on with a tone of admiration. Of course, Brother Huang's cultivation has already reached mid-nascent soul stage. Perhaps he will still be able to reach late foundation establishment stage. Huang Yuanming chuckled. You little brothers must be joking. If there is still an opportunity to advance my cultivation at my age, I would rather give it to our juniors. Let's hurry and brew and spirit tea for those youngsters. There seems to be more spring water here than in the past. This is a fine matter indeed. The other two clans were inferior to the Huang clan and were only able to barely raise a foundation establishment cultivators of their own. These two cultivators were longtime friends with Elder Huang. The two old men smiled and didn't further mention the matter. Then they began to command the assigned disciples to step forward and begin their tea brewing. Two disciples then stepped forward from each of the clans and they head straight to the pool. But before they arrived, an astonishing scene suddenly occurred. Thunder suddenly rang out 10 meters above the pool and rainbow light wildly flickered, bringing forth a black sphere of light. The jet-black sphere strangely crackled and began to deform to create a 3-meter-tall spatial tear. Then a silhouette appeared from the rainbow light and dropped down into the jade pool. Afterwards, the spatial tear wildly blurred before disappearing without a trace. When the silhouette fell into the pool, he yelped and quickly stood up. All of the cultivators present watched this with bizarre expressions. Even Huang Yuanming, the leader of the cultivators, was left completely speechless. A silhouette was a young man wearing azure scholar robes. He was surprised to find to have fallen in front of so many cultivators. After a brief moment of embarrassment, he regained his calm. His body glowed with azure light and his drenched robes suddenly dried and released steam. Han Li seemed to step into the air and floated above the water. Afterwards, his gaze turned to the most powerful cultivator present, Huang Yuanming, and spoke with a tone of unquestioning authority. Where is this place? Am I still in the state of Dongyu? Huang Yuanming had already swept his spiritual sense past Han Li and found it to be unfathomably deep. This clearly illustrated that he was a core formation stage cultivator at the very least. Out of fear of offending him, he deeply bowed and carefully replied, This is the state of Dongyu's Ning province. May I know your esteemed name, senior? The two cultivators also sensed Han Li's unfathomable cultivation and were also alarmed, hurriedly bowing with a deferential smile. Han Li blinked with surprise and muttered, The Ning province. He then wore a pensive expression. After 27 years from the battle in Devilfall Valley, Han Li had finally escaped from the ruins of the Spirit Ether Garden. As Huang Yuanming and the other cultivators attentively faced Han Li, they couldn't help but look in the direction of the pool. After Han Li fell into the half-filled spirit spring, most of its water had been scattered away, leaving behind only a meager layer. The three old men felt much heartache over this, but all they could do was wear a forced smile in front of this profound cultivator to avoid having all of them meet disaster. In the instant Han Li had evaporated the water, he smelled the water's strange scent. As a result, he unconsciously took a look at it as he pondered. Han Li's casual glance caused the three old men to feel greatly apprehensive. The three of them had been guarding the spirit spring for many years. If this cultivator were to fancy it, all they could do was offer it to him without resistance. Han Li swept his gaze past the spring and paid it little attention. Instead, he turned to the three old men and said, It's been a long while since I've last emerged, and I am unfamiliar with the recent events of the Heavenly South. Could you fellow Taoists tell me what has happened in the past few years? Feeling greatly relieved that Han Li held little interest in the spirit spring, Huang Yuanming respectfully replied, Of course we can, senior. If senior doesn't mind, this junior would like to invite you to our hall for a cup of tea while I explain. I will answer all of senior's questions to the best of my knowledge. The two old men at his side also breathed out with relief. Han Li glanced at a few of young cultivators in the distance and after a moment of thought, he nodded. That is fine. There are many things I wish to ask about. I will have to bother you three. A bother? No. It is our Huang clan's honor to welcome such an esteemed expert. Huang Yuanming was delighted and replied with a smile. Then he gave the order to a few of his disciples, and they hastily flew back as to avoid offending out of insufficient preparations. Afterwards, he personally led the way to a pavilion at the center of the mountain. As for the other two old men, they gave the commands to their clansmen and they hastily set off to the pavilion. Your three clans all reside here? How rare. On the way there, Han Li asked a few questions about the general circumstances of the three old men and was quite surprised. Senior must be joking. We are all here because there are no other places to establish ourselves. We're trapped. Huang Yuanming replied with a bitter smile. I see that the young disciples of your clans possess quite a bit of aptitude. Why haven't you brought them to the great sects of the cultivation world? Han Li asked with a curious expression. While they might not be able to become succeeding disciples, an external affairs disciple is certainly possible. Senior might not know this, but despite the many cultivation sects in the state of Dongyu, a majority of them regularly receive disciples from cultivator clans or simply exercise control over a few clans. As we are still only minor clans, we aren't qualified to catch their attention. Even if our clan has a few particularly outstanding disciples, I don't dare to have them enter a sect. They need to remain in the clan to raise our prestige. Huang Yuanming offered Han Li an explanation with a helpless expression. These clan elders would certainly be a level above their current cultivation if they joined a large sect, but that would mean abandoning their clans and leaving them helpless. Han Li blinked and nodded. He spoke no further of the matter as they were soon approaching a group of buildings. Huang Yuanming led Han Li to the tallest of the buildings. A short moment later, they arrived at the pavilion's entrance where there were 2 rows of young female disciples respectfully waiting upon them. As the 3 clan elders led Han Li into the pavilion, Huang Yuanming said, Senior, please enter. While our spirit scales mountains don't produce any spirit medicines or fruits, we do have some decent tea. We have enough for a few cups. Han Li followed them inside. The hall wasn't large and was only about 100 meters wide, but it was more than enough considering that it belonged to a small clan. Under their respectful gaze, Han Li calmly took a seat while the 3 old men remained standing. They didn't dare to place themselves on the same level as Han Li. Since their cultivations were so vastly inferior, Han Li didn't bother to refuse out of politeness. At that moment, a beautiful female disciple brought over a tray with tea and placed a cup in front of Han Li before carefully withdrawing. Han Li casually held the cup in his hand and took a sip. The tea was bitter at first, but a strange fragrance soon spread through his mouth. Not bad. It is truly rare tea. Han Li's mouth formed a strange smile and he offered a word of praise. Senior's cultivation is deep and immeasurable, but your face is unfamiliar. Is Senior not a cultivator of the state of Dongyu? The plump old man said. No, I am not from here. There is no need for you to worry. After I ask you a few questions, I will immediately depart. I won't stay here and make things difficult. Han Li had no intention of stating his name. He simply glanced at the plump old man and gave a mysterious smile. With alarm, Huang Yuanming hastily spoke with a changed expression. Senior is being too considerate. We are immensely fortunate to have met Senior. We don't dare to disrespectfully rush you away. Han Li glanced at Huang Yuanming and waved his hand. It's fine. I already know the fear and anticipation you low-level cultivators hold towards me. So long as you answer my questions to my satisfaction, I don't mind giving you a few benefits. After all, it can be considered fate that we met. When Huang Yuanming heard this, he was delighted and spoke with an even deeper tone of respect. If Senior has anything on his mind, please go ahead and ask. Although our clan isn't large, we do receive news quite quickly. Our answers will be to Senior's satisfaction. Han Li smiled. Although he reckoned they wouldn't lie even if he didn't offer any rewards, they will most certainly answer to the best of their ability if he did. They will most likely take the initiative to give more precise details. Han Li glanced at the 3 and calmly said, Since you're so close to the Chang province, You should know a bit about the cultivators who entered Devilfall Valley the last time it opened. Can you tell me about what happened? Devilfall Valley? Yes, we do know of it. When Huang Yuanming heard Han Li, he was a bit puzzled but immediately answered nonetheless. He then recalled the appropriate information and reported, over 20 years ago, a large number of cultivators entered Devilfall Valley in search of treasure. Because the Ghost Spirit sect found a safe method to enter the valley, several hundreds of core formation cultivators and tens of nascent soul cultivators entered in search for ancient cultivator treasures. However, Devilfall Valley was truly dangerous. A majority of the cultivators that entered the valley remained on its outskirts and perished to the restrictions and spatial tiers that were present. Less than half of these cultivators were able to return alive. And even more terrible was how the party of Ghost Spirit sect cultivators had managed to release 2 devils from antiquity that were capable of consuming nascent souls, resulting in the death of the Ghost Spirit sect master. These 2 devils were incredibly formidable. According to those present, the nascent soul cultivators that entered the valley depths united against the devils in a huge battle. Even with Senior Wei Wuya and the Milan Divine Sage fighting against it, they were only able to slay one of them. The other devil still managed to escape. There were many cultivators that died in the battle, including many famous seniors. However, Devilfall Valley is worthy of its name as an ancient cultivator cemetery. I heard that those that made it out alive came out with quite a harvest. There were even those that found medicine pills that extended their lifespan or broke through their bottlenecks, stirring up much excitement in the cultivation world at the time. Afterwards, many cultivators grew envious and used the Ghost Spirit sect's transportation formation to enter Devilfall Valley despite the fact that the spatial tiers were now unstable again. None of these cultivators have yet emerged, preventing any other cultivators from trying in fear. Now, Devilfall Valley is a forbidden area once more that none dares to enter. You said there was a devil that escaped Devilfall Valley. What happened to it? Han Li's heart grew heavy and his expression turned gloomy. I would have told you about the devil even if you hadn't asked. The devil itself is a calamity that has plagued the heavenly South cultivation world. Huang Yuanming's expression turned sullen. Han Li frowned and remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Originally, when the devil escaped, a few seniors said that the devil couldn't exist for long in our human realm and that it would return where it came from after some time. As a result, none had taken it very seriously, but none would have expected that the devil would ambush high-grade cultivators without fear and consume their nascent souls to restore its strength. In a short few years, 7 nascent soul cultivators have fallen to him and the devil has yet to return to its realm. It was then the cultivators knew that the devil used some unknown method to prolong its stay in this realm. When this happened, the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators and a dozen specially picked mid-nascent soul seniors organized a party to hunt down the devil. However, the devil was extremely cunning and didn't meet the hunting party head-on. Rather, he picked off the cultivators one by one. The devil even attacked the Milan, provoking them to send a party of sages to join the hunt. From then on, the devil was no longer able to escape the united hunt of the cultivators and the Milan. However, this only drove the devil to be even more frantic. Not only did it attack several high-grade cultivators at the end, but it even went after many low-grade cultivators. In its final month, it went on a massacre, destroying a dozen cultivation clans and several small sects as they weren't able to resist it. But a dying devilish sect elder was able to use a secret technique that allowed the hunting party to track the devil down and surround it in the state of Fengdo. I heard that the devil's strength was completely restored, and its cultivation had nearly reached the deity transformation stage. 2 great Heavenly South cultivators and 1 Milan Divine Sage simultaneously took the devil on in a battle that lasted an entire day and turned Soulfall Mountain into a flat plain. No other cultivators were capable of taking part in the battle. Once that was said, Huang Yuanming paused and he couldn't help but reveal shock. When Han Li heard this, he was completely shocked. The combined forces of 3 late nascent soul cultivators weren't able to prevail over the Elder Devil in a short amount of time. It seemed the Elder Devil's restored power was similar to a cultivator at the deity transformation stage. Was the devil killed in the battle? Han Li calmly asked. This is unclear to us. There are those that said that the devil had used some inconceivable technique to escape the cultivators that besieged it, but since this junior's clan is limited in power, we weren't able to find the truth of the matter. But either way, ever since that battle, no trace of the devil has been found in the heavenly south. Perhaps it has perished in both body and soul. Perished in body and soul? Han Li stroked his chin, but after some thought, he felt doubtful of this. If they had truly killed the devil, these grand cultivators definitely wouldn't have concealed it. It was most likely something strange happened and they were trying to conceal the truth. However, given how odd the information was, it could be that the devil suffered heavy injuries in the battle and was forced to escape and recover, or that he escaped from the heavenly south entirely. After some thought, Han Li felt that this was possible. For the time being, since he wasn't able to make a judgment on this matter now, he flung the matter to the back of his mind. Fellow Taoist Huang, has anything else happened since Devilfall Valley? With some thought, Huang Yuanming said, there are a few things that have happened in the past few years, and while they can't be compared to the matter of Devilfall Valley and the Free Devil, they are all worthy of attention. Not long after the devil disappeared, a strange whirlpool appeared in the endless sea that borders the state of Xi. The whirlpool released a large quantity of spiritual qi and began to purify the nearby water. Additionally, 7 small islands have emerged around the whirlpool. Each of these islands emits an astonishing spiritual qi as a result of all of them possessing a rare top-grade spirit vein. The 3 great heavenly south cultivators even conducted a meeting over the ownership of the island, which involved many sections. Eventually, the small islands were divided amongst 7 large sections. The whirlpool was reported to be unmeasurably deep. There were many cultivators that thought to investigate it, but they found the pressure of the whirlpool to be too strong. I heard that Master Sunreach of the 3 great heavenly south cultivators attempted to investigate it as well, but after sinking 10 kilometers deep, he wasn't able to further endure the pressure and had to return. A great whirlpool? Something like that appeared. Han Li revealed surprise and spoke with astonishment. How could this junior dare to deceive you? News of this spread several years ago. If senior were to ask any others, I'm sure he'll know it to be true. Huang Yuanming replied with a smile. Han Li nodded and felt that the matter was quite interesting. He then asked him about other matters, particularly with regard to the movements of the Mulan tribes and the righteous and devilish Daos. Huang Yuanming answered to the best of his ability, with the other 2 old men occasionally interrupting him with additional details. Not long after, Han Li listened to what had happened over the past years and felt at ease. Apart from the whirlpool and elder devil, the other significant events were the appearance of spirit medicines and treasures, or a war against cultivation sects. This news meant little to Han Li, but he continued to listen to the 3 regardless. As for anything to do with the Drifting Cloud sect, Han Li hadn't bothered to ask. After all, this place was too far away from the state of Xi. This small clan wouldn't know very specific details about it. If he wanted to know what was truly happening with the Drifting Cloud sect, he would have to go to a market city or return to the state of Xi itself. Han Li was satisfied with the 3 old men's report and swept his sleeve across the table in front of him, summoning a pair of sparkling golden short spears in a flash of azure light. Thank you for telling me this. I don't have anything amazing, but I will be giving you 3 these broken gold spears. Many thanks for senior's gift. These are high-grade magic tools. Huang Yuanming examined the golden spears for a moment before hastily saluting Han Li with joy. With their power, it wasn't as if they didn't have any high-grade magic tools. But since they only had a sparse few, they valued each of them greatly. Naturally, they were quite happy to acquire something so valuable after simply answering Han Li's questions. Although these broken gold spears are only high-grade magic tools, if they are used jointly, they can rival even top-grade magic tools. I had acquired them in the past because I found them interesting and they've remained in my possession ever since. Now I hand them over to you. Don't underestimate them. Since I've given you your reward, I will be taking my leave. Perhaps if fate will have it, this one named Han will see you again in the future. Han Li's body then glowed with light and he flew out of the hall in an azure streak. In flashes of light that crossed the sky, he disappeared from sight. The three old men were stunned. Not expecting that Han Li would take off unceremoniously, they swallowed their words of thanks and looked at the pair of golden spears on the table. How generous of him to easily give us a pair of high-grade magic tools, the plump old man said as he looked at the golden spears. It depends who is looking at them. High-grade magic tools might be very valuable to us, but to that senior they might not be worth much. The taciturn white-robed old man said, wearing an odd expression. Brother Wang, what do you mean? Could it be you recognize that senior? Huang Yuanming's heart stirred. The plump old man also glanced at the white-robed old man with shock. Brothers, you are both wise, but now you are dim. He's closely asked about Devilfall Valley and the devil, and possesses high cultivation at such a young age, not to mention he named himself as Han. Could it be you don't realize who he is? Don't forget that when the two devils appeared in Devilfall Valley, there was one particularly famous cultivator that went missing in the fight. The white-robed old man spoke with a wry smile. You mean to say that person was Senior Han? Huang Yuanming cried out with an alarmed expression. The plump old man also appeared shocked. The white-robed old man continued. You brothers should now know what I mean. This senior is in existence on part with the three great heavenly south cultivators. It is natural for him to be generous. After a moment of silence, Huang Yuanming sighed and said, Brother Wang's words are reasonable. However, it makes no difference to us whether or not he is truly Senior Han. Even if we wish to make a connection with him, cultivators on our level can't hope to catch his interest. It is already a pleasant surprise that he gave us two high-grade magic tools. Perhaps he was compensating us for damaging the spirit spring. Let's first talk about what we'll do with these spears before we continue. Although this was an opportunity that was hard to come by, an existence on Han Li's level would hardly pay them any attention, so there was no point to feeling any regret over the matter. When the two old men heard Huang Yuanming, they postponed further discussion of Han Li's identity and looked at the golden spears. The spears were quite valuable after all and were right in front of them. The three then began their discussions on what to do with them. As the three clan elders began their discussion, Han Li was already over 50 kilometers away. He had only barely managed to emerge from the spatial tear, and it was quite fortunate that he emerged within the state of Dongyu as spatial tears were fickle and continuously wandered. It wouldn't be a surprise even if he arrived at an area countless leagues away. Monarch's soul divergence spoke from Han Li's mind. Youngster, where will you head to now? Will you be returning to the Drifting Cloud sect? I am still lacking a few of the puppet materials that I required. I will need to gather them. Han Li frowned and helplessly said, I already know this, but the materials you want are all rarely seen in this world. I doubt they all exist in the heavenly south, and it will certainly take a long time to gather regardless. Monarch's soul divergence snorted and annoyedly said, Do you believe I can wait another 80 years? If you can't find them in the heavenly south, then make a trip to the Jin Empire. Over there, you'll be able to find any rare materials so long as you have enough spirit stones. I've already told you that if I cannot refine my puppet body, I would rather destroy my refinement methods than hand them over to you. Be at ease. Han Li sighed and said with a gloomy tone, I've been wanting to make a trip to the Jin Empire regardless. Didn't you say that the baleful chi on my body was too heavy? That if I were to use the Blood Devil sword 2 or 3 more times my body would slowly erode. Not forgetting that I wouldn't be able to make any progress past mid-nascent soul stage either. It's fine if you know. Monarch's soul divergence said with a suddenly happy tone. At first I did find it odd how you were infected with so much baleful chi at a young age. I was a harsh character during my time in the world, but I didn't possess even a tenth of your baleful chi. Tisich. How strange indeed. Wouldn't it be better to change your cultivation art so that you may use the baleful chi to advance your cultivation? Of course, this would cause you to ascend to the Elder Devil realm rather than the Spirit realm when you reach deity transformation stage.